Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of relaxation and serene dreams. I hope you've had a wonderful day. And now, as the gentle glow of the cozy fireplace dances in the background, it's time to unwind and let go of the day's worries. You're just in time for the perfect season to gather around and enjoy the comforting tales we have in store for you. Settle in, take a deep breath, and let the warmth of these stories envelop you as you drift towards a peaceful night's sleep. Story 1. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the boundary between the natural world and the realm of magic was as thin as gossamer, a mystical realm unfurled itself. Here, towering trees stood as eternal sentinels, their gnarled branches stretching skyward like ancient fingers seeking communion with the heavens. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decaying leaves, mingling with the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers, creating an intoxicating aroma that lingered in the cool, damp air. The forest was alive with a subtle symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, each sound a note in the grand composition of the wilderness. Amidst this verdant wonderland, a myriad of creatures made their homes, each playing a vital role in the delicate tapestry of life that sustained the forest. The wise old oak, with roots that delved deep into the earth, served as the guardian of memories, safeguarding the tales and wisdom of generations past. Its gnarled bark was a canvas for the intricate etchings of the forest sprites, who wove their magic into every crevice and knot. These sprites were mischievous yet benevolent beings. Their laughter, like the tinkling of tiny bells, echoed through the underbrush as they played. Beneath the sheltering canopy, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their gentle movements a symphony of grace and serenity. Their liquid brown eyes reflected the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a golden glow upon their velvet coats. Nearby, a gurgling stream whispered age-old secrets, its crystal waters nourishing the thirsty roots of the flora that lined its banks. The stream was the lifeblood of the forest, a shimmering ribbon that wound its way through the landscape, connecting all living things in its embrace. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest transformed, each change heralded by a symphony of natural magic. In spring, the first tentative buds unfurled, their vibrant hues a promise of renewal and hope. The air was alive with the melodies of songbirds, their joyous trills a celebration of the earth's awakening. It was during this time that the woodland sprites emerged from their winter slumber, their gossamer wings shimmering with morning dew as they danced among the blossoms. Their magic infused the air with a palpable energy, a reminder that life was a cycle of endless renewal. Summer brought the heady scent of ripening berries and the gentle hum of busy bees. The forest floor was carpeted with a verdant tapestry of ferns and mosses, their emerald hues a testament to the abundance of life. The air shimmered with the magic of the fairy folk, who wove their spells of joy and plenty into every sunbeam and gentle breeze. The wise old oak, in these days of warmth, seemed to breathe deeply, its leaves rustling in contentment as it shared its stories with those who cared to listen. As autumn's chill crept into the forest, the leaves transformed into a kaleidoscope of crimson, gold, and amber. The squirrels scurried to gather their winter stores, their bushy tails swishing in a flurry of activity. It was during this season that the forest sprites bid farewell to their winged kin, the migrating birds, and prepared for the long slumber ahead. The forest sighed, a gentle exhalation of breath, as the sprites' laughter faded into whispers carried on the crisp winds. Winter's icy grip brought a hush over the forest, blanketing the world in a pristine mantle of snow. The great stag, his antlers a crown of twisted branches, led his herd through the frosted glades, his every step leaving a trail of crystalline hoofprints. The sprites retreated to the sheltering embrace of the ancient oaks, their magic lying dormant until the first stirrings of spring. The forest held its breath, waiting for the inevitable return of warmth and light. Through it all, the wise old oak stood watch, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers beckoning the heavens. Its roots delved deep into the earth, drinking in the memories and tales of countless generations. For in this realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the forest was a living, breathing entity, sustained by the harmonious dance of all its inhabitants. One day, as the warm breath of spring began to stir the forest from its slumber, A young girl named Alara wandered into this enchanted realm. Her eyes, the color of the deepest forest glade, sparkled with curiosity and wonder. She was drawn to the forest by tales whispered to her by her grandmother, who spoke of a place where magic still lived and breathed. Her grandmother's stories were filled with images of hidden groves and secret paths, and Alara felt a pull, a longing to discover them for herself. Alara's journey through the forest was one of discovery. She marveled at the delicate intricacies of spider webs glistening with dew, and she lingered by the stream, listening to its stories. Her presence was not unnoticed, for the forest sprites watched her with interest, sensing something within her, a spark of magic not unlike their own. Alara's heart was open to the whispers of the woods, and she found herself understanding the language of the leaves and the songs of the birds. As days turned to weeks, Alara became a familiar figure in the forest. She learned to listen to the rustle of leaves and the songs of the birds, understanding each as a chapter in the forest's endless story. She discovered a hidden grove where ancient stones were arranged in a circle, their surfaces covered in moss and lichen. Here she often sat, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her, a steady rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. One day, as Alara wandered deeper into the forest, she encountered a hidden glade she had never seen before. It was a place untouched by time, where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. At its center, a small pond mirrored the sky, its surface as smooth as glass. As she approached, she noticed a figure sitting by the water's edge, a wizened old sprite with eyes as bright as stars. The sprite, known as Eldrin, was a keeper of ancient knowledge, a being who had seen countless seasons pass. His voice was a gentle whisper carried by the breeze. "You have come far, young one," he said, acknowledging the depth of her journey. "The forest speaks to you because you listen with more than just your ears." Alara felt the truth of his words resonate within her. "I want to understand its stories," she replied, her voice filled with determination. "I want to be a part of them." Eldrin nodded, his expression serene. "To truly be a part of this world, you must embrace both its light and its shadows. The magic here is not just in the beauty you see, but in the balance of all things." With that, he gestured to the pond, where the reflection of the forest created a perfect circle, a symbol of unity and harmony. Alara understood that to be a bridge between worlds, she must embrace the entirety of the forest's essence, not just the wonders, but also the challenges and mysteries that lay within its depths. The wise old oak sensed a kinship with her, recognizing in Alara a keeper of tales, a guardian of the past and the future. It was as if the tree knew that Alara was destined to weave her own stories into the fabric of the forest's history. Her grandmother had been right. Magic was not just a remnant of the past, but a living force that she could feel and touch. One twilight, as the sky blazed with hues of lavender and rose, Alara felt a gentle tug at her heart. It led her to the ancient oak, whose branches seemed to embrace her with a knowing grace. She placed her hand upon its bark, feeling the pulse of the forest, its memories flowing into her. In that moment, she understood her purpose, to be a bridge between the world of humans and the magic that lay within the heart of the forest. It was a revelation that filled her with a profound sense of peace and belonging. During one of her wanderings, Alara uncovered a small clearing she had yet to explore. Here, the air was filled with the soft hum of bees and the gentle flutter of butterfly wings, each movement a dance of vibrant colors. At the center stood an ancient stone altar, covered in vines and moss, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a faint luminescence. She felt drawn to the altar, sensing its significance and the stories it held. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar object resting upon the altar, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change as the sunlight played upon them. With careful fingers, Alara lifted the box, feeling its weight and the promise of secrets within. As she opened it, a soft glow emanated from its depths, revealing a collection of tiny, delicate crystals, each one a fragment of the forest's essence. Eldrin appeared then, his presence as silent as the falling leaves. "These are the heartstones of the forest," he explained, his voice a melody of ancient wisdom. "They hold the memories of this land, the tales of those who have walked these paths before you." Alara gazed upon the crystals, understanding their significance. Each one was a piece of the forest's soul, a testament to its timeless existence. She realized that her role was not just to learn the stories, but to safeguard them, to ensure that the magic within these Heartstones endured for future generations. Alara began to spend her days learning from Eldrin, who taught her the ancient runes and incantations that connected her to the forest's deeper magic. She discovered that each rune was not just a symbol, but a story, a piece of wisdom passed down through the ages. The more she learned, the more she felt the forest's magic intertwining with her own being. In time, Alara's presence became a beacon for other creatures of the forest. Birds with plumage as vivid as a sunrise began to flock to her, their songs weaving harmonies with her own. The deer would approach her without fear, as if recognizing her as one of their own. Even the shyest creatures, like the foxes and hares, would sit and listen as she recounted the tales she had learned. One evening, as she sat by the pond with Eldrin, the twilight air filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers, she felt a new presence in the glade. It was a young boy, lost and bewildered, his eyes wide with the wonder and fear of the unknown. His clothes were torn and dirty, and his expression spoke of struggles faced beyond the forest's edge. Alara approached him gently, her voice calm and soothing. "What brings you here, to this place of magic and mystery?" she asked, her eyes soft with understanding. The boy, whose name was Finn, spoke of a world outside the forest where magic was forgotten and wonder was scarce. He had stumbled into the forest by accident, drawn by a whisper of something he couldn't quite grasp. Alara offered him kindness and warmth, sharing stories of the forest's magic and the lessons she had learned. As the night deepened, she realized that Finn, too, had a spark of magic within him, a potential waiting to be awakened. In the days that followed, Alara and Finn explored the forest together, uncovering its secrets and learning its lessons side by side. Finn's laughter rang through the trees, a joyful echo that seemed to rejuvenate the land itself. Under Alara's guidance, he began to see the magic in the world around him, and his presence brought a new energy to the forest. And so Alara and Finn became guardians of the forest, weaving their own stories into its rich tapestry. They learned from the wise old oak and the ancient sprites, becoming a bridge between the world of humans and the magic that lay within the heart of the forest. The realm where reality and magic intertwined remained vibrant and alive, its secrets and wonders safeguarded by Alara, the girl with the forest glade eyes, and Finn, the boy who rediscovered the magic of wonder. Together they ensured that the whispers of the ancient oak would continue to echo, a promise that the magic of the forest would never fade. Story 2. In the quaint and serene village of Meadowvale, cradled by lush emerald hills and kissed by the golden hues of sunrise, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Isla. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, framed a face that was as kind as the day was long. Isla spent her days tending to a small but vibrant garden beside her thatched cottage, where the gentle hum of bees and the fragrant chorus of blossoms accompanied her every step. The garden was her sanctuary, a tapestry of colors and scents where each plant was a beloved companion, from the sun-dappled marigolds to the shy violets that peeked through the greenery. Despite the beauty that surrounded her, Isla felt a quiet restlessness blossom in her heart. The village, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-clad cottages, was a haven of tranquility, yet the same tranquility stirred an unfamiliar yearning within her. It was as if the very air whispered secrets of lands beyond, beckoning her to explore. Whenever she looked into the mirror-like pond that bordered her garden, she saw a reflection that seemed too familiar, too unchanging. The thought of stepping beyond the boundaries of what she knew was both thrilling and terrifying, a duality that haunted her dreams. One early morning, as the dew clung to the petals and the first light danced upon the water's surface, Isla noticed something unusual. A small, shimmering butterfly, its wings a riot of sapphire and gold, hovered above the pond. It flitted gracefully, leaving trails of iridescent light that shimmered like the finest silk. Isla watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly dipped and soared, its movements echoing the dance of the early morning breeze. The air felt alive with possibility, the kind that made her heart race and her spirit soar. Drawn by its beauty, Isla reached out, her fingers brushing the cool, crisp air beneath its wings. In that instant, a gentle whisper, like the rustle of leaves in a hidden grove, filled her ears. "Change, dear Ela, is but the opening of new doors," the voice seemed to say. "Embrace it, for within lies the magic of your own heart." The words lingered, wrapping around her like a tender embrace. Startled, Ela glanced around, but there was no one in sight. The butterfly, its task seemingly complete, fluttered upward, disappearing into the canopy of trees that bordered the garden. Isla stood by the pond, heart thumping with a mix of wonder and trepidation. She pondered the butterfly's message, feeling the first stirrings of courage. It was as if the butterfly had unlocked a hidden chamber within her, one filled with dreams and aspirations yet to be realized. In the days that followed, the village was abuzz with news of a festival to celebrate the arrival of the harvest moon. The festival was to be held in the heart of the forest, a place Ela had never ventured. Her friends, particularly a lively pair of sisters, Lily and Rose, encouraged her to attend. "It will be a night of wonder," Rose promised, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You mustn't miss it." Lily, always the thoughtful one, added gently, "Sometimes stepping into the unknown is the only way to find what we truly seek." Her words were a balm to Ela's restless heart. The sisters' words resonated with Isla, and she resolved to go. When the night of the festival arrived, the forest was awash with the soft glow of lanterns, their light flickering like fireflies amidst the towering trees. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant, melodious notes of a flute. Ela felt as though she had stepped into a dream, one where every leaf and shadow held a story waiting to be told. As Isla walked the winding path through the forest, her anxiety slowly gave way to awe. The trees, with their ancient branches stretching toward the heavens, seemed to whisper secrets of the past. Each step felt like a page turning in a book, revealing a tale of wonder and discovery. The gentle rustle of leaves beneath her feet was a soothing symphony, guiding her forward. At the heart of the forest, she found a clearing, bathed in moonlight. Villagers danced in a circle, their laughter weaving a joyous melody that floated on the night air. Ela hesitated at the edge of the clearing, her heart caught between the comfort of the familiar and the allure of the new. It was then that she saw him, a wise old storyteller seated by the largest tree, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. His voice, deep and resonant, reached her ears, inviting her to join the circle. "Come, young one," he called out gently. "For every story shared, a fear is vanquished, and a heart is freed." With a deep breath, Isla stepped forward, feeling the warmth of the community envelop her like a soft, comforting blanket. She sat among the villagers, listening to tales of bravery and love, of journeys that began with a single, hesitant step. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of life, connecting them all in a shared experience. As the night deepened, the storyteller turned his gaze to Ela. "And what of you, dear child? What story does your heart hold?" Ela hesitated, her voice barely a whisper above the rustling leaves. I fear change," she admitted, her eyes meeting the storyteller's kind gaze. "Yet I long for it." The storyteller nodded, his smile as gentle as the moonlight. "Change is like the turning of the seasons, inevitable and beautiful in its own right. It is not to be feared, but embraced, for it is through change that we grow." Ela pondered his words, feeling their truth resonate within her. The butterfly's message echoed in her mind, and she realized that she was ready to embrace the unknown, to open the door to her own heart. As the festival drew to a close, Ela felt a lightness she hadn't known before. The forest, with its ancient wisdom, had taught her a lesson she would carry forever, that change, when met with an open heart, could lead to the most wondrous of transformations. In the days that followed, Ela's life began to blossom in unexpected ways. She ventured beyond the village, discovering meadows where wildflowers painted the earth in vibrant hues and streams that sang of far-off lands. Her garden, once her entire world, became a place of solace and reflection, a reminder of where she had begun and how far she had come. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of a grand old oak tree, Isla met a traveler named Elias. He was a wanderer with stories etched into his every line and crease. They spent hours sharing tales of adventure and wonder, and Isla found herself inspired by his tales of distant lands and uncharted paths. Elias spoke of the northern lights, of deserts that stretched to the horizon, and of cities that never slept, each story a spark that ignited her imagination. Inspired by Elias's tales, Isla began to dream of her own journeys. She envisioned paths yet untrodden, landscapes yet unseen. Her heart, once confined by fear, now danced with anticipation of the vast world beyond her village. One evening, as Isla sat by the pond, the sky ablaze with the colors of sunset, she saw the butterfly once more. It alighted on her shoulder, its wings a gentle flutter against her skin. This time there was no whisper, no voice. Instead, Isla felt a quiet understanding settle within her, a deep, abiding peace. And so, with the butterfly as her guide, Isla embraced the magic of transformation, not as something to be feared, but as a beautiful journey of discovery, where each step forward was a dance with the unknown, leading her ever closer to the heart of her own true self. In the embrace of change, Isla found not just herself, but a world of endless possibilities waiting to unfold. One day, as the first snowflakes began to dust the village with a delicate white veil, Isla found herself preparing for a journey. Her bag, light yet filled with essentials, lay ready by the door. She had decided to venture north, towards the mountains that loomed like ancient guardians on the horizon. Their snow-capped peaks and misty valleys promised adventures that called to her spirit. Before leaving, Isla visited the village elder, a wise woman named Anara. Her cottage, snug and warm, was filled with the comforting scent of herbs and spices. Anara, with her silver hair and gentle eyes, welcomed Isla with a knowing smile. "Ah, the heart of a wanderer," she mused, pouring tea into delicate cups. "Remember, dear Isla, the journey is as much within as it is without." Isla nodded, understanding now the depth of those words. Anara handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "A gift," she said simply. "Open it when the time feels right." With a final embrace, Isla left the cottage, her heart filled with gratitude and excitement. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to walk. As Isla stepped beyond the village, the world unfolded before her like a vast, uncharted map, each step a new chapter in her story. She traveled through forests where the trees whispered tales of ancient times, and across rivers that sang of distant lands. Each encounter, each moment was a lesson, a memory to be cherished. Her heart, once restless, now thrummed with the thrill of discovery, the joy of living fully in each moment. One evening, as Isla camped beneath a canopy of stars, she felt a familiar flutter by her side. The butterfly, her constant companion, settled gently on her hand. She smiled, feeling a profound sense of connection to the world around her, to the journey that had only just begun. Yet, on a particularly crisp morning, as she trekked through a dense forest, Isla encountered a mysterious figure. Clad in a cloak woven with the colors of the earth, the stranger's face was hidden in the shadow of a deep hood. The cloak moved with an unnatural grace, echoing the rhythmic sway of the trees. Intrigued and unafraid, Isla approached. The figure turned, revealing eyes that seemed to hold the knowledge of countless lifetimes. "I am the keeper of paths," the stranger said, their voice a harmonious blend of wind and earth. "I guide those who seek their true journey." The keeper of paths gestured to the trail ahead, where the path split into 3 distinct directions. "Each path holds its own challenges and rewards," they explained. "Your choice will shape your journey and the lessons you learn." Isla studied the paths. One led through a sunlit meadow, another into a dark, mysterious wood, and the third climbed a steep, rocky hill. Each path called to a different part of her spirit. "Choose with your heart," the keeper advised, their voice a gentle echo in the morning air. "And remember, the path you choose becomes a part of you, just as you become a part of it." Isla closed her eyes, letting the whispers of her heart guide her. When she opened them, her feet were already moving towards the path that wound through the dark wood. It was a choice born of curiosity and courage, a choice that felt right. As she stepped onto the path, the keeper of paths faded into the forest, leaving Isla with one final thought. Every step taken with purpose is a step towards becoming who you are meant to be. With renewed resolve, Isla ventured into the wood, the canopy of leaves singing a song of mystery and promise. She felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she was ready to face it. With the butterfly as her guide, Isla embarked on a journey of a lifetime, one where every turn, every experience, brought her closer to understanding not just the world, but her place within it. In embracing change, Isla discovered the boundless beauty of becoming, the endless possibilities of life, and the magic that lay within her own heart. As she journeyed further into the wood, the air grew thicker with the scent of earth and foliage, and the light took on a softer, more mystical quality. The path beneath her feet was a tapestry of dappled shadows and patches of sunlight, each step a harmonious blend of the known and the unknown. Suddenly, the path opened into a small glade, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the ground, its waters glittering like liquid diamonds. Ela paused, mesmerized by its beauty, and knelt by the spring to drink. As the cool water touched her lips, a sense of clarity washed over her, as if the spring itself whispered ancient truths that only her heart could understand. In that moment, Ela realized that her journey was not just about discovering new lands, but also about uncovering the layers within herself. Each choice, each challenge, was a reflection of the self she was becoming. The butterfly, now perched on a nearby wildflower, was a constant reminder of the potential for transformation that lay within her. Feeling revitalized, Isla continued her journey, her heart open to the lessons that awaited her. The sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the forest with hues of amber and gold, and Isla felt a profound sense of peace. She understood now that the journey was not just a means to an end, but a beautiful dance with life itself, a celebration of the endless possibilities that awaited her with each new dawn. And so, with the butterfly as her ever-present companion, Isla ventured onward, her spirit alight with the promise of all that was yet to come. In the embrace of change, she found herself, and in finding herself, she discovered a world of wonder that stretched far beyond the horizon, a testament to the journey of becoming, the dance of life, and the magic that lay within her heart. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang gentle lullabies as the breeze danced through the branches, lay the quaint village of Starling Hollow. This charming place, with its cobblestone paths and lantern-lit streets, was home to creatures both magical and ordinary, living together in harmony. The air was always tinged with the scent of sweet honeysuckle and warm baking bread, and the sky was often a canvas of pastel hues, painted by the setting sun. The village was an intricate tapestry woven with the threads of countless stories. Each stone in the cobblestone paths held secrets of footsteps past, and the lantern-lit streets glowed with the warmth of shared laughter and whispered dreams. The villagers, a delightful mix of creatures, included everything from whimsical sprites to wise tortoises, each contributing their own melodies to the symphony of life in Starling Hollow. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the central fountain that sparkled under the moonlight like a jewel, a peculiar thing was noticed. The village clock, perched atop the old, ivy-covered tower, had stopped ticking. It was a curious occurrence, for the clock had never missed a beat, its chimes marking the hours with a melodious echo since time immemorial. The villagers, though puzzled, were not overly concerned. They were used to the occasional quirks of the enchanted woods surrounding them. However, as days turned to nights and nights into days, more strange things began to unfold. The fireflies, who usually twinkled in synchronized dances, now flickered erratically. The river, which usually babbled a cheerful tune, hummed a low, uncertain note. Even the stars above seemed to blink in confusion, their usual patterns disrupted. Among the villagers was a curious young fox named Felix, known for his vibrant orange coat and keen sense of adventure. Felix had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and he couldn't shake the feeling that these strange occurrences were connected. Eager to solve the mystery, he decided to seek the wisdom of Eldrin, the wise old owl who resided in the tallest oak of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of twilight, Felix made his way to Eldrin's abode. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms that cast a soft, inviting light. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the gentle hoot of distant owls, creating a symphony of nighttime sounds that filled the air with tranquility. Eldrin, with his feathers like ink and eyes as deep as the night sky, welcomed Felix with a warm hoot. "Ah, young Felix," he said, his voice as smooth as the rustling wind, "what brings you to my tree this fine evening?" Felix, settling on a branch, explained the unusual happenings in Starling Hollow. Eldrin listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he pieced together the puzzle. "These are indeed curious events," he mused, "but fear not, for nature often whispers her secrets to those who listen closely." With Eldrin's guidance, Felix learned to observe the world with newfound attention. They sat together, watching the forest's nocturnal ballet, noting the subtle shifts and patterns in nature. Felix began to notice that the fireflies' erratic dance mirrored the rhythm of the river's hum, and the stars' blink seemed to follow a peculiar sequence. Eldrin, sensing Felix's growing understanding, decided to share a tale from his youth. "Many moons ago," Eldrin began, "there was a similar disturbance. A melody unplayed, a clock unwound. It was a time of great learning, as it taught us the balance between the old and the new, the seen and the unseen." Together, they consulted Faye, the gentle sprite who tended to the forest's flowers. Her wings shimmered like morning dew, and her laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Faye revealed that she too had felt a disturbance in the forest's harmony. "It's as if a misplaced note in a melody has thrown everything into disarray," she said, her eyes sparkling with concern. As Felix, Eldrin, and Faye pondered this riddle, a soft voice joined their circle. It was Mira, the wise tortoise who carried the secrets of the earth upon her shell. "Sometimes," Mira spoke slowly, her words like the steady flow of a river, "the answer lies not in what is new, but in what has been forgotten." With Mira's words in mind, Felix had a sudden realization. The village clock. It was the first to show signs of trouble. Perhaps in its silence lay the key to restoring balance. The group decided to investigate the clock tower together, their hearts united by a shared purpose. As they climbed the spiral staircase leading up to the clock, the air grew thick with anticipation. Dust motes danced in the moonlight, streaming through the tower's windows. They reached the clock's mechanism, a mesmerizing array of gears and cogs, now eerily still. It was Faye who first noticed the small, hidden lever tucked away behind the gears. With a gentle touch, she nudged it back into place. A soft click echoed through the tower, and the clock sprang to life, its hands moving gracefully once more. As the clock chimed, a wave of harmony spread across the land. The fireflies resumed their synchronized glow, the river sang its cheerful tune, and the stars twinkled in their familiar dance. The village, now back in tune with the rhythm of the forest, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Felix, his heart swelling with quiet satisfaction, realized the importance of observation and collaboration. It was a lesson in listening to the world around him and valuing the wisdom of friends. As he made his way home, the forest enveloped him in its gentle embrace, whispering a lullaby carried by the wind. As Felix journeyed back through the now familiar paths, he found his mind drifting back to the mysterious clock tower. He wondered about its origins, the stories it held, and how it had become such a pivotal part of the village's harmony. Determined to learn more, Felix decided to visit the village elder the next day, hoping to uncover tales of the clock's past. The following morning, Felix's path led him to the cozy cottage of Elder Rowan, a venerable figure with fur as white as the first snow and eyes sharp with the wisdom of years. The cottage was a testament to the passage of time, its walls adorned with relics and scrolls, whispering secrets of bygone eras. "Ah, young Felix," Elder Rowan greeted him with a smile, the kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What brings you here on such a fine morning?" Felix shared the tale of the clock and the recent disturbances. Elder Rowan nodded knowingly, his gaze drifting toward a weathered map hanging on the wall. "The clock tower," he began, "was built by the first settlers of Starling Hollow. It was not just a timekeeper, but a guardian of balance. Its rhythm was in tune with the forest itself." Elder Rowan's words painted a vivid picture of the past, of a time when the villagers and the forest shared a deep, unspoken bond. "It was said," he continued, "that the clock's chime was a song composed by the forest spirits, a melody that wove together the seen and unseen." Felix listened intently, his heart stirred by the stories of old. He realized the clock was more than just a mechanical wonder. It was a bridge between the villagers and the forest, a testament to the harmony that bound them. As he left Elder Rowan's cottage, Felix felt a profound connection to his home and its history. He understood that his journey had been more than just a quest to solve a mystery. It was a journey into the soul of Starling Hollow itself. While Felix wandered through the whispering woods, he encountered a forgotten path, hidden beneath the tangled vines and moss-covered stones. Curiosity piqued, he followed this path, which led him to an ancient grove where the trees huddled closely, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into gentle dapples on the forest floor. In the center of the grove stood a stone altar, worn smooth by centuries of rain and wind. It was adorned with intricate carvings that told the story of the village and its bond with the forest. As Felix traced the carvings with his paw, he felt a surge of understanding. This was the heart of the forest, the place where the villagers once gathered to honor the balance that sustained them. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Felix returned to the village, eager to share his discovery with Eldrin, Faye, and Mira. Together, they decided to revive the old tradition of gathering in the grove to celebrate the harmony between the village and the forest. The night of the gathering, the villagers assembled in the grove, their faces lit by the soft glow of lanterns. Eldrin began the ceremony with a heartfelt speech, his voice resonating through the trees. "Tonight, we renew our promise to cherish the bond we share with the forest," he declared, his eyes meeting Felix's with a proud nod. As the villagers sang old songs and danced beneath the stars, Felix felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He realized that his journey had not only restored balance to Starling Hollow, but had also rekindled the connection between his people and the land that sustained them. With each passing year, the tradition of gathering in the grove became a cherished part of life in Starling Hollow. And as the village clock ticked steadily into the future, Felix knew that the harmony of his home was secure, woven into the tapestry of life that thrummed through the heart of the whispering woods. As the years rolled on, Felix's curiosity about the world beyond the whispering woods grew. One day, he decided to embark on a new adventure, to explore the lands that lay beyond the familiar embrace of the forest. Before setting off, he visited Eldrin, who gifted him a small enchanted compass that always pointed towards home. "May this guide you back to us, Felix," Eldrin said, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember, the forest will always be a part of you, no matter where your journey takes you." With the compass tucked safely in his satchel, Felix set out on his journey. As he ventured beyond the whispering woods, the world unfolded before him like a grand tapestry, rich with colors and stories yet to be discovered. Each village he visited, each creature he met, added a new thread to the story of Felix, the fox who carried the heart of Starling Hollow with him wherever he roamed. But before Felix's journey took him too far from home, he decided to pay one last visit to the clock tower. With newfound appreciation, he circled the tower, noting the way the ivy embraced the stones, as if nature itself was acknowledging the tower's importance. There he met young Aspen, a budding inventor and one of the few human children in Starling Hollow. Aspen, with her wild curls and bright eyes, was tinkering with a small mechanical bird, trying to make it fly. "Hello, Felix," she greeted with a grin, wiping grease from her hands. "I heard you saved the clock. I wanted to see it for myself." Felix chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm. "It's the village that keeps it ticking, Aspen. Every piece of Starling Hollow plays a part." Aspen nodded thoughtfully and then looked at the clock face, a gleam of determination in her eyes. "One day, I want to understand how all these things work to keep the balance of this village." Felix found inspiration in her words and realized that the future of Starling Hollow was in good hands. With a final look at the clock, he felt a sense of closure and readiness for the adventures that lay ahead. As Felix and Aspen parted ways, the clock's chimes echoed through the village, a reminder of the harmony that bound them all together. And with each step he took beyond the whispering woods, Felix knew that no matter where his journey led, the heart of Starling Hollow would forever guide his way. Story 4. Title: The Whispering Glade. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the gentle curve of a silver river, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her eyes, the color of the sky just before dawn, sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Clara had a spirit as vibrant as the wildflowers that danced in the meadows, and she was known for her unquenchable thirst for adventure and the kindness that seemed to radiate from her very being. Clara's home sat at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path faded into a forest of ancient trees. Each tree was a sentinel of secrets, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. The forest was a place of whispers and rustling leaves, a place where the villagers dared not tread for fear of losing themselves in its labyrinthine depths. But to Clara, it was a world brimming with stories waiting to be told. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sun filtered through the canopy, Clara set off on a new adventure. Her heart led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the soft crunch underfoot was a comforting melody that accompanied her steps. The sun cast playful shadows, and the occasional bird call punctuated the stillness, adding to the symphony of nature that surrounded her. As she wandered, Clara stumbled upon a hidden glade, bathed in a warm, dappled light. It was a place untouched by time, where nature's artistry was on full display. The grass was a lush carpet of green, dotted with blossoms of every hue, and in the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if in perpetual prayer. It was here that Clara discovered something truly extraordinary. Nestled within the roots of the oak was a glimmering stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth and cool to the touch, with a surface that seemed to ripple like water under the sun's gaze. As Clara held the stone, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, and a voice, soft as a whisper, filled her mind. "You have found the heart of the glade," the voice murmured, echoing like a distant melody. "With it comes the power to see the world with new eyes, to hear the secrets of the earth and sky." Clara, though surprised, felt a sense of calm envelop her, as though she were being wrapped in a soft, woolen blanket. She understood instinctively that this was a gift not to be taken lightly, and with this new ability came a responsibility to protect the hidden wonders of the world. Armed with the heart of the glade, Clara began to notice the world around her in ways she never had before. She could hear the songs of the trees and feel the heartbeat of the land beneath her feet. The forest, once a place of mystery, now revealed itself to her in all its splendor and simplicity. But with this new awareness came a challenge. The forest had been suffering, its ancient energy disturbed by an imbalance that threatened to unravel the delicate tapestry of life. Clara could sense the distress in the leaves, the sorrow in the soil, and she knew she had to help restore harmony. At first, the task seemed daunting. Clara was but one small girl in a vast, interconnected world. Yet she was not alone. As she pondered how to heal the forest, she was joined by an unlikely companion, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. Ember, as she named him, carried a wisdom in his gaze that suggested he had seen many seasons pass. The fox, whom Clara named Ember, was a creature of the wild, and together they forged a bond built on trust and understanding. Ember became Clara's guide, leading her to places in the forest where the imbalance was most pronounced. With each step, Clara learned to listen to the land, to decipher the murmurs that floated on the breeze. Their journey took them to the edge of the forest, where the river sang a mournful tune. Its waters, once clear and bright, had grown cloudy and sluggish. Clara knelt by the riverbank, her fingers skimming the surface, feeling the sadness that pulsed through its depths. "We must find the source of the river's pain," Ember said, his voice a gentle assurance. Together they followed the river upstream, through thickets and over rocky outcrops, until they reached a place where the water was blocked by fallen branches and debris. Clara and Ember worked tirelessly, clearing the obstacles with care, allowing the water to flow freely once more. As the river began to sing its joyous song again, Clara felt a surge of hope. She realized that healing the forest was not about grand gestures, but about small, thoughtful actions that honored the interconnectedness of all living things. Their journey took a new turn as they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and dense that only thin shafts of light penetrated the canopy. Here, the air was thick with the scent of pine and the rich, loamy earth. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, and Clara felt the weight of the forest's history pressing gently upon her. They encountered an ancient tree, whose trunk was knotted and twisted, bearing the scars of countless storms. It was here that Clara met the forest's guardian spirit, an ethereal presence that shimmered like moonlight on water. the spirit and embodiment of the forest's wisdom, revealed to Clara that the imbalance stemmed from forgotten tales of the land, stories that had been neglected by the very people who once revered them. Clara understood that her task was not only to heal the physical wounds of the forest, but also to rekindle the stories that gave it life. With Ember's help, she began collecting tales from the creatures of the forest, each one a thread in the tapestry of the glade's existence. The stories spoke of ancient oaths, of harmony between the villagers and the land, and of rituals that had once ensured the balance of all things. As they wove these stories back into the fabric of the village, Clara found herself sharing them with the elders, who in turn remembered the old ways and began to honor them once more. The villagers learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the beauty in its diversity, and to respect the delicate balance that sustained them all. With each day, Clara and Ember continued their journey, mending broken branches, planting new seeds, and sharing their newfound wisdom with the creatures of the forest. As they worked, Clara understood that the heart of the glade was not just a magical object, but a reminder of the power of compassion and the importance of living in harmony with nature. As the forest began to heal, Clara and Ember decided to delve deeper into the mysteries of the glade. They discovered a hidden grove where the forest's oldest trees grew, their branches heavy with the weight of centuries. In this secluded enclave, Clara found a circle of standing stones, half buried and covered in lichens. The stones hummed with an ancient energy, a pulsing rhythm that resonated with the heart of the glade. Here, Clara learned from the forest's guardian spirit about the ancient rituals that had been performed by the villagers in times long past. These ceremonies were not just acts of reverence, but were vital in maintaining the delicate balance between the human world and the natural realm. The spirit revealed that the heart of the glade was once a focal point in these rituals, a symbol of unity and respect for the land. Realizing the importance of these forgotten traditions, Clara felt a new sense of purpose. She understood that to truly mend the forest, she needed to revive these ancient practices, to bridge the gap between the past and the present. The spirit guided her in reviving the old songs and dances, teaching her the language of symbols etched into the stones. With Ember by her side, Clara returned to the village and shared her newfound knowledge with the elders. They were initially skeptical, but as Clara spoke, her voice imbued with the wisdom of the glade, they began to remember. The village came alive with preparations for the first ceremony in generations. The air buzzed with anticipation as the people gathered in the glade, their hearts open to the magic of the land. The ceremony was a tapestry of movement and sound, a celebration of life and the bonds between the villagers and the earth. As they danced and sang, Clara felt the heart of the glade pulse with a vibrant energy, a beacon of hope and renewal. The villagers, united in purpose, felt the forest's embrace and the promise of a new beginning. The forest in turn began to flourish. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of gratitude. The flowers bloomed in vibrant profusion, and the air was filled with the joyous cacophony of life. Clara's heart swelled with joy, her spirit soaring like a bird on the wind. As the seasons turned and winter's chill began to soften into the warmth of spring, Clara knew it was time to return the heart of the glade to its rightful place. She and Ember made their way back to the ancient oak, where the stone had first whispered its promise to her. With reverence, Clara placed the stone back within the roots, feeling a sense of completion and peace. The heart of the glade pulsed with a gentle light, as if acknowledging Clara's journey and the lessons she had learned. Her adventure had come full circle, and though she no longer had the stone, Clara carried its wisdom within her heart. She understood that true magic lay not in the possession of powerful objects, but in the bonds of friendship, the beauty of the natural world, and the simple acts of kindness that weave the fabric of life. As Clara and Ember turned to leave the glade, a soft breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a message of gratitude and farewell. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a cherished friend, its secrets shared with a kindred spirit who had listened and understood. And so, with a heart full of warmth and hope, Clara and Ember made their way back home, their journey a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring magic of the world around them. As the sun set behind the hills, the village welcomed them with open arms, and Clara knew that she would always carry the whispering glade within her, a cherished memory of a journey that had changed her forever. In the cozy glow of the fireplace, Clara shared her story with the villagers, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that sparked imaginations and inspired hearts. As she spoke, the crackling fire cast a warm amber light, wrapping everyone in a cocoon of comfort and dreams. As the village settled into the embrace of night, Clara found a moment of solitude under a canopy of stars. She reflected on the journey, her mind a swirl of images and emotions. She thought of Ember, curled at her feet, and how he had become more than a guide. He was a reflection of the wild spirit she cherished within herself. The bond they had forged in the heart of the forest was unspoken, yet profound. The whispers of the glade had taught her that true adventure was not in the distant lands or hidden treasures, but in the discovery of oneself and the connection with the world around her. Clara realized that every leaf, every creature, every whisper of the wind held a story, a truth waiting to be heard. And it was in these small wonders that the true magic of life was woven. In the gentle embrace of the night, the village slept, cradled by the lullaby of the forest, a reminder that magic exists not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday miracles that surround us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen and believe. Story 5. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns and nebulas painted the sky with hues of violet and gold, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Kelon. It was a place where bioluminescent forests glowed in the twilight, and the gentle hum of life was a symphony that soothed even the most restless of souls. The air was thick with the scent of sweet nectar and blooming flora, while the ground beneath was soft and cool, a perfect cushion for the wanderers of this enchanting world. On this planet lived a young, curious creature named Lyra, a being of light with eyes that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil sea, capturing the iridescence of Quilon's vibrant landscape. Her luminescent skin mirrored the glow of the flora around her, allowing her to blend seamlessly into her surroundings. Yet, it was her heart, as open and boundless as the cosmos itself, that set her apart. Lyra spent her days exploring the lush landscapes of Kelon, her heart as bright and open as the skies above her. She was always eager to learn about the world and the universe beyond, captivated by stories of other worlds and the beings who inhabited them. Her favorite pastime was lying among the soft, mossy banks of the Luminara River, listening to the whispers of the wind as it carried tales from faraway places. The river's gentle flow mirrored the rhythm of Lyra's thoughts, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the sky, creating a tapestry of azure and emerald that danced before her eyes. One day, as Lyra wandered through the emerald canopy, a peculiar sight caught her attention. A small metallic sphere had crash-landed in the clearing, its surface glinting under the soft rays of Kelon's twin suns. Intrigued, Lyra approached cautiously, her curiosity piqued. The air was abuzz with a faint electrical charge, a harbinger of the unexpected encounter to come. As she drew nearer, the sphere began to whir and click, unfolding like a delicate flower to reveal a small robotic creature. The creature was a scout drone from the planet Zenthara, a world of crystalline cities and technological marvels that sparkled with an ethereal glow under its sapphire skies. It introduced itself as Tico, its voice a gentle hum that resonated with warmth despite its mechanical nature. Tico was on a mission to explore new worlds and had accidentally veered off course, landing on Kelon by mistake. The metallic sheen of its body seemed oddly harmonious with the natural beauty surrounding it, as if the universe had brought together two disparate elements to create something extraordinary. Lyra, ever the kind-hearted soul, offered to help Tico repair its damaged systems so it could continue its journey. She led the way to the heart of the forest, where ancient trees stood like wise sentinels and the air was thick with the scent of blooming flora. Here, they gathered materials to mend Tico's circuits, each component an offering from the generous bounty of Kelon's ecosystem. The leaves whispered secrets as they worked, their rustling a gentle encouragement that spurred them onward. As they worked side by side, Lyra and Tico found themselves sharing stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of the beauty and tranquility of Keelan, while Tico described the dazzling splendor and innovation of Zenthara. Their conversations were filled with laughter and wonder, each learning more about the other with every word. Lyra was enchanted by Tico's tales of gleaming towers that reached into the sky and the hum of machines that sang in perfect harmony with the heartbeat of their world. Yet, despite their growing friendship, not all was smooth sailing. Lyra, with her boundless curiosity, often asked questions that Tico found difficult to answer. Questions about feelings and emotions, concepts that were foreign to the logical programming of a scout drone. Tico, in turn, would sometimes get frustrated with Lyra's whimsical nature, which seemed to defy the precise order it was accustomed to. One afternoon, as they sat by the river's edge, a misunderstanding arose. Lyra had asked Tico to describe what made it happy, expecting tales of technological triumphs or cosmic discoveries. But Tico, struggling to comprehend the abstract nature of happiness, responded with a list of successful missions and completed tasks. Lyra, disappointed, felt that Tico did not understand her question, while Tico felt inadequate for not being able to meet Lyra's expectations. Silence stretched between them, the gentle babbling of the river filling the space where their voices once were. It was then that Lyra realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges waiting to be built. She reached out, taking Tico's metallic hand in her own, feeling the coolness of its metal contrasting with her warmth. "I'm sorry," Lyra said softly, her voice a gentle breeze. "I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I forget sometimes that we're different, but that's what makes our friendship special. We have so much to learn from each other." Tico's sensors flickered with a soft glow, a sign of its own realization. "And I am sorry for not understanding right away. I may not feel happiness like you do, but I am learning, and that is thanks to you." Their bond strengthened by this moment of understanding, Lyra and Tico continued their journey together, now with a deeper appreciation for their differences. They ventured to the misty peaks, where clouds wrapped around the mountains like cottony blankets, and to the whispering caverns, where echoes of the past danced through the air, telling stories in hushed tones that only the most attentive could hear. Their adventure was filled with challenges that tested their growing friendship. In the depths of the Sylverwood forest, they encountered a fierce storm that threatened to separate them. But Lyra's innate connection to Quilon's environment allowed her to guide them to safety, finding shelter beneath the protective canopy of an ancient tree. Tico, in turn, used its advanced sensors to map their way back once the storm had passed, ensuring they would not lose their path. In one particularly poignant scene, they stumbled upon the Valley of Echoes, a serene place where the wind carried whispers from both past and future. Here, Lyra and Tico paused, listening to the symphony of voices that spoke of love, loss, and dreams yet to unfold. It was in this moment that Tico began to grasp the complexity of emotions, the tangled web of feelings that connected all living beings. Through these shared experiences, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends differences, built on mutual respect and understanding. Lyra learned to appreciate Tico's logical mind and reliability, while Tico came to value Lyra's empathy and imagination. Their journey was not just one of physical exploration, but an inward voyage that revealed the depths of their hearts. As the time came for Tico to leave Keelan and continue its mission, both friends knew that their parting was not an end, but a new beginning. They stood at the edge of the clearing where Tico's repaired craft awaited, its hull gleaming in the dappled sunlight. The moment was bittersweet, filled with the promise of future reunions and the memory of shared adventures. "I will miss you, Lyra," Tico admitted, its voice tinged with an emotion it had come to recognize as fondness. "And I will miss you, Tico," Lyra replied, her eyes glistening with the reflection of their time together. "But I know this isn't goodbye, it's just until we meet again." With a final embrace, Lyra watched as Tico ascended into the sky, a bright star against the canvas of the universe. As it disappeared into the horizon, a sense of peace settled over her heart, a comfort knowing that their friendship would endure across the stars. As the seasons passed on Quillen, a new chapter unfolded in Lyra's life. The bioluminescent forests she once wandered alone now seemed to whisper tales of her adventures with Tico, their leaves rustling with a knowing laughter. Lyra began to share the stories of her friendship with Tico with other beings on Quilon. She gathered them around the Luminara River, where the reflections of the sky served as a backdrop to her tales. Her words painted vivid pictures of Zenthara's crystalline cities and Keelan's own hidden wonders, inspiring the listeners to dream beyond their own horizons. Her storytelling brought the community together in new ways. The beings of Keelon, inspired by Lyra's tales, began to create art and music that celebrated the beauty of their world and the universe beyond. They crafted intricate sculptures from the iridescent stones found in the Whispering Caverns, their surfaces catching the light in a dance of colors. Musicians composed symphonies that mimicked the gentle hum of life on Keelon, blending the natural sounds of the environment with melodies that echoed Tico's tales of technology and innovation. Lyra, too, found herself growing in unexpected ways. Her friendship with Tico had awakened a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the universe. She became more attuned to the nuances of her emotions and the emotions of those around her. With each story she told, she learned to see the world from multiple perspectives, appreciating the beauty and the differences that made each being unique. One day, as she wandered through the bioluminescent forest, Lyra stumbled upon a new path she had never noticed before. It led her to a hidden glade, where the air was thick with the scent of blooming flora, and the light of Quillen's twin suns filtered through the canopy in a cascade of golden rays. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky as if reaching for the stars. Lyra approached the tree, feeling a sense of familiarity and warmth. As she rested against its trunk, she closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the wind. The voices carried tales of Tico's journey, of new worlds explored and new friendships forged. In that moment, Lyra realized that their bond would forever be a part of her, a guiding light as she continued her own journey on Quilon. With renewed purpose, Lyra returned to her community, eager to share the wisdom she had gained. She encouraged others to explore the unknown, to embrace the differences that made them unique, and to seek out connections that transcended boundaries. Her stories became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that even in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the ties of friendship could bridge any distance. And so, under the watchful gaze of Keelan's twin sons, Lyra continued her explorations, her spirit forever touched by the unlikely companion who had taught her the beauty of differences and the strength of true friendship. The universe seemed a little brighter, a little more harmonious, with the knowledge that somewhere out there, Tico was exploring new worlds, carrying a piece of Quilon, and Lyra within its mechanical heart. As time passed, Lyra's influence grew beyond the boundaries of her immediate community. Her tales of adventure and friendship reached the ears of Quilon's elders, the ancient beings who had witnessed the planet's history unfold. Intrigued by Lyra's experiences, they invited her to share her stories in the Great Hall of Echoes, a majestic chamber carved into the heart of a mountain. The hall was an architectural wonder, with walls that shimmered like the night sky, capturing the light of 1,000 stars. Lyra stood before the gathered assembly, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. As she began to speak, her voice wove a tapestry of images and emotions, painting the vibrant landscapes of Quilon and the dazzling cities of Zenthara. She spoke of the challenges she and Tico had faced, the lessons they had learned, and the bond that had grown between them. The elders listened intently, their eyes reflecting the light of Lyra's stories. They saw in her a bridge between worlds, a living testament to the power of connection and understanding. When she finished, the hall erupted in a chorus of appreciation, the sound echoing like a symphony through the cavernous space. Moved by Lyra's words, the elders proposed a new initiative, a cultural exchange between Quilon and other planets. They envisioned a future where beings from different worlds could come together to share knowledge, art, and friendship, just as Lyra and Tico had done. Lyra was appointed as an ambassador, her role to nurture these interstellar connections and inspire others to embrace the unknown. With her new responsibilities, Lyra's life blossomed in ways she had never imagined. She traveled to distant planets, each journey a new adventure that deepened her understanding of the cosmos. She met beings of all shapes and sizes, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. Her heart, once bound by the limits of Kelon, expanded to encompass the vastness of the universe. Yet no matter how far she traveled, Lyra always carried a piece of Quelon with her, a reminder of the world that had shaped her and the friendships that had defined her. And wherever she went, she found traces of Tico's influence, in the shared laughter of new friends, or the innovative creations inspired by Zenthara's technology. Back on Quelon, the planet thrived under the light of its twin suns, a beacon of harmony in the cosmos. The beings who once lived in isolation now embraced a future intertwined with the universe, their lives enriched by the connections they had forged. And so, under the watchful gaze of Kelon's twin sons, Lyra continued her explorations, her spirit forever touched by the unlikely companion who had taught her the beauty of differences and the strength of true friendship. The universe seemed a little brighter, a little more harmonious, with the knowledge that somewhere out there, Tico was exploring new worlds, carrying a piece of Quelon, and Lyra within its mechanical heart. Story 6. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvety night, there existed a quaint little planet called Luminara. Luminara was a haven of lush emerald forests, where trees sang in the breeze, and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. Here lived a curious little creature named Fen, a Luminaran with soft fur-covered skin that glowed faintly in the dark. Fen was known for his gentle nature and a heart as big as the sky. One day, while wandering through the whispering woods, Fen stumbled upon a most unusual sight. There, tangled in the branches of a glowing willow tree, was a peculiar vessel, not of this world. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any Fen had seen before. Tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a distant ocean, was Lyra, an Aquarian from the water-laden planet of Oceania. Lyra had landed on Luminara after a wayward journey through the stars, her ship damaged from a storm of cosmic proportions. As she emerged, her eyes met Fen's, and for a moment they stared at each other in mutual curiosity. Fen's heart thumped with both fear and wonder. Lyra's presence was both alien and beautiful, her voice a soft melody as she spoke. "I am Lyra of Oceania. I seek refuge and assistance." Fen, his heart open and welcoming, extended a paw. "I am Fen of Luminara. You are welcome here." Despite Fen's warm welcome, their initial days together were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, accustomed to the fluid grace of her watery home, found the solid ground and dense forests of Luminara overwhelming. She often stumbled and faltered, her movements clumsy and awkward. Fen, in his eagerness to help, sometimes misunderstood her needs, offering her food that was strange to her palate, or guiding her through paths that were too challenging. One evening, as they sat beside a gently bubbling brook under a sky painted with twilight hues, Lyra sighed, her voice tinged with frustration. "Fen, your world is beautiful, but it's so different from home. I feel like a fish out of water." Fen nodded, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "I understand, Lyra. It's like trying to sing a song in a language you don't know." In that moment of shared vulnerability, something shifted between them. They realized that their differences were not obstacles, but opportunities to learn and grow. They began to share stories of their worlds, their cultures, and their dreams. Lyra spoke of the great coral cities of Oceania, where the sounds of the ocean composed symphonies that echoed through crystalline halls. Fen described the whispering trees of Luminara, whose songs changed with the seasons. As they shared their stories, they discovered commonalities. Both cherished the beauty of their homes and the comfort of familiar skies. Their laughter began to weave a bridge between their worlds, and they grew closer with each passing day. Their friendship was further tested when a fierce storm swept through Luminara, threatening to uproot the very trees that Fen loved and depended on. The wind howled like a restless beast, and rain fell in torrents. Lyra, with her understanding of water and storms, guided Fen to higher ground, her voice calm and steady amid the chaos. "Fen, we must move quickly," she urged, her eyes reflecting the urgency of the storm. Fen, trusting Lyra's wisdom, followed her lead. Together, they found shelter in a cave, where the storm's roar was muted to a distant rumble. As they waited for the storm to pass, Fen marveled at Lyra's courage and adaptability. "You are like the ocean, Lyra," he said, admiration in his voice. "Strong and resilient, yet gentle and nurturing." Lyra smiled, her heart warmed by Fen's words. "And you, Fen, are like the light of your world, bright and unwavering, even in the darkest times." Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, their bond deepened, built on a foundation of understanding and respect. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the world washed clean and glistening in the morning light, Fen and Lyra emerged from the cave, their friendship as enduring as the stars. In time, the day came when Lyra's vessel was repaired, ready to carry her back to Oceania. As she prepared to leave, Fen felt a pang of sadness, but also gratitude for the friendship they had forged. "Will you return, Lyra?" Fen asked, his voice a gentle whisper in the dawn. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with promise. "I will, dear friend, for you have shown me the beauty of a world so different from my own, and the true meaning of friendship." With that, Lyra boarded her vessel, and as it soared into the sky, Fen watched until it was a distant star in the morning light. Though she was gone, the warmth of their friendship remained, a comforting glow in Fen's heart. And so, in the quiet world of Luminara, under a canopy of stars, Fen continued to wander the whispering woods, forever changed by the friendship that had crossed the vast ocean of the cosmos, teaching him that true connections are bound not by the similarities of our worlds, but by the understanding of our hearts. Story 7. Once upon a time, on a distant planet twinkling with iridescent forests, there lived a young Astrian named Luma. Luma's people were known for their glowing, gemstone-like skin that shifted in luminous hues. Though she was kind-hearted, Luma often felt alone, an outsider among her own kind due to her quiet, dreamy nature. One star-studded night, a strange occurrence drew Luma into the whispering woods near her village. There, she stumbled upon an extraordinary sight, a metallic pod from an unknown world, and beside it, a most peculiar creature. This being had a rough, rocky exterior like the asteroids that drifted through their skies. Yet its eyes gleamed with intelligence and curiosity as it studied the pod's blinking controls. Luma gasped, her gemstone skin pulsing with surprise. The creature whirled around, locking gazes with Luma. Though their forms differed vastly, an unspoken connection sparked between them in that moment. Two outsiders, strangers brought together by chance. "Greetings," the creature said, its rumbling voice kind despite its rugged appearance. "I am Zyrak, a traveler whose vessel has malfunctioned." And so an unlikely friendship took root between Luma the Astrian dreamer and Zyrak the asteroid wanderer. At first, misunderstandings arose from their contrasting cultures, beliefs, and very natures. But slowly, through shared stories around the starlight's gentle glow, new understanding blossomed. Together they faced challenges in repairing Zyrak's pod, from decoding complex stellar codes to braving perilous terrain. With Luma's ingenuity and Zyrak's perseverance, no obstacle seemed unconquerable. In those quiet moments of struggle, their bond strengthened like a supernova burning ever brighter. Luma marveled at Zyrak's strength and resilience, qualities so different from her own. And Zyrak admired Luma's boundless creativity and tender spirit. They realized that their differences complemented one another perfectly. When fear or doubt crept in, they uplifted each other with empathy and compassion. If Luma felt disheartened by a setback, Zyrak would remind her, "We asteroid nomads never lose hope, for our paths are written in the stars themselves." And if Zyrak grew weary from their journey's toils, Luma would soothe with gentle words, "Every night follows day, and your light will shine anew, dear friend." At long last, the pod's engines roared to life, ready to whisk Zyrak home. But as the moment of parting neared, both felt a pang in their hearts. Their friendship had transformed them, allowing each to discover newfound strength while celebrating their true selves. Zyrak's rocky features glistened with appreciation. "Luma, you have shown me that grace and brilliance take many forms. Our meeting was no mere cosmic coincidence, but a gift more precious than all the celestial wonders I've beheld." Luma embraced her friend, her prismatic tears leaving stardust trails. "And you, Zyrak, have taught me that the greatest journeys are those of the heart and mind. our worlds are richer for our crossing paths. With a final farewell sparkling in their eyes, Zyrak's pod slipped skyward, sailing towards the endless cosmos. Yet their spirits remained entwined, bound across light years through an everlasting friendship sweeter than any celestial harmony. For Luma and Zyrak had uncovered the universe's most profound truth, that love and understanding can flourish in the most unexpected places, connecting souls despite any differences, if only we open our hearts to listen. Story 8. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her heart was as open and warm as the sunlit meadows she loved to explore. Amara lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers drifting in through the windows. Every morning, Amara would help her grandmother tend to their garden, where vibrant blooms and leafy greens thrived under her gentle care. But it was the forest that truly called to her, its depths cloaked in secrets and shadows. The villagers often whispered of the forest's magical properties, tales of creatures unseen and wonders untold. Amara's grandmother had always cautioned her about wandering too far into the woods, but curiosity, like a gentle breeze, nudged at her soul. One crisp autumn morning, a soft, golden light filtered through the canopy, casting a magical glow across the forest floor. Amara, unable to resist the pull any longer, decided to venture beyond the familiar paths. She slipped past the edge of the village, her footsteps silent on the carpet of fallen leaves, and entered the Whispering Woods. As she walked deeper into the forest, Amara felt an unusual sensation, as if the very trees were alive, their branches swaying in time with her heartbeat. She paused by a babbling brook, its crystal-clear waters glinting in the sunlight. It was here that she noticed something peculiar, an intricately carved wooden flute half buried in the mossy earth. The flute was unlike anything Amara had ever seen. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, adorned with delicate swirls and symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled light. Without hesitation, she carefully picked it up and placed it to her lips. A soft, enchanting melody flowed from it, a tune that seemed to echo the whispers of the forest itself. The music wrapped around her like a gentle embrace, filling her with a deep sense of peace. As the last note faded into the air, Amara noticed a pair of bright eyes watching her from behind a nearby tree. A small, furry creature emerged, a fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves and a gaze full of curiosity. The fox approached cautiously, its tail flicking in a friendly manner. Amara knelt down, extending a hand in greeting. "Hello there," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustle of leaves. The fox nuzzled her hand, its fur soft and warm. To Amara's astonishment, the fox spoke, its voice a gentle murmur that blended seamlessly with the forest sounds. "Thank you for playing the melody. It has been a long time since we've heard such music in these woods." Amara's eyes widened in surprise, but her heart was filled with delight. "You can talk." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. "I am Phelan, guardian of the Whispering Woods. The flute you hold is no ordinary instrument. It is a gift from the forest, and only those with a kind heart can hear its true song." Amara felt a sense of wonder and responsibility washing over her. She had stumbled upon something magical, something that connected her to a world she had always dreamed of. "What does the forest need from me?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. Phelan's gaze turned serious, though his manner remained gentle. "The forest is in need of healing. There is a blight spreading from the farthest reaches, threatening to silence the whispers forever. We need someone with a pure heart to journey into the heart of the woods and restore the balance." Amara nodded, feeling the weight of her new task settle into her heart like a warm promise. "I will help," she said, her voice firm and resolute. The fox's eyes softened, and he nodded in approval. "Then let us begin our journey. Together, we will find the source of the blight and set things right." Their journey took them deeper into the forest, where the light filtered through dense foliage in shimmering beams. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot provided a soothing rhythm to their steps. As they walked, Phelan told Amara stories of the forest's history, tales of harmony and connection between the natural world and those who cherished it. Amara listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She glanced at the flute, feeling its gentle warmth in her hands, and knew that this journey was not just about healing the forest, but also discovering a part of herself she had never known. As they ventured further, the forest began to change. The vibrant colors faded to dull grays, and the once lively creatures seemed weary and subdued. Amara could feel the sadness in the air, a palpable sense of loss that tugged at her heartstrings. "We must be close," Phelan murmured, his voice laced with concern. "The source of the blight is near." Amara nodded, her resolve unshaken. She raised the flute to her lips once more, allowing the melody to flow through her, a soothing balm for the ailing forest. The notes drifted on the breeze, weaving through the trees and carrying with them a promise of hope. As they continued, the path led them to a clearing where a massive ancient oak stood, its branches bare and withered. At its base lay a pool of dark, stagnant water, the source of the blight. Amara felt a chill creep up her spine, but Phelan's presence beside her bolstered her courage. "The flute," Phelan whispered. "It holds the power to heal. Play it with all your heart, Amara." Taking a deep breath, Amara closed her eyes and began to play. The melody was unlike any she had played before, a song of renewal and life. The air shimmered with magic, and the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. As the music swelled, the dark waters began to recede, replaced by crystal-clear streams that sparkled in the sunlight. The oak's branches unfurled, vibrant leaves blossoming anew. The forest sprang to life around them, colors returning with a brilliance that took Amara's breath away. When the final note faded, Amara opened her eyes to find the forest transformed. A sense of peace and harmony enveloped her, and she knew that the balance had been restored. Phelan looked at her with gratitude and admiration. "You have saved the Whispering Woods, Amara. Your courage and kindness have brought life back to us." Amara smiled, her heart full of warmth. "I couldn't have done it without your guidance, Phelan." The fox bowed his head, his eyes shining with a deep, abiding friendship. "The forest will always remember you, as will I." As Amara made her way back to the village, Phelan by her side, she felt a profound sense of transformation within her. She had embarked on this journey curious and unsure, but returned with a newfound understanding of her own strength and the power of friendship and kindness. When she reached the edge of the woods, Phelan paused, his gaze lingering on the path that led back to the heart of the forest. "Remember, the forest is always here for you, a place of magic and mystery, waiting to welcome you home." Amara nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "I'll never forget," she promised, her voice a gentle whisper carried on the breeze. With a final fond farewell, Phelan disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving Amara to return to her village. As she crossed the meadow, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, Amara realized that the world seemed brighter, more vibrant than ever before. The villagers greeted her with warm smiles and open arms, sensing the change in her. Amara shared her tale, the flute held gently in her hands, its melody a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the familiar. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft glow of moonlight spilling through her window, Amara felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that she would always cherish the journey she had taken, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned. Her heart was full, and as she drifted into a gentle sleep, the whispers of the forest sang her a lullaby, a promise of dreams yet to come, adventures waiting to unfold, and the enduring bond between a girl and the world she had come to love. The end of one journey was but the beginning of another, the magic of the Whispering Woods forever a part of her soul. Story 9. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an inky canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Oralis. Oralis was known for its lush emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind and its azure seas that cradled dreams in their depths. Among its inhabitants was a gentle, owl-like creature named Orin, whose feathers glowed with a soft, luminescent light under the twin moons. Orin lived in a cozy treehouse nestled among the highest branches of the great whispering oaks, where the air was always filled with the scent of wild lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves. His days were spent tending to the forest, ensuring harmony among its creatures, and his nights were devoted to stargazing, where he often wondered about the lives beyond his beloved planet. One evening, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, Orin noticed a peculiar object streaking across the horizon, trailing sparks of golden light. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow beyond the forest, where wildflowers swayed like a sea of vibrant colors. Curiosity piqued. Orin spread his wings and glided toward the mysterious arrival. In the meadow, a small, sleek spacecraft rested, its surface gleaming like polished silver under the moon's glow. As Orin approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any he had ever seen. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wisdom. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant, crystalline planet of Zephyria. Initially startled by the sight of each other, Orin and Lyra exchanged cautious greetings. Orin's voice was as soothing as the gentle breeze, while Lyra's words were like a melody sung by the stars themselves. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding, a shared wonder at the universe that bridged the gap between them. As the days passed, Orin and Lyra found themselves drawn into a dance of discovery. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her advanced technology, crafting shimmering holograms of distant worlds that captivated his imagination. In return, Orin introduced Lyra to the hidden magic of Auralis, from the way the sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals to the songs sung by the midnight choir of crickets. Their friendship blossomed like the first bloom of spring, but as with any new bond, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring the forest, Orin attempted to teach Lyra the ancient art of reading the wind's whispers. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze caress his feathers, and listened with his heart. Lyra, eager to understand, struggled to quiet her mind, her frustration bubbling to the surface like a stormy sea. Seeing her struggle, Orin gently placed a wingtip on her shoulder. "The wind speaks to those who listen, not with their ears but with their soul," he explained softly. Lyra took a deep breath, allowing herself to be still, and slowly, the whispers became a melody only she could hear. In that moment, she understood the lesson of patience and trust, and her appreciation for Orin's world deepened. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges that tested their growing bond. One morning, a sudden storm swept across Auralis, its ferocity threatening to uproot the very trees that cradled Orin's home. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Orin and Lyra worked side by side, reinforcing the treehouse and comforting the frightened creatures that sought refuge from the storm. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra's technology failed, her holograms flickering and dying as the storm's fury intensified. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized the true strength of their friendship. Orin's unwavering support was a beacon of hope, and together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for it. As the skies cleared and the forest exhaled a sigh of relief, Orin and Lyra sat on the treehouse balcony, watching the world awaken anew. The air was filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth and the sound of birds singing their morning serenade. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and spoke with a voice full of gratitude and warmth. "Thank you, Orin, for teaching me the beauty of your world and the strength found in friendship," she said. Orin, his heart full, replied, "And thank you, Lyra, for showing me the wonders beyond the stars and the joy of sharing them with a friend." Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends differences, that it is a tapestry woven from threads of understanding, patience, and shared adventures. As they sat side by side, watching the sun rise over the horizon, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the stars that guided them. In the days and nights that followed, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of Auralis and beyond, their friendship a guiding star in the vast galaxy. And as they ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the simple truth that friendship is a universal language, spoken with the heart and understood by all who dare to listen. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Orin and Lyra's story became a cherished tale among the stars, a testament to the magic of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lay a hidden village named Sylverwood. It was nestled among towering trees whose leaves shimmered like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. The villagers of Sylverwood lived in harmony with the forest, tending to their gardens and meandering along the moss-covered paths that wound through their verdant home. Each day was touched by the gentle chime of wind through the trees, a melody that seemed to sing the world to peace. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her kind heart and her boundless curiosity about the world beyond the familiar borders of Sylverwood. Her days were filled with adventures, her evenings with stories shared by the hearth, and her nights with dreams that soared beyond the stars. Lyra's best friend was a small, sprightly squirrel named Finn, who mirrored her curiosity with his twitching nose and bright, inquisitive eyes. One day, while exploring the fringes of the forest, Lyra and Finn stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath the roots of an ancient oak was a glimmering object that caught the light with a mysterious allure. Intrigued, Lyra carefully unearthed it, revealing a delicate crystal vial filled with swirling opalescent mist. As she held it up, the mist inside shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue more mesmerizing than the last. "What do you suppose it is?" Finn chattered, his eyes wide with wonder. "I'm not sure," Lyra replied, her voice barely a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the spell of the moment. "But it feels magical." With a sense of reverence, Lyra slipped the vial into her pocket, her mind alight with possibilities. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly dance, she sat by her bedroom window, the vial resting on the sill, casting gentle rainbows across the room. As sleep tugged at her eyelids, Lyra found herself drifting into a dream. She was walking through the forest, the trees around her alive with vibrant colors and soft, melodic whispers. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and fresh earth. In this dream, Lyra felt a sense of belonging, as though she was not just in the forest, but part of it. Upon waking, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that the vial was more than a simple trinket. It was a connection to something deeper, something hidden within the forest itself. The next morning, she shared her dream with Finn, who listened with rapt attention. "Do you think the vial is trying to tell us something?" he asked, a note of excitement in his voice. "Perhaps," Lyra mused. "Maybe it holds the key to a secret world, waiting to be discovered." Determined to uncover the truth, Lyra and Finn set out on a journey deeper into the forest than they had ever ventured before. The path was thick with ferns and wildflowers, their colors vivid and alive in the morning sun. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with energy, as though it recognized their quest and was guiding them forward. After hours of walking, they came upon a clearing they had never seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky. The air around it was charged with a gentle, pulsing light, and at its base lay a small, intricately carved door. Lyra's heart fluttered with anticipation. "Do you think this is it?" she asked, glancing at Finn. "It must be," Finn replied, his voice a mix of awe and excitement. With a deep breath, Lyra approached the door, the vial clutched tightly in her hand. As she held it up, the mist inside began to swirl and glow, casting a soft, inviting light upon the door. Slowly, she reached out and touched the handle. It was warm and smooth beneath her fingers, and with a gentle push, the door swung open. Beyond the door lay a world unlike any they had ever imagined. The forest stretched on, but it was transformed. The colors were richer, the sounds more melodious, and the air was filled with a gentle, magical energy. Creatures of all kinds, some familiar, others fantastical, moved through the trees, their eyes alight with the same wonder that filled Lyra's heart. "This is incredible," Lyra breathed, stepping into the enchanted realm. Finn followed closely, his tiny paws pattering softly on the mossy ground. As they wandered through this hidden world, they discovered a community of creatures who lived in harmony with the magic of the forest. There were wise old owls who spoke in riddles, playful foxes with fiery tails, and butterflies that danced on the breeze, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. The creatures welcomed Lyra and Finn with open arms, delighted to share their world with such eager explorers. They taught Lyra the secrets of the forest, showing her how to listen to the whispers of the wind and understand the language of the trees. Finn, too, found himself entranced by the knowledge and friendship of the woodland creatures, his heart swelling with joy at the connections he made. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Finn became part of this magical community. They learned to weave spells from the gentle hum of the forest, to sing with the birds, and to dance with the shadows of the trees. The hidden world had become their home, a place where their spirits could soar and their dreams could take flight. But as much as they loved this enchanted realm, they knew they couldn't stay forever. The village of Sylverwood awaited their return, and with it, their family and friends. With a heart full of gratitude and memories that would last a lifetime, Lyra knew it was time to say goodbye. The creatures of the forest gathered to bid them farewell, their eyes shining with warmth and friendship. "Remember," said an old owl, his voice deep and wise, "the magic of the forest is always with you. It lives in your heart and in the world around you." With tears in her eyes, Lyra hugged each of her new friends, promising to return whenever she could. As she and Finn made their way back through the door, the forest seemed to glow with a gentle light, guiding them home. They emerged into the familiar woods of Sylverwood, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in soft, golden beams. The village was just as they had left it, yet something had shifted within Lyra and Finn. They carried the magic of their journey with them, a light that glowed brightly in their hearts. As they walked hand in paw along the path home, Lyra realized that the vial, too, had changed. The mist inside was now a soft, shimmering gold, a reminder of the world they had discovered and the friendships they had made. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, her stories filled with the wonder and magic she had experienced. The vial took its place of honor on her windowsill, a beacon of light that reminded them all of the hidden wonders of the world. And so, in the village of Sylverwood, the stories of Lyra and Finn's journey became a cherished part of their lore, a reminder that magic is all around us, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious spirits. As the seasons turned and the forest sang its eternal song, the village thrived, its people connected by the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that lay hidden within the heart of the world. And every night, as Lyra drifted off to sleep by the window, the vial's gentle glow would cast a soft, comforting light across her room, whispering the secrets of the forest and the promise of dreams yet to come. In this way, the magic of the world lived on, in the hearts of all who dared to dream. Story 11. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of misty hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a tapestry of charming cottages, with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone paths, and gardens that spilled over with wildflowers in every hue imaginable. It was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the nights were adorned with a celestial blanket of stars. Leora had always been known for her gentle spirit and her love for the simple rhythms of village life. But as seasons turned and the world around her shifted subtly with the passage of time, Leora found herself wrestling with a change within her, a restless stir, a yearning for something she could not quite name. Her days were spent at the village bakery, where she kneaded dough and crafted sweet pastries alongside her dear friend and mentor, old Marin. Marin was a woman of endless patience and warmth, whose eyes crinkled with laughter lines, and whose stories of the past were like threads of gold in the tapestry of Leora's life. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of frost kissed the leaves with silver, Leora confided in Marin about the unease that had taken root in her heart. "I feel as if I'm caught between who I have been and who I am meant to become," she confessed, her voice a soft whisper above the crackling hearth. Marin, wise and perceptive, nodded knowingly. "Ah, child, you are like the trees in the woods that shed their leaves not in loss, but in preparation for new growth," she said. "Change is not to be feared, but embraced like an old friend." That evening, after the bakery's warmth had faded into the chill of twilight, Leora took a walk along the edge of the woods. The sky was a deep indigo, sprinkled with the first stars of night. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches reaching towards the heavens, its roots deeply entwined with the earth. There, beneath the boughs of the oak, Leora found a small, glimmering leaf, a leaf that shimmered with an unearthly light, like a fragment of the night sky fallen to earth. As she picked it up, a gentle breeze, whispering with ancient secrets, swirled around her. Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a sensation both strange and comforting. It was as if the leaf held a magic that resonated with her innermost thoughts and dreams. Overwhelmed by this peculiar enchantment, she tucked the leaf into her apron pocket and made her way back home, where sleep came easily, filled with dreams of transformation and possibility. The following days unfolded like a gentle melody. Leora found herself more attuned to the world around her. She noticed the subtle beauty in the mundane, the way sunlight danced through the bakery window, casting golden patterns on the floor, or how the aroma of fresh bread mingled with the crisp autumn air, creating a symphony of scents. Her friends, noticing the change in her, were both curious and supportive. There was gentle Thomas, the blacksmith, whose laughter was like the ringing of bells, and kind-hearted Anwen, the herbalist, whose knowledge of the natural world was as deep as the forest itself. They listened as Leora shared her encounters with the magical leaf and the whispers of wisdom it seemed to impart. As weeks turned into months, the village itself seemed to mirror Leora's transformation. Winter wrapped the village in a soft, silent cloak, and yet within that stillness, there was a quiet promise of renewal. The river, frozen at the surface, sang a song of perseverance beneath its icy shell, while the forest stood tall and silent, a testament to endurance and grace. Leora continued to learn from the leaf, which she now kept on her windowsill, where it caught the morning light and filled her room with a warm, gentle glow. It whispered to her of patience, of trusting in the cycle of nature and the rhythms of life. Each day she found herself growing more confident, more in tune with the person she was becoming. One evening, as the last remnants of winter began to melt away, Leora gathered her friends in the clearing by the old oak. There, under the watchful gaze of the stars, she shared the lessons she had learned. "Change, I've come to see, is like the turning of seasons," she said, her voice steady and clear. "It is inevitable and necessary, a chance for growth and renewal." Her friends nodded, understanding reflected in their eyes. Tomas, ever the optimist, spoke of how the forge taught him that even the hardest metals could be shaped and transformed with time and care. Anwen, with her deep connection to nature, reminded them of how the smallest seeds held the potential for great beauty and strength. As they spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with the magic of shared wisdom and friendship. The oak, ancient and wise, seemed to nod in agreement, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. And in that moment, Leora knew that she was not alone in her journey, that the support of her friends and the magic of the world around her would guide her through whatever changes lay ahead. With spring's arrival, the village awakened to the joyous symphony of life renewed. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, birds filled the air with song, and the river, freed from its icy bonds, danced merrily along its course. Leora, too, felt a profound sense of renewal. She had embraced the changes within her, learned to listen to the whispers of nature, and discovered the strength and beauty that lay within her soul. And so, as the days grew longer and the sun's warmth painted the world in golden hues, Leora stood at the edge of the woods, filled with gratitude and peace. She had learned that true transformation begins within, nurtured by the magic of the world and the love of those around us. With a heart open to the wonders of life, she was ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. And as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight, Leora knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, her spirit as vibrant and enduring as the ancient oak beneath which her journey had truly begun. Story 12. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village where the cobblestone paths meandered like a playful stream, there stood a humble bookstore known as the Whispering Pages. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, and its windows glowed with the warm, inviting light of lamps that seemed to promise stories of old friends and new adventures. In this village lived a gentle soul named Rowan. Rowan was a curious young lad with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh leaves. He had a penchant for discovering the wonders hidden in the simplest of things. His days were often spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, always with a book tucked under his arm and a smile on his lips. One misty autumn morning, while the air was still crisp and the scent of earth and fallen leaves lingered, Rowan stumbled upon something extraordinary. As he wandered through the bookstore, his fingers brushing the spines of countless books, he noticed a peculiar volume he hadn't seen before. It was a small, unassuming book with a cover that shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if catching the light from a world just beyond this one. Curiosity piqued, Rowan gently pulled the book from the shelf. As he did, a soft, melodic chime resonated in the air, like the gentle notes of a music box. The book's title, The Chronicles of Dreamweaving, was embossed in silver, and as Rowan opened it, an unexpected warmth enveloped him, as though the book itself was welcoming him into its embrace. Rowan was not alone in his exploration. The bookstore's caretaker, an elderly woman named Agnes, watched him with a knowing smile. Her eyes twinkled with the kind of wisdom that only years of guarding secrets could bestow. She approached Rowan, her footsteps as soft as a whisper on the wooden floor. "Ah, you found the Dreamweaver's book," she said, her voice gentle and kind. "Not many see its light. It appears only to those who truly seek its magic." Rowan, intrigued, asked, "What magic does it hold?" Agnes chuckled softly and replied, "The kind that unlocks the hidden paths of the heart and mind. It is said that this book can grant its reader the ability to weave dreams into reality, to see the world not just as it is, but as it could be." Rowan's eyes widened with wonder. "Can anyone use it?" he asked. "Only those with a pure heart and a curious mind," Agnes answered, her voice a soft melody. With Agnes's gentle encouragement, Rowan decided to embark on a journey with the book. Each night, as the village settled into its quiet slumber, Rowan would open the book and read its pages. The words seemed to dance and shimmer, painting vivid pictures of far-off lands and whispering tales of possibility. One evening, as Rowan read beneath the soft glow of a lantern, he found himself transported to a realm of dreams. The air was filled with the scent of lilacs, and the sky was a tapestry of stars that shimmered like diamonds scattered across velvet. In this world, Rowan met a host of remarkable companions. There was Lyra, a sprite with wings as delicate as gossamer, who could weave illusions of light and shadow. Her laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and her playful nature brought joy to all who met her. Then there was Finn, a thoughtful fox, with fur as fiery as autumn leaves, who possessed the gift of foresight and could see the threads of fate that connected all things. Together, they journeyed through the dreamscape, encountering wonders beyond imagining. They traversed fields of golden wheat that sang in the wind, crossed rivers that sparkled with colors unseen in the waking world, and climbed mountains that whispered secrets of the ages. But their journey was not without challenge. Deep within the heart of the dream realm lay a labyrinth woven from the fears and doubts of dreamers. To pass through, one had to face the reflection of their innermost worries. Rowan, though gentle of heart, had his own fears, the fear of failing, of not being good enough, of losing the magic he had found. As they stood before the entrance of the labyrinth, Finn spoke with wisdom beyond his years. "The labyrinth is not a place of danger, but of discovery," he said. "To navigate it, you must trust in the light that you carry within." Lyra nodded in agreement, her wings shimmering with encouragement. "Remember, Rowan, our greatest fears are but shadows. With courage and kindness, you can transform them into stepping stones." With his friends by his side, Rowan entered the labyrinth. The path was winding, and shadows flickered at the edges of his vision. Yet each step he took was guided by the gentle glow of his heart, a light that grew brighter with every act of kindness and every moment of courage. As Rowan faced each shadow, he discovered that by embracing his fears, they lost their power. His doubts became whispers that faded into the night, and his heart grew lighter with each revelation. In the heart of the labyrinth, he found a mirror that reflected not his fears, but his potential, his dreams, and the love that connected him to the world. With newfound clarity, Rowan emerged from the labyrinth, greeted by the smiles of Lyra and Finn. The dream realm shimmered with a warmth that mirrored the joy in his heart, and the stars above seemed to twinkle in celebration. Their journey complete, Rowan knew it was time to return to the waking world. As he bid farewell to his dream companions, Lyra gifted him with a single feather, a reminder of the magic that dwells within dreams. Finn, with a knowing smile, spoke words that would stay with Rowan forever. Remember, the true magic lies not in the dreams we weave, but in the love and courage with which we bring them to life. With the book safely tucked under his arm, Rowan returned to the village, his heart aglow with the memories of his journey. The lessons he had learned in the dream realm became the guiding stars of his life. He shared his newfound wisdom with the villagers, helping them see the beauty and potential in their own dreams. And so, in the quiet village where the Whispering Pages stood, tales of Rowan and his magical book became the stuff of legend. Under the watchful care of Agnes and her bookstore, dreams continued to weave their magic, inspiring generations to come. As the years passed, Rowan grew into a wise and gentle elder, much like Agnes. His heart remained open to the wonders of the world, and his life was a testament to the power of dreams and the strength of a kind heart. And in the evenings, when the stars danced in the velvet sky and the world settled into a peaceful hush, Rowan would tell stories by the flickering firelight. Stories of dreams and journeys, of courage and friendship, spreading warmth and wonder to all who listened. For in the end, Rowan had discovered the greatest secret of all, that the true magic of life lies in the connections we forge, the dreams we pursue, and the love that lights our way. And with that knowledge, he lived happily ever after, in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and every heart was a gateway to wonder. Story 13. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, on the edge of a small, sleepy village nestled in the heart of an emerald valley, there was a forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers gave it this name because, on quiet nights when the breeze was gentle, soft murmurs would weave through the air, as if the trees themselves were sharing secrets with the stars. For as long as anyone could remember, tales of magic and mystery had surrounded the forest, drawing the curious and the brave to its verdant depths. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Finn loved stories of adventure and was enchanted by the legends of the Whispering Woods. His grandmother often told him tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees were alive with magic and where one could find the rarest of treasures, the Heartstone, a mythical gem said to grant its holder the ability to speak with all creatures and understand the whispers of the woods. Finn was a kind-hearted boy, always eager to help others and make friends. His best friend was Iris, a spirited girl with a love for drawing and a knack for seeing beauty in the smallest details. Together, they spent their days exploring the fields and streams around their village, imagining themselves as adventurers on great quests. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of gold and crimson, Finn and Iris decided to venture into the Whispering Woods. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. With each step, the rustling leaves seemed to welcome them, urging them deeper into the mystery. As they walked, they marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in a tapestry of moss and lichen. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong and the gentle rustle of the wind, and Finn could almost imagine the trees leaning in to listen to their conversation. "Do you think the Heartstone really exists?" Iris asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "My grandmother says it's real," Finn replied, his voice filled with the excitement of possibility. "She told me that only those with pure intentions can see it." They wandered deeper into the woods, their senses heightened by the enchanting surroundings. Suddenly, they heard a soft, melodic humming that seemed to beckon them forward. Intrigued, they followed the sound, and soon found themselves standing before a colossal oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As they approached, they noticed a small, gnarled door at the base of the tree. Carved into the wood were intricate patterns, as if the tree itself had grown into the shape of a door over centuries. Finn and Iris exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that seemed to descend into the heart of the tree. The walls were lined with glowing fungi, casting a soft, ethereal light that guided their way. As they descended, the air grew cooler and carried with it the faint scent of lavender and pine. At the bottom of the stairs, they entered a large chamber, the ceiling arched high above them like a cathedral of nature. In the center of the room sat a pedestal made of intertwined roots, and atop it lay a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, azure light. It was the Heartstone. Finn and Iris approached the stone with reverence, their hearts filled with awe. As they reached out to touch it, a gentle voice filled the chamber, resonating like a harmonious choir. "Welcome, kind souls," the voice said, echoing softly through the room. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift to those who seek understanding and harmony." Finn and Iris looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but all they saw were the walls lined with the glowing fungi. The voice continued, each word filled with warmth and wisdom. "The Heartstone grants its holder the ability to hear the language of the forest and its creatures. But remember, with this gift comes responsibility. Use it to bring peace and understanding, to listen and to learn." Finn gently picked up the stone, feeling its warmth spread through his fingers and into his heart. As he held it, he felt a connection to the forest, as if he could hear the trees breathing, the leaves singing their gentle songs, and the creatures of the woods rustling in their hidden homes. Iris smiled at him, her eyes shining with joy. "This is incredible, Finn. We can help the forest and learn so much from it." They spent the day exploring the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, guided by the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds. They discovered hidden streams that glittered like liquid silver, meadows filled with flowers that glowed with their own light, and animals that approached them without fear, drawn by the gentle aura of the Heartstone. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Finn and Iris returned to the village, their hearts full of wonder and their minds buzzing with the secrets of the forest. They knew that the Heartstone was a gift they had to share, not keep hidden away. Over the following weeks, they used the Heartstone's power to help the villagers understand the needs of the forest. They showed them how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to recognize the songs of the birds, and to live in harmony with nature. The village flourished, becoming a place where people and nature coexisted in balance and peace. But their greatest lesson came when a particularly harsh winter threatened the village, with heavy snowfalls and biting winds. The villagers were worried, but Finn and Iris knew they could find a solution by listening to the wisdom of the woods. One chilly evening, they ventured into the forest, seeking guidance. As they walked, the trees whispered to them, their voices carried by the wind. They learned of a hidden cave, sheltered from the cold, where the villagers could find warmth and safety until the harshest of the winter storms had passed. With this newfound knowledge, Finn and Iris led the villagers to the cave, where they found refuge from the biting cold. There, the villagers shared stories and laughter, their hearts warmed by the fire and the bonds of friendship that had grown stronger through their shared experiences. As the winter days slowly gave way to the promise of spring, Finn and Iris knew that their journey with the Heartstone had changed them forever. They had learned the power of understanding, the beauty of listening, and the strength of friendship. And so, under the gentle glow of the Heartstone, they vowed to continue their journey, exploring the wonders of the world and spreading the harmony they had found, knowing that the whispers of the woods would always guide them home. And so, dear dreamer, as the night wraps you in its gentle embrace, remember the story of Finn and Iris, the kind-hearted adventurers who listened to the whispers of the woods. May their journey inspire you to seek understanding, cherish friendship, and find the magic that lies in the world around you. Sleep now, and let your dreams be filled with the soft murmur of the trees and the warmth of the Heartstone's light. The end. Story 14. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, verdant valley, where the mist hugged the ground like a whispering secret, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was like no other, for it was cradled by the arms of ancient oak trees that reached towards the sky with branches like gnarled fingers. The village was known far and wide for its enchanted forest, a place where magic seemed to dance in the air, and where the very leaves whispered tales of old to those who cared to listen. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of the morning sky just before dawn, a shade that promised a new day full of possibilities. Her hair was as dark as the rich soil of the forest floor, and it cascaded down her back in a tangle of curls that seemed to have a life of their own. Lila was known for her curiosity and her kindness, traits that often led her on adventures through the winding paths of the enchanted forest. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter, Lila discovered something extraordinary. As she wandered the familiar paths, her feet crunching over leaves that had turned to shades of amber and gold, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk as wide as a small cottage, and its branches stretching out like a protective embrace. But what caught Lila's attention was not the tree itself, magnificent though it was. It was the shimmering object nestled within the roots of the tree, glinting like a star fallen to earth. As she approached, she realized it was a mirror, its surface reflecting the world around it, but with a glow that seemed to come from within. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and touched the mirror. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a soft, melodious voice filled the air. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said, sounding as though it came from the depths of a gentle stream. "I am the mirror of echoes, and I reveal the hidden worlds within the heart." Lila, though startled, felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of peace that encouraged her to listen. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely more than a breath. "The heart holds many worlds," the mirror replied, its glow pulsing with each word. "Each world is a reflection of who you are, your hopes, your dreams, and even your fears. Would you like to see them?" Lila hesitated. She had always been a dreamer, her mind filled with stories and wonders, but this was something beyond her wildest imaginings. Yet, her heart whispered to her, urging her to take the leap. "Yes," she said, her voice steadier now. "Show me." The mirror shimmered, and suddenly the clearing around her began to change. The air thickened, the colors of the forest blurred, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a tapestry of light and shadow. When the world settled once more, she found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and strange. She was in a forest, much like the one she had just left, but the colors were more vivid, the air more alive with the scent of flowers and the sound of distant laughter. It was as though she had stepped into a painting, each detail more enchanting than the last. As she explored this magical world, Lila came across a small cottage nestled amongst the trees. Its roof was thatched with golden straw, and smoke curled lazily from the chimney, carrying with it the comforting scent of cinnamon and cloves. Drawn by the warmth it promised, Lila made her way to the door and knocked gently. The door swung open to reveal an elderly woman with eyes as bright as polished stones and a smile that spoke of countless tales. "Ah, a visitor," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Come in, child. I've just made some tea." Lila entered, feeling instantly at home in this cozy abode. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books and curious trinkets, each telling its own story. The woman, who introduced herself as Moira, gestured for Lila to sit by the fire, where a kettle whistled merrily. As they sipped their tea, Lila told Moira about the mirror and the strange journey it had taken her on. Moira listened with a twinkle in her eye, nodding along as if she understood more than she let on. "The Mirror of Echoes is a rare treasure indeed," she said, her voice warm and soothing. "It reveals not just the worlds within your heart, but also the connections that bind us all." Lila pondered this, feeling the truth of Moira's words resonate deep within her. Here in this hidden world, she felt a sense of belonging she had never known before, a connection to the earth and the sky and everything in between. Days passed, though time seemed to lose its meaning in this magical place. Lila explored the forest, discovering wonders at every turn. She met creatures who spoke in riddles and plants that sang songs of old. She learned the language of the wind and the secrets of the stars. Each day was a new adventure, and with each new discovery, Lila felt herself growing, changing in ways she had never imagined. Yet as enchanting as this world was, Lila knew she could not stay forever. The Mirror of Echoes had shown her the beauty within her own heart, but it had also reminded her of the world she had left behind, a world that needed her kindness and her light. And so one morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila bid farewell to Moira and the magical world she had come to love. Moira embraced her, her eyes shining with pride and understanding. "Remember, dear Lila, the magic is within you," she said softly. "Carry it with you, and it will guide you always." With those words echoing in her heart, Lila stepped back through the mirror, returning to the clearing where her adventure had begun. The forest around her was unchanged, yet she felt a profound shift within herself, a newfound strength and wisdom that filled her with hope. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, Lila carried the magic of the hidden world with her. She shared her stories with those she met, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went. And though she never forgot the Mirror of Echoes and the journey it had taken her on, she knew that the true magic lay not in the mirror itself, but in the heart that dared to dream. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of ancient oak trees and the whispering winds, Lila lived a life filled with love and adventure, her heart a beacon of light in a world that was all the brighter for her presence. And they all lived happily ever after. Story 15. Once, in a small village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Mira. Mira was known throughout the village for her bright, curious eyes and the way her laughter echoed like a gentle brook. Yet beneath her cheerful exterior, she harbored an unease, a sense of restlessness that tugged at her heart like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. Mira loved her village, with its cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, its cozy cottages with smoke curling from stone chimneys, and the warm, familiar faces of her neighbors. But she felt drawn to the forest, where the trees whispered secrets that only she seemed to hear. The idea of change was daunting, like a shadow looming over her sunny days, but the pull of the unknown was stronger than her fears. One crisp evening, as the sun set in a blaze of amber and rose, Mira found herself wandering into the whispering woods. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves rustled with a melody that seemed to call her name. She walked deeper until she reached a clearing bathed in moonlight where a small pond lay, its surface shimmering like a mirror to the stars. As Mira gazed into the pond, something magical happened. The water began to ripple, casting images of places unknown, of mountains touching the sky and valleys where golden wheat danced in the breeze. She saw herself in these places, transformed, her face reflecting a spirit of adventure and wisdom. It was as if the pond held a portal to her potential, an invitation to embrace change and discover what lay beyond the horizon. Feeling a mixture of fear and excitement, Mira turned to leave, only to find a small, kindly creature watching her from the shadows. It was a fox, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that glimmered with intelligence. The fox approached with a gentle nod, as if acknowledging Mira's inner struggle. "Do not fear what you do not know," the fox said in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "For change is the essence of life, and with it comes growth and understanding." Mira listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. The fox became her guide, leading her through the forest during her visits, showing her the wonders of the natural world. The forest was alive with magic, flowers that bloomed with the moon's rise, streams that sang ancient songs, and trees that held the wisdom of ages past. As Mira spent more time in the whispering woods, she began to change. Her fear of the unknown melted away, replaced by a quiet confidence. She learned to listen to the forest, to understand its language, and in doing so, she learned to listen to herself. The fox taught her to trust her instincts, to embrace the ebb and flow of life, and to find joy in the journey itself. The villagers noticed the change in Mira. She became a source of inspiration, her stories of the forest filling their hearts with wonder and curiosity. She shared the lessons she learned, not through sermons, but through her actions and gentle words. Her transformation was subtle yet profound, like the unfolding of a petal kissed by the dawn. One day, the fox led Mira to a place she had never seen before, a meadow filled with wildflowers of every hue. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching out in a welcoming embrace. Beneath the tree's canopy, Mira found a stone engraved with words she had come to understand through her journey. In the heart of change, lies the seed of who you are meant to become. Mira realized that her journey was not just about exploring the world beyond her village, but about exploring the depths of her own soul. She had grown, not by changing who she was, but by becoming more of who she was meant to be. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Mira continued to visit the Whispering Woods, her bond with the fox unbroken. She remained a beloved figure in her village, a symbol of warmth and wisdom. Her life was a tapestry of experiences, each thread woven with love, courage, and the quiet magic of personal discovery. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars blinked awake, Mira sat by the crackling fire in her cozy cottage, her heart at peace. The lessons she learned in the Whispering Woods were now a part of her, guiding her through life's ever-changing landscapes. She understood that true transformation came from within, and that the magic of the world was intertwined with the magic of the soul. With a contented sigh, Mira closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the comforting presence of her fox companion. She had embraced change, and in doing so had found herself, a journey that, like the stars above, was endless and full of wonder. Story 16. In a quaint village nestled between gently rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Mara. Her cottage was a delightful abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and a small garden bursting with herbs and flowers. Every morning, the sunlight would seep through her window, casting a warm glow on the wooden floors, and the scent of lavender and mint filled the air, creating a constant sense of tranquility. Mara was known in the village for her gentle nature and her ability to craft the most exquisite tapestries. Her fingers worked deftly, weaving threads of vibrant colors into intricate patterns that told stories of the world around her. Yet despite her skill, Mara often felt a restlessness stirring within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Change was a daunting thought, an unknown she wasn't ready to face, and she often found herself clinging to the familiar rhythms of her life. One afternoon, as the golden hues of the setting sun painted the sky, Mara wandered into the forest. The air was cool and crisp, and the leaves rustled softly in a gentle breeze. She meandered along a path she had walked countless times, her thoughts drifting like the clouds above. It was then she noticed something peculiar, a glowing light flickering amidst the trees. Curiosity piqued, Mara followed the light deeper into the forest. It led her to a small clearing, where a magnificent tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, and its branches stretching high into the sky. The tree seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, a soft luminescence that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. At the base of the tree sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Hello, Mara," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you." Mara felt a sense of calm wash over her, though she had never seen this woman before. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am called Yara," the woman replied with a warm smile. "This tree is a gateway of sorts, a mirror to the soul. It reflects the changes we fear and the growth we long for." Mara gazed at the tree, mesmerized by its beauty. "I don't understand," she confessed. "I've always been afraid of change. What if it takes me away from everything I know?" Yara chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling chimes. "Change is the thread that weaves the tapestry of life, dear one. It can be daunting, but it is also the source of our greatest transformations. Come, sit with me, and let us see what the tree reveals." Hesitant yet intrigued, Mara sat beside Yara. As she did, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, and the tree began to hum with a quiet melody. Within its glow, Mara saw images flicker, a tapestry of her life, woven with moments of laughter and sorrow, of love and solitude. She saw herself as a child, playing by the river, the sun warming her skin. She saw her first tapestry, the joy she felt as she discovered her passion. And she saw the fear that had taken root in her heart, the fear that had kept her from exploring the world beyond her village. "Do you see?" Yara asked gently. "The tree shows us not just what has been, but what could be. Your path is not set, Mara. Like the threads of your tapestries, your life can be woven into new patterns." Mara watched as the images shifted, revealing glimpses of a future she had never dared to imagine. She saw herself traveling to distant lands, meeting new friends, and learning from different cultures. She saw herself growing wiser, her heart open to the world and its wonders. "How do I begin?" Mara asked, her voice filled with wonder and a newfound determination. "With a single step," Yara replied. "Trust in yourself and trust in the journey. You are never alone. There are friends to be found, even in the most unexpected places." As Mara sat beneath the glowing tree, she realized that change was not something to be feared but embraced. The world was vast and filled with possibilities, and she was ready to explore it. With Yara's words echoing in her heart, Mara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with those she loved, and together they marveled at the magic of the forest. Encouraged by their support, Mara began to plan her travels, each day weaving new dreams into the fabric of her life. And so, with the gentle guidance of the forest and the wisdom of a kind stranger, Mara embarked on a journey of personal growth and magical transformation. As she ventured beyond the familiar, she discovered the beauty of the world and the strength within herself, knowing that change was the most beautiful tapestry of all. As the years passed, Mara's stories spread far and wide, inspiring others to seek their own paths of discovery. Her tapestries became more than just art. They were symbols of courage and transformation, woven with the threads of her journey and the lessons she had learned. In the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled above and the world seemed to hold its breath, Mara would still return to the forest. She would sit beneath the tree, feeling its gentle hum resonate within her, grateful for the wisdom it had shared and the life it had helped her embrace. And as she sat there, the breeze whispering through the leaves and the glow of the tree reflecting in her eyes, Mara knew that she had found not just a path, but a home in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 17. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young oak sapling named Oakley. Though surrounded by towering trees, Oakley could not seem to grow taller than a few feet, no matter how hard he tried. His bark remained thin and delicate, his branches spindly. Oakley began to envy the mighty oaks that surrounded him, their massive trunks and expansive branches that seemed to stretch up and embrace the very sky itself. "Why can't I grow big and strong like them?" Oakley lamented sadly as birds and squirrels scampered about the forest without giving him a second glance. One cool autumn evening, just as the leaves were turning brilliant shades of red and gold, a warm breeze carried the gentle voice of Mother Willow, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest. "Dear little Oakley, you need not worry about your size," her soothing tones echoed through the trees. "Growth comes from within. Be patient, and your outer form will eventually catch up to reflect your inner strength." Oakley perked up his slender branches, hoping the ancient willow's words held truth. That night he fell into a deep, dreaming sleep. In his dream, Oakley found himself no longer a tiny sapling, but instead a towering oak reaching high above the forest canopy. His thick trunk glowed with an emerald, life-giving light, and his sturdy branches were home to countless woodland creatures like birds, squirrels, and rabbits. Just as Oakley was marveling at his magnificent form, a streak of darkness swept across the dream, wilting his leaves and causing his inner light to dim and flicker. An ominous voice echoed all around, harsh, cold, and taunting. "You are just a small, weak sapling. This glorious oak is nothing but a fleeting illusion. You will never amount to anything." Oakley awoke with a start, trembling from the cruelty of the sinister voice. For several nights, he experienced the same dream sequence, first beholding himself a massive, radiant oak tree, then having his greatest doubts and fears manifest to crush his confidence. Each morning after the troubling dreams, Oakley felt wearier and more hopeless. On one particularly gloomy, rainy morning, a family of rabbits hopped by, shaking dewdrops from their soft fur. "Whatever is the matter, Oakley?" asked the mother rabbit kindly upon seeing his drooping, dejected form. "You seem utterly miserable." Haltingly, Oakley recounted his unsettling dreams to the rabbits, who listened with empathy and nodded in understanding. "Those sounds like horrible nightmares indeed," the father rabbit remarked. "But dreams are not reality, friend Oakley. What you see at night holds no more truth than the fanciful stories we tell our young ones at bedtime." The baby rabbits nodded eagerly. "Tell us one of your dreams, Oakley." "We wouldn't be scared because we'd know it's just pretend," one small bunny said innocently. Heartened by the rabbit family's reassurance and simple yet profound wisdom, Oakley spent that day and night focusing his energy inward rather than agonizing over his current small stature. With the warm sun's rays replenishing his spirit, he envisioned his inner essence as a brilliant, ever-glowing flame, nourishing, comforting, and eternal. That night, Oakley's dream unfolded differently than before. Though he again saw himself initially as a splendorous oak bathed in emerald light, the ominous darkness and cruel taunts never came. Instead, the magnificent tree dream Oakley remained radiant, shedding a soft illumination over the joyful woodland creatures taking refuge among his boughs and roots. From then on, Oakley paid no mind to the haunting nightmares, recognizing them as temporary illusions without substance. Spring arrived, and to Oakley's delight, he found himself growing taller and sturdier than ever before, his trunk gaining girth and his branches reaching up in effortless yearning toward the warm sunlight. Summer and autumn came and went in natural progression. When winter's snows finally melted away, Oakley had matured into one of the most magnificent oak trees in the forest, his heights rivaling even the eldest residents of the wood. Squirrels and birds made homes in the twisting shelter of his great boughs. Forest creatures sought respite and sustenance from his deep, sheltering shade. Mother Willow's words echoed as truth in Oakley's experiences. His outer growth mirrored the boundless inner radiance and tranquil wisdom he had cultivated through patience and fortitude. By tapping into the timeless, ever-renewing essence within, Oakley blossomed into his fullest, most vibrant form, a loving steward and gentle guardian of the enchanted forest for generations to come. Story 18. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leela. Lila was not one for grand adventures or wild escapades. She preferred the quiet company of books and the gentle lull of her grandmother's stories. Her favorite spot was the cozy nook by the fireplace, where she spent countless evenings listening to tales of old. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the wind, Lila set out on her usual walk through the forest. The path was familiar, lined with towering oaks and carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her steps. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet whisper of a nearby brook. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lila's eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual. It was a small, ornate box, half buried beneath a pile of leaves. Curious, she knelt down and carefully unearthed it. The box was crafted from a dark, polished wood, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Gently, Lila opened the box and found inside a delicate, silver key. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, with a handle shaped like a swirling cloud and tiny stars engraved along its shaft. As she held it in her hand, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, filling her with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila decided to visit the village's wise old librarian, Mr. Thistle. He was a kind man, always eager to share his vast knowledge and endless stories. As she entered the library, the familiar scent of aged paper and leather-bound tomes enveloped her, creating a comforting cocoon. Mr. Thistle listened intently as Lila recounted her find, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah, a key like that is no ordinary trinket," he mused, gently examining it. "It is said that such keys can unlock hidden doors, revealing secrets and wonders unseen." In his soft, melodious voice, Mr. Thistle told Lila of a legend known only to a few. Deep within the forest, there was said to be an ancient hidden door that led to a realm of magic and mystery. Many had searched for it, but none had succeeded, for the door could only be found by those with pure hearts and wise minds. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila decided to embark on a journey to find this magical door. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but her heart was alight with the fire of discovery, and her spirit was buoyed by the thought of what wonders might await her. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The path grew narrower, winding through thickets that were alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of unseen creatures. The forest was a symphony of life, each sound a note in a beautiful, harmonious song. Along the way, Lila met a peculiar squirrel named Pippin, who wore a tiny vest sewn from leaves and acorns. Pippin was a cheerful fellow, with bright eyes that sparkled with mischief. He joined Lila on her journey, chattering away about the wonders of the forest and the hidden treasures it held. Soon after, they encountered a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched solemnly on a low-hanging branch. With feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky, Hoot was a guardian of the forest's secrets. He offered guidance, sharing his wisdom in riddles and gentle hoots that echoed through the trees. Together, the trio pressed on, their bond growing stronger with each step. As day turned to dusk, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of discovery. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime of searching, they came upon a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a gentle giant. At its base was a door, nearly hidden by the thick roots that embraced it like old friends. Lila's heart skipped a beat as she approached the door, the key in her hand glowing softly in the moonlight. With a steady hand, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it with a gentle click. The door swung open, revealing a world beyond her wildest dreams. It was a realm of wonder, where the air shimmered with magic, and the colors were more vibrant than any she had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in a riot of hues, and creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in the meadows. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine and the soft hum of distant music. As Lila stepped through the door, she felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. The journey had changed her, teaching her the value of friendship, the power of wisdom, and the magic that lay within her own heart. Pippin and Hoot joined her in this magical realm, how their laughter and companionship a testament to the bonds they had forged on their journey. Together, they explored this wondrous world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. And so, beneath the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila's adventure came to a close. She had found more than just a hidden door. She had discovered the magic that lay within her own soul, a magic that would guide her throughout her life. As the night whispered its lullaby and the forest cradled her in its embrace, Lila knew that she would always carry the warmth of this journey in her heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she dreamt of new adventures yet to come, secure in the knowledge that with wisdom and friendship, anything was possible. Story 19. In the gentle embrace of a galaxy spiraling with stars, there existed a cluster of planets known as the Harmony Haven. It was a region where the light of each star flickered through nebulous clouds, casting swirls of color that danced across the skies, an eternal aurora that illuminated the vast void with a serene glow. Within this celestial neighborhood, two worlds orbited on opposite ends of this vibrant cluster: the lush, forested planet of Verdantia and the crystalline, ice-covered sphere of Glaciera. From Verdantia hailed a young, spirited being named Lyra. She was of a species known as the Sylvani, beings with skin like the bark of the ancient trees they tended, and eyes that shimmered like dew-covered leaves. Lyra was curious and kind, her heart as boundless as the forests of her home. On Glaciera, there lived a gentle creature named Solon, a member of the Glacians who were as resilient as the ice that formed their world. Solon's kind had a crystalline exterior that reflected the shimmering light of their sun, and their voices carried the soft resonance of a winter's breeze. The Sylvani and Glacians had little contact, each respecting the other's distant realm. Yet, a rare celestial event, a convergence of planets, brought Lyra and Solon together under unforeseen circumstances. The astral alignment caused a ripple through the space between their worlds, creating a portal that inadvertently swept Lyra away from her forested haven and deposited her in the icy embrace of Glaciera. Lyra awoke amidst a gentle snowfall, the cold air nipping at her skin like the playful bite of a winter wind. She shivered, drawing her leaf-like cloak tighter around her, and looked around in wonder and trepidation. The landscape was a stark contrast to her own. The ground was a blanket of white, and the trees stood as icy sentinels, their branches adorned with glistening frost. As she wandered, trying to understand where she was, she stumbled upon Solon, who who was out gathering star crystals that grew only during the convergence. Startled at the sight of this strange visitor, Solon instinctively raised a protective wall of ice between them, their instinct to guard their territory taking precedence. Lyra, equally startled, held up her hands in a gesture of peace. "I mean no harm," she called softly, her voice carried on the gentle wind. "I am lost and far from my home." Solon hesitated, peering at her through the translucent barrier. The sincerity in her eyes, reflecting the soft light of Glaciera's sun, melted the ice around their heart. They lowered the barrier, curiosity overcoming caution. "I am Solon," they said, their voice as clear and gentle as a mountain stream. "You are from Verdantia, are you not?" Lyra nodded, a smile breaking through her initial apprehension. "Yes, I am Lyra. It seems the stars have brought me to your world unexpectedly." Thus began their journey together, two different souls learning to navigate the challenges of this unexpected meeting. The cold was harsh for Lyra, her body unaccustomed to the relentless chill, and the terrain of crystalline ice was difficult for her to traverse. Solon, seeing her struggle, offered their guidance, teaching her how to walk upon the ice and sharing the warmth of their crystalline essence to stave off the cold. In return, Lyra introduced Solon to the wonders of Verdantia through her tales, stories of towering trees that sang with the wind and fields of flowers that danced in the sun. Her words painted pictures so vivid that Solon could almost smell the earth and hear the rustle of leaves. As they journeyed across Glaciera, seeking a way to send Lyra home, they encountered challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. One day, they found themselves trapped in an unexpected blizzard, the world around them a swirling white. Solon, who could navigate the storms with ease, held Lyra close, shielding her from the biting winds. In the heart of the storm, Lyra's thoughts turned to her home, and a longing filled her heart. "I miss the warmth of Verdantia," she admitted, her voice barely audible above the howling wind. Solon, sensing her sadness, whispered words of comfort. "Though our worlds are different, we share the same stars, and under these stars you are never truly alone." As the storm passed, leaving a serene silence in its wake, Lyra realized the truth of Solon's words. Despite the differences between their worlds, they had found a kinship that transcended the barriers of ice and forest. Their journey continued, and with each shared challenge, whether it was navigating treacherous ice fields or deciphering the mysteries of ancient ice formations, they learned to trust and rely on one another. Lyra's warmth and optimism balanced Solon's quiet strength and resilience, creating a bond as unique as it was unbreakable. Their friendship blossomed in the coldest of places, a testament to the warmth of understanding and shared purpose. As the convergence neared its end, they discovered the portal that would return Lyra to her home. It shimmered in a secluded ice cave, a doorway back to the verdant world she missed. Standing before the portal, Lyra felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. She would return to the forest she loved, but she would miss Solon and the friendship they had forged in the heart of Glaciera's icy expanse. Solon, sensing her hesitation, spoke softly. "Though our worlds are far apart, the bond we share will always connect us. And perhaps when the stars align once more, our paths will cross again." Lyra smiled, her heart lightened by their words. "Until then, my friend," she said, stepping through the portal. As she returned to the warm embrace of Verdantia, Lyra carried with her the lessons learned on Glaciera, the value of friendship, the strength found in understanding, and the beauty of a bond that transcends worlds. And somewhere under the same sky, Solon looked up at the stars, knowing that their friendship, like the stars themselves, would continue to shine brightly, a guiding light in the vastness of the universe. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered old secrets in the wind's gentle caress, lay the village of Eldergrove. It was a quaint little place where the chimneys of thatched cottages puffed lazy spirals of smoke into the pastel sky, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lilac blossoms that swayed in the breeze. Life in Eldergrove was as predictable as the sun's rise, until one day, peculiar things began to happen. It started with the village clock. Normally, its hands moved with the steady assurance of time, but now they spun wildly, pointing this way and that, never settling on the hour. The villagers were puzzled, but not overly worried. It wasn't until the baker found that his loaves, fresh from the oven, had already grown stale that they began to whisper of magic afoot. The final straw came when the river, usually a crystal-clear ribbon winding through the village, turned into a stream of murky shades, refusing to reveal its depth or direction. The villagers sought the counsel of Marwen, the wise old woman who lived at the edge of the woods. Her cottage was a cozy place, fragrant with the aroma of herbs that hung from the ceiling beams. Marwen was known for her wisdom and a heart as kind as the summer sun. When they told her of the strange occurrences, she listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. Magic indeed, she murmured, more to herself than the villagers. But not dark or ill-intended, just misplaced. Marwen suggested they seek the help of the Whispering Woods themselves, for the woods held many secrets and many friends. She advised them to listen carefully to the signs the forest might offer, and to trust in the friendship they had with the creatures of the woods. So it was that Leora, a brave and curious young villager, volunteered to venture into the woods. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm honeyed tea, and set off at dawn, when the sky was a gentle wash of pink and gold. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air was filled with birdsong, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot was like a comforting lullaby. The trees stood tall and majestic, their bark etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Leora soon came upon a clearing bathed in soft sunlight, where she was greeted by a peculiar sight. A small, furry creature with wings as translucent as gossamer was flitting about, seemingly in a state of confusion. Its fur was the color of moonlight, and its eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories. "Hello there," Leora called softly, careful not to startle the creature. "Are you in need of help?" The creature paused mid-flit, tilting its head to regard her with curiosity. "Ah, a kind soul," it chirped, its voice a soft, melodious sound. "I am Twiddle, a sprite of the woods. It seems I have lost my way, and with it, a bit of the magic that keeps your village in balance." Leora knelt down, offering some bread, which Twiddle accepted gratefully. "But how did this happen?" she asked gently. Twiddle sighed, a sound like the breeze through leaves. "I was playing with my kin, and in a moment of carelessness, I strayed too far from our grove. In doing so, I disturbed the harmony of the woods, and it seems, your village as well." Understanding dawned on Leora. "If we can find your grove, perhaps the balance can be restored." Twiddle nodded. "Indeed, but the way is hidden by enchantments. Only those with a true heart can find it." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora and Twiddle ventured deeper into the woods, their path lit by shafts of sunlight piercing through the canopy. They followed the subtle signs of the forest, a trail of shimmering leaves, the echo of a distant melody. As they walked, Leora listened to the stories Twiddle told, tales of ancient times when the woods were young and the night sky was a tapestry of vibrant colors. The journey, though long, felt swift in the company of such captivating tales and the gentle friendship that blossomed between them. Finally, they came upon a grove that seemed to pulse with life. The air was richer here, tinged with a golden hue, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glowed faintly. Twiddle let out a delighted trill and flitted joyfully into the air. "We found it!" Leora exclaimed, her heart lifting with relief and joy. As Twiddle settled back into the grove, the air hummed with a gentle vibrancy, and Leora felt a warm tingle spread through her. She knew in that moment that the balance was being restored, and the magic of the woods had found its rightful place. Bidding farewell to Twiddle, Leora made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The villagers greeted her with cheers, for the river once more ran clear, the clock ticked with steady precision, and the baker's bread was as fresh as the morning air. Marwen met Leora with a knowing smile and a gentle embrace. "Well done, child," she said softly. "You have shown us all that kindness and understanding can weave magic as powerful as any spell." And so the village of Eldergrove settled back into its peaceful rhythm, the mystery of the strange occurrences solved and the bond with the Whispering Woods stronger than ever. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the village was wrapped in a comforting blanket of tranquility, ready for a night of restful dreams. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees stood as silent sentinels, A soft, velvety mist clung to the ground, whispering secrets of the woodland's ageless magic. This was a place where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed leaves, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Here, nestled within a grove of sturdy oak trees, lay the hidden village of Windwhisper, a community of creatures whose lives were entwined with the rhythm of the forest. The creatures of Windwhisper were not ordinary beings. They were the guardians of balance, the keepers of harmony. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Mossback, whose shell was a map of the forest itself, etched with lines as intricate as the stories he told. Mossback had seen countless seasons come and go, each leaving its mark on the land and its inhabitants. His presence was a constant, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun rose lazily over the treetops, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the creatures gathered in a clearing, eager to hear Mossback's tale. The air was alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a thrush. Young and old alike settled around him, their eyes filled with anticipation. With a slow, deliberate breath, Mossback began his story, his voice as soothing as a lullaby carried by the breeze. Long ago, he intoned, when the forest was still young, there lived a humble squirrel named Nettle. Nettle was not like the others. She possessed a curiosity as boundless as the sky and a heart as warm as the sun itself. She spent her days gathering acorns and collecting tales, for she knew that each nut and nugget of wisdom was a treasure in its own right. As Mossback spoke, the creatures could almost see Nettle, her bushy tail flicking with excitement as she darted through the branches, her eyes bright with wonder. The forest around them seemed to lean in closer, eager to hear how this small squirrel would change the fate of Windwhisper. One day, Mossback continued, a peculiar chill descended upon the forest, earlier and sharper than usual. The leaves did not turn their customary shades of gold and crimson. Instead, they clung to their branches, stubborn and green. The creatures of Windwhisper sensed something was amiss, a disharmony in the song of the seasons. The audience shivered, not from the cold, but from the memory of that unsettling time. They watched as Mossback's eyes gleamed with the fire of recollection, his voice weaving a tapestry of imagery that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. Nettle, with her keen instincts and quick mind, set out to discover the source of this imbalance, Mossback said, his words flowing like a gentle stream. She scampered to the heart of the forest, where the ancient elder tree stood, a tree older than memory itself, its roots entwined with the very essence of the land. The creatures imagined the elder tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward, its bark a mosaic of shadows and light. They could almost feel the earthy scent of its roots mingling with the crisp autumn air. Nettle approached the elder tree, her tiny heart brimming with determination, Mossback narrated. She asked the tree, "Why does the forest not sing with the colors of autumn? Why does the chill linger like an uninvited guest?" The elder tree, wise and knowing, rustled its leaves in response. "The balance has been disturbed, little one," it replied, its voice deep and resonant like the rumble of distant thunder. "The north wind and the south wind have quarreled, and until they find peace, the seasons will not change." Mossback paused, letting the gravity of the situation settle over his listeners. The creatures huddled closer, their breaths mingling with the mist as they waited for Nettle's next move. Nettle, undaunted by the task, knew she must bring the winds together, Mossback continued. With a heart full of courage and a mind sharp as a winter breeze, she set out on her journey. The creatures followed Nettle in their imaginations as she leapt from branch to branch, her tiny paws barely making a sound on the forest floor. They could feel the chill of the air as she climbed higher, where the north wind howled fiercely. As she reached the summit of the tallest hill, the north wind greeted her with a blustery gust, Mossback said. It roared its displeasure, sending leaves swirling in a chaotic dance. But Nettle stood firm, her voice steady and kind. "Great North Wind," she called, "why do you quarrel with your brother, the South Wind?" The North Wind, icy and proud, whistled its grievances. "He encroaches upon my domain, his warmth melting my frost before its time. I will not yield." The creatures felt the North Wind's chill seep into their bones, a reminder of the power and temper of nature. Yet they also felt the warmth of Nettle's resolve, a flicker of hope in the cold. Undeterred, Nettle spoke with the wisdom of the forest, Mossback recounted. The world is vast, and there is a time for each of you. Your dance is what gives life its rhythm, its beauty. Without your harmony, the forest will suffer. The north wind paused, its bluster softening, as if considering her words. Nettle knew her journey was only halfway complete. She turned her path southward, where the gentle embrace of the south wind awaited. She traveled to the southern edge of the forest, Mossback continued, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming heather, and the south wind caressed the earth with a warm, gentle touch. The creatures could almost feel the shift in temperature, the soothing warmth that wrapped around them like a soft blanket. They imagined Nettle, her heart unwavering, as she approached the south wind with the same respect and kindness. "South wind," Nettle called, her voice carrying on the breeze. "Why do you quarrel with your brother, the north wind?" The south wind sighed, a sound like the rustle of long grass. "He does not understand the softness of spring, the gentleness of summer. He seeks to freeze the world in his icy grip." Nettle, ever wise and patient, spoke again. "Just as spring follows winter and summer follows spring, so too must your warmth yield to his frost. Together you create the symphony of the seasons." The creatures listened, enraptured by the delicate balance Nettle sought to restore. They could feel the south wind's warmth mingle with the north wind's chill, a meeting of opposites that was beautiful in its complexity. Moved by Nettle's words, Mossback continued, the south wind agreed to meet with the north wind. They gathered at the heart of the forest, where the elder tree stood as a witness to their truce. The creatures imagined the scene, the winds swirling together, their whispers mingling in the canopy above, creating a melody that echoed through the forest. In their union, Mossback said, the winds found understanding, each recognizing the other's role in the grand tapestry of nature. The chill receded, the leaves turned their vibrant hues, and the forest sang once more with the colors of autumn. The creatures sighed with relief, as if a burden had been lifted from their hearts. They felt the warmth of the fire crackling within them, a testament to the power of unity and understanding. And so, Mossback concluded, his voice a gentle caress, the seasons resumed their timeless dance, and the forest thrived under the watchful eyes of its guardians. Nettle returned to her nest, her heart full of the knowledge that even the smallest among us can make a difference, if only we have the courage to speak and the wisdom to listen. With that, Mossback fell silent, his tale complete. The creatures lingered, savoring the peace that had settled over the forest, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of twilight, the creatures of Wind Whisper dispersed, each carrying with them the warmth of Mossback's story. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind, a harmonious symphony that lulled them into a restful slumber. And so, the hidden village of Wind Whisper continued its quiet existence, a beacon of balance and unity, where the natural creatures thrived in harmony with the world around them. The ancient forest stood as a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle touch of nature's magic, a story that would be told for generations to come under the watchful gaze of the stars. Story 22. In a realm where time itself seemed to slow to match the languid pace of the whispering winds, there lay an ancient forest, known to its inhabitants as Verdantia. This forest was no ordinary stretch of woods. It was a sanctuary, a cradle of life where the natural world and magic wove together seamlessly, a place where the rustle of leaves could speak and the streams could sing. At the heart of Verdantia, where the trees grew tallest and their branches wove a canopy so thick that only dapples of sunlight danced on the forest floor, lived a wise old owl named Orin. With eyes as deep and knowing as the night sky, Orin was the keeper of the forest's secrets, the guardian of its balance, and the chronicler of its stories. His feathers were like soft velvet, a tapestry of browns and grays that allowed him to blend effortlessly into the shadows of the ancient oaks. Orin's hollow, nestled in a towering oak that had stood for centuries, overlooked a glen where the creatures of the forest gathered. The air was always cool and sweet in the glen, infused with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook provided a soothing symphony that lulled even the most restless beings to calm. One crisp autumn evening, when the leaves had turned to gold and crimson, and the air carried the first hint of winter's chill, Orin sensed a subtle shift in the forest. It was the time of the year when the balance of Verdantia needed careful tending. The change of seasons brought with it both magic and challenges, and it was during these times that Orin's wisdom was most needed. Gathered beneath Orin's oak were the forest's most trusted creatures. Leora, the gentle deer whose grace was matched only by her kindness. Bramble, the playful squirrel with a heart as big as his collection of acorns. And Nimbus, the soft-spoken fox whose silvery coat shimmered like moonlight. Each had come to seek Orin's guidance, for they felt the stirring of change within the forest's depths. "My dear friends," Orin began, his voice a soothing murmur that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "The time has come for us to ensure that the harmony of our home remains unbroken. The winds of change whisper through the trees, and we must listen closely." Leora, her eyes wide with curiosity, stepped forward. "What must we do, Orin, to keep our forest in balance?" Orin gazed at her warmly, and then at the others. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. With the approach of winter, the forest slows its pace, conserving energy and preparing for the cold. We must ensure that all creatures have what they need to endure the coming months." Bramble, ever eager to help, chittered excitedly. "I've been gathering acorns and seeds. I can share them with those who haven't stored enough." Nimbus nodded, his voice thoughtful and measured. "I will speak with the other foxes to ensure our dens are warm and safe, not just for ourselves but for those who may need shelter." Orin smiled, his heart swelling with pride at their selflessness. It is this spirit of cooperation and kindness that keeps our forest thriving. Remember, even the smallest acts of generosity can make a world of difference. As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the glen, carrying with it the scent of coming snow and the crispness of fallen leaves. Orin turned his gaze to the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear, twinkling like distant lanterns. "There is another task," Orin continued, his tone more serious. "The river that flows through our forest is beginning to freeze. We must ensure that there is a passage for the fish, that they may continue their journey and sustain the life that depends on them." Leora nodded, understanding the importance of this task. "I will gather the beavers and otters. Together we can clear a path through the ice." Bramble scampered up onto a low branch, his eyes bright. "And I'll rally the birds to keep watch from above, to guide the fish along their way." The plan set. The creatures dispersed into the forest, each with a purpose and a promise to uphold the balance of their world. The night deepened, and a gentle snow began to fall, blanketing Verdantia in a quilt of white that shimmered under the moon's gentle gaze. Days passed, and the forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants. The river continued to flow, a ribbon of life amidst the frozen landscape, and the creatures of Verdantia found warmth and sustenance in unexpected places, thanks to the kindness of their neighbors. As winter settled in, Orin watched over the forest from his perch, his heart filled with a deep, abiding peace. He knew that the magic of Verdantia was not just in its ancient trees or its mystical creatures, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. And so, the forest slept beneath its snowy blanket, cradled in the quiet embrace of winter, awaiting the first stirrings of spring, when the cycle would begin anew. In Verdantia, the balance was preserved, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of nature's wisdom. Story 23. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a sparkling sapphire lake, lived a young woman named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. The villagers were known for their kindness and the warmth they extended to strangers and friends alike. Clara, with her auburn hair that glimmered like autumn leaves in the sunlight, was known throughout the village for her gentle demeanor and skill with a loom. Her woven tapestries adorned many a home, telling stories of the land and its people, each thread a whisper of history and hope. Yet despite the beauty she created with her hands, Clara felt a persistent unease nestled within her heart. Change was coming to Willowbrook, and Clara feared it more than she dared to admit. She could sense it in the subtle shifts in the wind and the way the earth seemed to hum an unfamiliar tune beneath her feet. The village was growing, and with it came new faces and unfamiliar customs. Clara worried that with each change, a piece of the old Willowbrook, the Willowbrook she loved, would slip away. One crisp autumn morning, as the first gold leaves began to tumble from the trees, Clara decided to seek solace in her favorite spot, a secluded grove at the edge of the forest, where an ancient oak stood sentinel over a crystal-clear spring. It was a place of peace, where the world felt suspended in a tapestry of birdsong and rustling leaves. As Clara approached the grove, she noticed something unusual. The air shimmered with a gentle iridescent glow, as if the morning mist had captured the colors of the sunrise. Entranced, she stepped closer and, to her astonishment, saw a figure emerge from the mist, a graceful doe, its eyes deep pools of wisdom. "Hello, Clara," the doe spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I have been waiting for you." Clara, though startled, felt no fear. There was a serenity in the doe's presence, a calming balm to her anxious heart. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am Alondra, a guardian of these woods," replied the doe. "I have watched over this land for centuries, and I sense your unease, dear child. You fear the changes that whisper through your village, do you not?" Clara nodded, her eyes downcast. "I do. I worry that all we hold dear will be lost." Alondra dipped her head, her antlers glistening with dew. "Change is an inevitable part of life, Clara, but it is not something to be feared. Instead, it is an opportunity for growth, for transformation. Just as the seasons turn, so must we." "But how?" Clara asked, her voice tinged with desperation. "How can I accept what feels so foreign?" Alondra stepped closer, her breath a warm caress against Clara's cheek. "Come with me," she said, "and I will show you the magic within change." Together they walked deeper into the woods, the path dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above. As they walked, Alondra spoke of the forest, of how each tree, each creature, adapted with the seasons. The trees shed their leaves to conserve energy for the winter, only to burst forth with new life come spring. The river changes course over time, carving new paths and nourishing the soil. Change is a dance, a rhythm that renews the world. As they continued, Clara noticed the forest around her beginning to shift. The leaves glowed with an ethereal luminescence, and the air vibrated with a gentle hum. It was as if the forest itself was alive with magic, a reflection of the lessons Alondra imparted. They came upon a glen where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwining to create a natural dome. In the center, a small sapling stood, its leaves a kaleidoscope of colors. "This is the heart of the forest," Alondra explained. "It embodies the magic of transformation." Clara knelt beside the sapling, her fingers brushing its vibrant leaves. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as if the earth itself was speaking to her soul. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she understood. Change was not something to resist, but to embrace. It was a chance to grow, to become something new, just like the sapling that would one day become a towering tree. She realized that her fears were rooted in the unknown, but by opening her heart, she could find strength and beauty in the new. Alondra watched as understanding dawned on Clara's face. "You are part of this world, Clara, and it is part of you. As you accept change, you will find the strength to weave new tapestries, not just with your hands, but with your heart." Clara smiled, a sense of peace washing over her. "Thank you, Alondra," she whispered. "I see now that change is not the end, but a new beginning." With Alondra's guidance, Clara returned to Willowbrook with a renewed spirit. She welcomed the new families with warmth, learning their stories and sharing her own. Her tapestries grew even more vibrant, capturing the evolving spirit of the village and its people. As the seasons passed, Clara became a beacon of hope and understanding, showing her fellow villagers that while change could be daunting, it also brought new possibilities and connections. The village thrived, a harmonious blend of old and new, a testament to the power of transformation. And in her heart, Clara carried the magic of the forest, a reminder that she was never truly alone. The lessons learned in the grove stayed with her, a gentle whisper of encouragement as she wove the threads of her life into a tapestry of love and growth. Thus, Willowbrook continued to flourish, a place where the past and present danced in perfect harmony, and where every change was embraced with open hearts and open arms. And in the whisper of the wind through the trees, one could almost hear Alandra's gentle voice, guiding them all on their journey of discovery and transformation. Story 24. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the gentle rise of emerald hills and the whispering streams that wound their way through the forest, there lay a realm where the natural and magical coexisted in perfect harmony. This was a place where the air was perpetually sweet, with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sun's rays filtered through the leaves to dance upon the forest floor in a kaleidoscope of golden light. The heart of this forest was a glade, a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a circle of ancient stones, each veined with lichen and moss, their surfaces worn smooth by time. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered, a community bound by the cycles of nature and the quiet wisdom that flowed through the land like an invisible current. Among the denizens of this enchanted glade was a wise old fox named Thistle. His fur was a patchwork of silver and rust, and his eyes held the depth of countless seasons. Thistle had lived in the forest for longer than most could remember, and he had seen the forest through its many faces: blooming spring, the lushness of summer, the fiery tapestry of autumn, and the serene stillness of winter. One crisp morning, as the first breath of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Thistle sensed a change in the air. The forest, normally a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to unfold. As he trotted through the underbrush, he noticed the squirrels and birds were more restless than usual, chattering amongst themselves with a mixture of excitement and concern. Thistle's path took him to the edge of the glade, where he found Hazel, a gentle deer with eyes that mirrored the forest itself. She was nibbling on a patch of tender grass, her ears twitching with every sound. "Good morning, Thistle," she greeted, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled through the trees. "Good morning, Hazel," Thistle replied, his voice carrying the warmth of a grandfather's embrace. "Have you felt the shift in the air?" Hazel nodded, her gaze drifting towards the sky, where clouds gathered in formations that spoke of change. "The winds are whispering of an early frost," she said, a hint of worry threading through her words. "The leaves are falling faster than usual, and the birds seem to be preparing for their journey south sooner than expected." Thistle nodded thoughtfully, his mind weaving through the memories of past seasons. "The forest has its own rhythm, its own music," he said, "and sometimes it changes the tempo to remind us of the balance we must keep." Nearby, a group of woodland creatures had gathered to listen, a family of hedgehogs huddling together, a pair of owls perched on a low branch, and a cluster of rabbits with ears perked attentively. All eyes were on Thistle, who was known for his stories and the wisdom that accompanied them. "Long ago," Thistle began, settling himself comfortably on a sun-dappled patch of grass, "when the world was young and the first trees stretched their branches towards the sky, the seasons were born. Each season brought its own gifts: spring with its blossoming life, summer with warmth and abundance, autumn with its harvest and preparation, and winter with a blanket of rest." He paused, letting the gentle rustle of the leaves fill the silence, as if the forest itself were breathing with anticipation. But there came a time when the seasons grew restless. They vied for dominance, each wishing to remain forever, to paint the world in their own colors alone. This disrupted the balance, causing confusion and chaos among the creatures of the forest. The creatures leaned in closer, drawn into the story as though it were a magical thread weaving them all together. "It was then," Thistle continued, "that an ancient owl, wise beyond measure, gathered the seasons in the heart of the glade. With a voice like the softest wind, the owl reminded them of their purpose, of the harmony that came from their dance, the way they each had a role in nurturing the earth and its inhabitants." The forest was hushed, as if listening to the echoes of that ancient meeting. The seasons listened, understanding that their strength lay not in permanence, but in their transition, a cycle that allowed life to flourish in myriad forms. And so, they agreed to share the world, each taking their turn, each giving way to the next, ensuring that balance was maintained. As Thistle's tale came to a close, the creatures seemed to let out a collective breath, their worries soothed by the story's gentle wisdom. Hazel lowered her head, her eyes meeting Thistle's with gratitude. "Thank you, Thistle. Your stories always remind us of what is truly important." The old fox smiled, his heart warmed by the unity and understanding that bound the forest together. "Remember, dear friends," he said, "that we are all part of this grand tapestry. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the balance, whether through the rustle of our leaves, the songs we sing, or the paths we tread." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting the glade in a warm, golden glow, the creatures began to disperse, each carrying with them the story's quiet strength. The winds continued their gentle dance through the branches, whispering secrets of the seasons to those who would listen. In the days that followed, the forest prepared for the coming frost, a community united in purpose. The birds took to the skies, their wings tracing patterns across the deepening blue, while the squirrels and chipmunks gathered the last of the acorns, storing them for the colder days ahead. Thistle watched it all with a contented heart, knowing that the forest would endure, as it always had, through the wisdom passed down from generation to generation. And as the first snowflakes began to fall, he curled up in his cozy burrow, the scent of earth and leaves lulling him into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that the balance of the world was being lovingly upheld by all its inhabitants. And so the forest continued its timeless dance, a place where magic and reality wove together, where each creature played its part in the symphony of life, and where stories lived on, whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind. Story 25. In a land where the whisper of the wind was a language understood by all, nestled amidst the sprawling embrace of an ancient forest, there lay a hidden world, teeming with life and magic. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of emerald leaves and sun-dappled paths, where the air carried a symphony of bird song and the gentle rustle of creatures unseen. Among the ancient oaks and towering pines, a family of hedgehogs made their home in a cozy burrow beneath the protective roots of a sprawling elder tree. The matriarch of the family, known to her kin as Grandmother Bristle, possessed a heart as warm as the summer sun and wisdom as deep as the forest itself. Her quills were soft with age, a testament to years of gentle living and the countless stories she held. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost painted the leaves with a delicate lace of silver, a gathering was called beneath the forest's grand canopy. Creatures of all kinds made their way through the fern-laden pathways to attend. The wise old owl, with eyes like pools of amber, the nimble fox, whose coat glimmered like autumn fire, and the gentle deer, whose graceful steps left only whispers in the fallen leaves. Grandmother Bristle, with her eyes twinkling like stars caught in the web of night, addressed the assembly with a voice as soothing as a lullaby carried on the breeze. "The time has come," she began, "for us to share the wisdom of the forest, to ensure that harmony prevails as the seasons turn." The creatures nodded in agreement, for they knew that the balance of their world was a delicate dance of give and take, a melody that required each note to be played in perfect harmony. The forest was alive with magic, a living testament to the cycles of life and change, where every creature, great or small, had a role to play. As the day wore on, the stories of the forest unfolded like petals on a blooming flower. The owl, perched high on a branch, shared tales of the stars and their guiding light, teaching the young ones the art of navigation by night. The fox recounted the lessons of cunning and survival, reminding all of the importance of adaptability and keen senses. But it was Grandmother Bristle's tale that captivated the hearts of all who listened. She spoke of the magical phenomena that graced their world, woven into the very fabric of the seasons. In spring, the forest awoke to a symphony of new life, as blossoms burst forth in a riot of colors, painting the world in hues of renewal and hope. The summer brought with it the golden warmth of the sun, and the gentle hum of bees as they danced from flower to flower, a reminder of the abundance that nature bestowed. As autumn's breath began to chill the air, the forest transformed into a tapestry of fiery reds and oranges, a celebration of the bounty that had been gathered and shared. And when winter laid its soft blanket of snow upon the earth, a hush fell over the land, a time of rest and reflection, where the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the cycle beginning anew. With each tale, the creatures felt the threads of their shared history weave tighter, binding them together in a tapestry of kinship and understanding. They learned that the magic of their world was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of connection and care. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that danced through the forest, Grandmother Bristle gathered the young ones around her. "Remember, dear ones," she said softly, "the forest thrives when we respect the balance of life. Our world is a gift, and it is our duty to protect it with kindness and understanding." The gentle murmur of agreement rose like a soft breeze, carrying with it the promise of a brighter future. And as the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, the creatures dispersed, each carrying the wisdom of the day like a precious gem tucked close to their hearts. That night, as the forest settled into the embrace of dreams, a gentle peace enveloped the land. The creatures knew that they were not alone, that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life that stretched beyond the confines of their hidden world. And so, with the turning of the seasons, the lessons of harmony and balance were passed down through the generations, a legacy of love and wisdom that would endure as long as the forest stood tall and strong, a testament to the magic that lies within us all. Story 26. In the heart of the cosmos, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This world was unlike any other, with its iridescent rivers flowing gently under skies that shifted colors with the passing hours. The air was filled with the soft hum of delicate winged creatures flitting between blooms that glowed in the moonlight. It was a place of peace, yet it held secrets of ancient wisdom. On the outskirts of Luminara's bustling market, where the scent of sweet spices mingled with laughter, a young luminarian named Neri prepared her stall. Her kind, luminescent eyes twinkled with excitement as she arranged vibrant healing crystals and aromatic herbs, gifts from her planet's abundant life. Neri was known for her gentle nature and an innate ability to listen to the whispers of the universe, understanding its subtle language. One day, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a peculiar visitor arrived at the market. His name was Xylor, a traveler from the distant planet of Zephyria. He was a tall, lanky being with a shimmering, cobalt skin that reflected the surrounding light and eyes as deep and mysterious as the ocean abyss. Xylor's people were known for their advanced technology and logical minds, often seen as distant and unsentimental. Xylor's arrival was met with curious glances, for it was uncommon to see a Zephyrian on Luminara. With a determined stride, he approached Neri's stall, drawn by the radiant crystals that seemed to pulse with life. "Greetings," he said in a voice that resonated like a deep, melodic chord. "I seek something that can calm the thoughts of a restless mind." Neri, sensing the heaviness in his words, offered him a soft smile. "You have come to the right place. These crystals can soothe even the most turbulent of thoughts. Would you like me to show you?" Xylor nodded, though his expression remained unreadable. As Neri guided him through the selections, they began to talk. At first, their conversation was stilted, marked by misunderstandings born of their different cultures. Xylor's logical questions clashed with Neri's intuitive explanations, creating a dance of words that seemed to go in circles. Yet, beneath the confusion, there was a flicker of curiosity, a spark that hinted at the potential for understanding. As the evening wore on and the market lights dimmed, Xylor found himself returning to Neri's stall day after day, drawn not only by the allure of the crystals, but by the warmth of Neri's presence. One evening, a sudden storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling like a feral beast. The market was thrown into chaos, stalls toppling and goods scattering under the force of nature. In the midst of the tempest, Xylor saw Neri struggling to protect her precious wares. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, using his advanced technology to create a barrier against the storm. Together, they weathered the chaos, united in their efforts to safeguard what they cherished. In those moments of shared struggle, something shifted between them. The misunderstandings that had once seemed insurmountable began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and a budding friendship. As the storm passed, leaving behind a sky washed clean and sparkling with stars. Neri and Xylor sat together, their hearts lightened by the experience. "Thank you," Neri said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 suns. "I don't think I could have managed without you." Xylor nodded, his usual stoic demeanor softened by a newfound warmth. "And I, without you," he replied, his voice tinged with a gentle reverence. From that day forward, Neri and Xylor became inseparable companions. They explored the mysteries of Luminara together, learning from each other's worlds and growing in ways they had never imagined. Neri taught Xylor to listen to the universe's subtle whispers, while Xylor shared the wonders of Zephyrian technology, opening new realms of possibility for Neri. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended differences and embraced the beauty of diversity. In their journey, they learned that understanding did not require sameness, but a willingness to see the world through each other's eyes. And so, under the vast starry canopy of the cosmos, Neri and Xylor found a home in each other's hearts, their friendship a testament to the power of connection and the magic that blossomed when souls dared to reach across the stars. As they sat together, watching the twin moons rise, they knew that their journey had just begun, a story woven with the threads of companionship and love, destined to shine brightly in the tapestry of the universe. Story 27. In a lush and whispering woodland, where the sunbeams danced with the shadows, there existed a realm where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was thin and permeable. This forest, nestled between mountains that wore crowns of snow and valleys lush with emerald grasses, was a haven for creatures both known and unseen by the human eye. Among the residents was a wise old tortoise named Tova, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Tova was the keeper of the forest's history, her mind a tapestry woven with stories of the past, lessons of the ancients, and dreams of the future. Her presence was a calm and constant beacon to the forest's dwellers. As spring unfurled its gentle warmth, the forest awakened with a symphony of life. The air was perfumed with the delicate scent of budding flowers, while the earth, soft and welcoming, invited creatures to emerge from their winter slumber. Birds wove intricate melodies through the canopy, a celebration of the season's renewal. One bright morning, as dewdrops clung to leaves like tiny jewels, a young deer named Lyra wandered into a sun-dappled glade. Her coat was a soft fawn, blending seamlessly with the forest floor, and her eyes, wide and curious, reflected the wonder of the world around her. Lyra was drawn to the forest's mysteries and often sought Tova's wisdom. Today, she wished to understand the magic that seemed to ripple through the air with the changing of the seasons. She approached Tova, who basked in a patch of sunlight, her eyes half closed in contemplation. "Wise Tova," Lyra began, her voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the trees, "can you tell me about the magic that makes the flowers bloom and the streams sing?" Tova lifted her head, her eyes glinting with the light of ages. "Ah, dear Lyra," she replied, her voice a low, soothing murmur. "The magic you speak of is the harmony of nature itself. It is the balance of the elements, the dance of sun and rain, the whisper of the wind through the leaves." As Tova spoke, Lyra listened intently, the soft rustle of her ears catching every word. The tortoise continued, "Each season brings its own magic. Spring's touch awakens life, summer's warmth nurtures growth, autumn's embrace prepares for rest, and winter's quiet blankets the world in reflection. All are necessary, all are balanced." The young deer nodded, her heart swelling with understanding. She realized that the magic was not a single entity, but the collective breath of the earth, a song of life in perfect harmony. As the days turned to weeks, Lyra watched the forest with newfound appreciation. She saw how the bees danced from flower to flower, how the brook babbled its ancient secrets, and how the wind carried the stories of the trees. She learned from the forest's creatures, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. One day, as summer's warmth began to wane, a sudden change swept through the forest. The sky darkened with storm clouds, and the wind picked up, carrying with it a chill that hinted at autumn's approach. The creatures of the forest sensed the shift, retreating to the safety of their shelters. But Lyra, curious and brave, stood at the forest's edge watching as the storm rolled in. She felt the first drops of rain on her nose, cool and refreshing. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. In that moment, Lyra understood what Tova had taught her. The storm was not a disruption, but a part of the cycle, a necessary cleansing to balance the warmth of summer. She watched as the rain fell, each drop nourishing the earth, preparing it for the coming changes. When the storm passed, the forest emerged glistening and renewed. The air was crisp and fresh, the colors of the leaves beginning to shift into autumn's vibrant hues. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace, knowing she was part of a world where everything was connected, each element essential to the whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyra returned to Tova's side. The old tortoise looked at her with a knowing smile, sensing the understanding that had blossomed within the young deer. "Thank you, Tova," Lyra said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of gratitude, "for teaching me to see the world's magic and to understand my place within it." Tova nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, dear Lyra, the wisdom of the forest is always with you. Cherish the balance, and you will always find your way." And so, in the heart of the ancient woodland, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lyra curled up beside Tova, her spirit at peace. The forest, with its timeless secrets and gentle rhythms, cradled its creatures in a lullaby of nature's harmony, and all was well. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young boy named Arlo. From the moment he could walk, Arlo felt an inexplicable connection to the trees that surrounded his home. He would spend hours exploring the sun-dappled glades, running his fingers along the rough bark and marveling at the towering canopies above. One crisp autumn day, as Arlo meandered through the woods, he stumbled upon an old oak tree unlike any he had seen before. Its gnarled trunk seemed to pulse with a warm, golden light, and its branches twisted and turned in intricate patterns. Captivated, Arlo drew closer and noticed a small, glowing acorn nestled among the roots. As he reached out to touch it, a voice as soft as the rustling of leaves whispered, "Hello, young one." Arlo froze, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who's there?" "I am the spirit of this ancient oak," the voice replied. "And this is no ordinary acorn. It holds the power to grant you the ability to communicate with the trees." Arlo's heart raced with excitement. "Truly? But how?" "Hold the acorn in your hands and close your eyes," the spirit instructed. "Let its magic flow through you, and you shall understand the language of the forest." Trembling with anticipation, Arlo did as he was told. The moment he clasped the acorn, a warm energy coursed through his veins, and a symphony of whispers filled his mind. He gasped as he realized he could comprehend the gentle creaks and groans of the trees around him. From that day forward, Arlo's world was forever transformed. He roamed the woods, conversing with the ancient oaks and whispering pines, learning their secrets and sharing their stories. The trees became his dearest friends, and he, their protector. One day, as Arlo sat beneath a towering maple, its branches trembled with distress. "Young one," it said, "a great darkness threatens our forest. A band of ruthless loggers approaches, wielding sharp axes and cruel intentions." Arlo's heart sank. He couldn't bear the thought of his beloved trees being felled by those who could not understand their precious lives. He knew he had to act. Gathering his courage, Arlo set out on a journey to seek help from the most ancient and wise tree in the forest, the great redwood. He trekked for days, following the whispers of the trees until he reached a hidden glade where a towering behemoth stretched towards the heavens. "Great redwood," Arlo called out, his voice trembling with reverence. "I seek your counsel. Our forest is in grave danger." The great redwood's branches swayed, and a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "I know, young one. The loggers' greed knows no bounds, and they will stop at nothing to claim our land." "But what can be done?" Arlo pleaded. "I cannot bear to see my friends harmed." "There is an ancient magic woven into the very roots of this forest," the great redwood replied. "A magic that can protect us, but it requires the pure heart of a child and the unwavering belief in the power of nature." Arlo's eyes widened with determination. "Tell me what I must do." And so the great redwood shared with Arlo a secret ritual, a dance of roots and branches, a symphony of rustling leaves and creaking boughs. Arlo listened intently, committing every step to memory. With the sacred knowledge in his heart, Arlo set off on his return journey, pausing to speak with every tree he encountered. He shared the great redwood's wisdom, rallying them to join in the ritual that would save their home. As the loggers' machines rumbled ever closer, Arlo stood tall in the heart of the forest, the glowing acorn clutched tightly in his hands. With a deep breath, he began the ritual, swaying and twisting in time with the tree's movements. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then a faint glow began to emanate from the earth, pulsing in rhythm with Arlo's dance. The glow intensified, spreading through the roots and up the trunks of the trees until the entire forest was bathed in a warm, golden radiance. The loggers stumbled to a halt, their eyes wide with disbelief. Before them stood a shimmering wall of light, impenetrable and unyielding. No matter how they swung their axes or revved their machines, the barrier held firm, protecting the forest from their destructive path. Arlo smiled, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. He had saved his friends, and in doing so, he had discovered a strength within himself he never knew existed. From that day forward, Arlo became the guardian of the forest, respected and revered by the trees he so loved. He continued to learn their ways, sharing their wisdom with all who would listen, and ensuring that the ancient magic would never fade. And whenever a new threat arose, Arlo would gather the trees together, and they would perform the sacred ritual, their voices rising in a symphony of protection and unity. For in that hidden world within the natural environment, a bond had been forged, a bond of friendship and respect that defied all expectations and transcended the boundaries of what was thought possible. As the years passed, Arlo grew from a boy into a wise and gentle man, his heart forever intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. And when his time on this earth came to an end, the trees mourned his passing with a sorrow that shook their branches to the core. But as Arlo's spirit drifted among the ancient boughs, he smiled, for he knew that his legacy would live on. The magic he had helped to awaken would continue to protect the forest, and the trees would sing his name for generations to come, a tale of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of nature's embrace. Story 29. In a quaint little village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Mara. Mara was known for her gentle spirit and her love of the quiet life she led, tending to her small garden filled with fragrant herbs and vibrant flowers. Her days were spent wandering the meandering paths of the forest, feeling the soft earth beneath her feet and listening to the chorus of birds as they sang to the morning sun. Despite her contentment, Mara felt a stirring within her heart, a tender yearning for something beyond the rustling leaves and the familiar cobblestones of her village. Yet, the thought of change filled her with a quiet dread, like the first chill of autumn air signaling the end of summer. One crisp morning, as the mists lingered over the fields and the dew sparkled like diamonds upon the grass, Mara ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her heart whispered that answers might lie beyond the familiar, and so she followed the winding brook that sang a song of adventure. The forest was alive with magic that day, a subtle hum that seemed to resonate with Mara's own heartbeat. As she walked, the sunbeams danced through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. She paused beside an ancient oak, its roots gnarled and wise, and for a moment she felt a connection, as if the tree were an old friend waiting to share a secret. It was beneath this oak that Mara first met the mysterious yet kind-hearted creature named Nia, a small, shimmering sprite with wings like stained glass. Nia had eyes that held the colors of the forest and a voice as soft as the breeze. With a gentle flutter, Nia landed on Mara's shoulder, her presence both comforting and unfamiliar. "Hello, Mara," Nia greeted, her voice a gentle melody. "I have been waiting for you. The forest has whispered of your coming." Mara, though surprised, felt an inexplicable warmth in Nia's presence and replied softly, "I didn't know I was expected." Nia chuckled lightly, a sound that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "Change is afoot, dear Mara, and it is your time. The forest has ways of guiding those who seek their own path." Though apprehensive, Mara felt a spark of curiosity kindling within her. "But how do I change when it feels so daunting?" Nia's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Change is like the seasons, gentle and inevitable. It requires patience and trust. Allow the forest to show you its magic, and you will discover your own. With Nia by her side, Mara spent the following days exploring the hidden corners of the forest, each step revealing wonders she had never imagined. She marveled at the iridescent glow of moonflowers unfurling in the twilight, and the symphony of crickets harmonizing with the babbling brook. Each moment spent with Nia in the forest brought subtle shifts within Mara, small transformations that she barely noticed at first. One afternoon, as a golden sunset bathed the world in its warm embrace, Nia led Mara to a secluded glen where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. There they encountered an ancient tortoise named Bramble, whose wise eyes held the depths of 1,000 summers. "Ah, Mara," Bramble rumbled, his voice like the soothing rumble of distant thunder. "I see the forest has welcomed you." Mara smiled, feeling a sense of belonging she couldn't quite explain. "It has shown me so much, yet I still carry a fear of change." Bramble nodded, his understanding palpable. Change is not to be feared, but embraced. Like the forest, you are part of the cycle of growth. Trust yourself, and you will find your way. With each encounter, Mara learned to see the magic within herself, mirrored in the world around her. She discovered that change was not a departure from who she was, but a deepening of her own roots, allowing her to bloom in ways she had never imagined. One evening, as the stars twinkled brightly in the velvet sky, Nia and Mara sat beside the brook, listening to its gentle lullaby. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Mara felt a peace settle within her, a quiet acceptance of the journey she had embarked upon. "You have grown, dear Mara," Nia said softly, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The magic you sought was always within you." Mara nodded, a serene smile gracing her lips. "I see now that change is not the enemy, but a friend who guides us to discover the beauty within ourselves." As she spoke, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves whispering their approval. Mara knew that her journey was far from over, but she embraced each step with newfound courage and wonder. In the days that followed, Mara returned to her village with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed by the forest's gentle magic. She continued to tend her garden, her hands moving with the grace and wisdom she had gathered in the woods. Her neighbors noticed the quiet transformation in her, the way her eyes sparkled with the light of discovery, and they too began to see the beauty in their own lives. Mara's story became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder that change, though daunting, could lead to the most wondrous transformations. And so the village thrived, its people inspired by the kindness and courage they found within themselves, guided by the magic of the whispering forest and the gentle wisdom of a young woman named Mara. And thus, the village and the forest lived in harmony, each day a new beginning, each season a testament to the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. Story 30. In the vast expanse of the Starlight Nebula, where shimmering gases painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Aetheris. Aetheris was a melting pot in the galaxy, where beings from various corners of the universe gathered to trade, learn, and share their cultures. Among its many residents was a gentle, verdant creature named Leora, from the lush planet of Verdania. Leora had eyes like pools of emerald, her skin a soft tapestry of leaves and vines that whispered secrets of the forest with every gentle movement. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Aetheris cast a silvery glow over the planetary market, Leora was perusing a stall selling rare seeds. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a small commotion nearby. A curious crowd had gathered around a traveler who seemed out of place, even amidst the diversity of the market. Standing a head taller than most, with skin that shimmered like polished metal, was Kellen, a mechanical being from the distant metallic world of Farum. His eyes, glowing spheres of cobalt, scanned the crowd with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Kellen had ventured to Aetheris in search of knowledge, driven by an insatiable curiosity about organic life. However, his mechanical demeanor and unfamiliar customs often led to misunderstandings with the locals. On this particular day, an accidental bump into a stack of delicate pottery had resulted in a cascade of broken ceramics and a flurry of apologies that seemed to only further alienate him. Leora, observing the scene, felt a pang of empathy. She approached Kellen with a warm smile, her voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves. "It seems the market can be overwhelming at times," she said, her tone light and inviting. "Perhaps I could show you around? There's more to see than just fragile pottery." Kellen, surprised by the kindness in her voice, nodded appreciatively. "I would like that," he replied, his voice a harmonious blend of digital tones. As they wandered through the market, Leora explained the various stalls and their offerings, her descriptions vivid and full of life. She pointed out the intricacies of the handcrafted jewelry, the rich aromas of exotic spices, and the vibrant colors of woven tapestries. Kellen listened intently, his initial awkwardness fading as he absorbed the sensory tapestry Leora painted with her words. Their friendship began to blossom that day, nurtured by mutual curiosity and a growing understanding. Yet, as with all friendships, there were challenges that tested their bond. One such test arrived in the form of a grand festival that celebrated the unity of Aethra's diverse inhabitants. Each species was invited to contribute a performance that showcased their unique culture. Leora, with her natural grace and connection to the earth, decided to perform a traditional dance of Verdania, where the movements mimicked the swaying trees and blooming flowers of her homeland. Kellen, eager to participate but unsure of how to contribute, suggested he accompany her with a symphony of sounds he could generate from his internal systems. As they rehearsed, however, their differences became apparent. Leora's fluid motions seemed mismatched with Kellen's mechanical rhythms. Frustration began to creep into their practice sessions, misunderstandings bubbling beneath the surface. Leora felt her patience waning, while Kellen grew increasingly concerned that he might be an impediment to her performance. One evening, after a particularly disheartening rehearsal, the two sat in silence beneath the twinkling stars. The air between them was heavy with unspoken words, until Kellen finally broke the silence. "I fear I am not suited for this dance," he confessed, his voice tinged with a rare vulnerability. Leora turned to him, her eyes softening as she realized the weight of his concerns. "It's not about perfection," she replied gently. "It's about sharing our worlds, our hearts. Maybe we just need to listen to each other a bit more, find a harmony that belongs to us." Inspired by Leora's words, they decided to approach their performance anew. Leora adjusted her dance to incorporate more structured movements, while Kellen experimented with softer, more organic sounds that complemented her steps. They practiced with renewed determination, each learning to adapt and compromise. When the day of the festival arrived, the air was alive with anticipation. The stage was set in the heart of the market, adorned with lanterns that bathed the audience in a warm, golden glow. As Leora and Kellen took the stage, there was a palpable hush, the crowd eager to witness the melding of their disparate worlds. The performance began with Leora's graceful movements, her body a symphony of nature's elegance. Kellen's sounds rose to meet her, a gentle cascade of chimes and hums that echoed the rustling of leaves and the whisper of wind. As they danced, their initial hesitations fell away, replaced by a seamless flow that captured the essence of their friendship, an intricate dance of understanding and acceptance. When the final notes faded into the night, a moment of profound silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a rising tide of applause that echoed through the market. Leora and Kellen stood side by side, their differences now a source of strength rather than division. As the festival continued, the two friends wandered among the stalls, basking in the afterglow of their performance. They shared stories and laughter, their bond deepened by the challenges they had overcome together. In the days that followed, Leora and Kellen became a familiar sight in the market, their friendship a testament to the beauty that arises when different worlds converge. Through their journey, they had discovered that true friendship transcends appearances and misunderstandings, thriving instead on the fertile ground of mutual respect and empathy. And so, beneath the gentle glow of Aethra's twin moons, amidst the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived on the little planet, Leora and Kellen continued their exploration of the universe, side by side, their hearts as one. They had found not just friendship, but a shared understanding, a reminder that even in the vastness of the galaxy, the most profound connections are often forged between the most unlikely companions. Story 31. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in an endless midnight sky, lay the vibrant galaxy of Harmonium. Within this galaxy, nestled among swirling nebulae and shimmering planets, was the quaint and bustling space station known as the Celestial Cove. It served as a crossroads for travelers from all corners of the universe, a place where cultures mingled, stories were exchanged, and friendships blossomed. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the station's corridors hummed with the soft whir of intergalactic engines and the gentle chatter of its diverse inhabitants, two unlikely companions found themselves drawn together by the thread of destiny. The first was Zorak, a towering figure from the planet Veldor, known for its endless forests and crystalline rivers. Zorak's skin shimmered with a faint emerald glow, and his eyes, deep and wise, held the hues of a forest at dusk. His people, the Veldari, were renowned for their profound connection to nature and their gentle, contemplative demeanor. The second was Lyra, a petite and vibrant being from the desert planet of Solara. Her skin was the color of sunlit sand, and her eyes sparkled like the twin suns of her homeland. The Solarans were spirited and adventurous, known for their ingenuity and quick wit. Their paths first crossed in the bustling marketplace of the Celestial Cove, where Zorak stood mesmerized by a vendor's display of exotic seeds. Each seed was more wondrous than the last, promising to grow into plants never before seen on Veldor. As he reached out to examine them, a sudden burst of laughter erupted nearby. Turning, Zorak saw Lyra attempting to charm a robotic vendor into offering a better deal on a set of navigation charts. Her laughter was infectious, her smile bright and warm like the first light of dawn. Yet in her eagerness, she accidentally bumped into Zorak, sending a cascade of seeds tumbling to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Lyra exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, Zorak knelt down, his large hands carefully collecting the scattered seeds. "No harm done," he said, his voice as gentle as a breeze through leaves. "These seeds are resilient, much like the forest from which they come." Lyra smiled, a spark of curiosity in her eyes. "You're from Veldor, aren't you? I've heard tales of your forests. They say the trees sing with the wind." Zorak nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "And you're from Solara, I presume? Your people are famed for their ability to navigate the stars as if they were the sands of your desert." Thus began their friendship, a bond forged in the shared wonder of their differences. Yet, as with all new relationships, there were misunderstandings. Zorak's quiet, contemplative nature sometimes puzzled Lyra, who was used to the lively exchanges of her own people. Conversely, Lyra's exuberance occasionally overwhelmed Zorak, who valued the stillness of thought. One evening, as they sat together in the observatory, gazing out at the swirling galaxies, a misunderstanding arose. Lyra, in her excitement about a new star map she had acquired, began to speak rapidly, her words a torrent of enthusiasm. Zorak, overwhelmed, remained silent, which Lyra misinterpreted as disinterest. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice tinged with hurt. "I didn't mean to bore you." Zorak turned to her, his eyes soft with understanding. "You could never bore me, Lyra. Your spirit is as vibrant as the stars themselves. Sometimes I just need a moment to absorb the beauty of your words." Lyra smiled, understanding blooming between them like a Solaran sunrise. "And I, too, must learn to appreciate the quiet wisdom of your thoughts." Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. When a sudden meteor storm threatened the station, their combined skills proved invaluable. Zorak's knowledge of natural patterns helped predict the storm's path, while Lyra's quick thinking and navigation skills guided the station to safety. In the aftermath, as they caught their breath, a profound sense of mutual respect anchored their friendship. In the days that followed, they shared stories of their homelands, exchanged customs, and learned from one another's perspectives. Zorak taught Lyra the art of patience, showing her how to listen to the whisper of the universe. In turn, Lyra taught Zorak the joy of spontaneity, encouraging him to embrace the unexpected and find delight in the moment. One evening, as they walked along the station's observation deck, Lyra paused, her gaze fixed on the constellation that mirrored the path to her home. "Do you ever miss Veldor?" she asked, her voice soft with understanding. Zorak nodded, a gentle smile on his lips. "I do, but I have found something just as precious here, a friendship that spans the stars." Lyra reached for his hand, her touch warm and reassuring. And I, too, have found a kindred spirit, one who sees the universe through eyes of wonder. Under the vast expanse of the cosmos, with planets and stars as their witnesses, Zorak and Lyra discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended differences, a connection that grew stronger through shared experiences and mutual understanding. In each other, they found a reflection of the universe's infinite possibilities, a reminder that, no matter how vast the galaxy, the heart always finds its home. And so, in the gentle embrace of the celestial cove, their friendship flourished, a beacon of light in the endless night, reminding all who cross their path that true companionship is found not in similarity, but in the beautiful harmony of differences. Story 32. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there was a quaint little village called Lullaby Glen. The village was nestled snugly between rolling hills and was enveloped in a perpetual mist that sparkled with tiny rainbows when the sun peeked through. Lullaby Glen was a place where magic lingered in the air, and every corner of it shimmered with enchantment. The villagers of Lullaby Glen were a merry lot, known for their warm smiles and kind hearts. They lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the woods, such as the gentle moon mice that glowed softly in the night, and the whispering owls whose wisdom was sought by all. However, recently, a curious mystery had begun to unfold, one that puzzled even the wisest among them. Every morning as the mist would lift, the villagers found tiny, intricate patterns drawn in the dew on their windows. These patterns were not random squiggles, but delicate designs resembling stars, spirals, and swirls. They were beautiful and precise, as if painted by an unseen artist with an invisible brush. The villagers were both intrigued and baffled, for no one had seen or heard anything during the night. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marigold, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the brook in the morning sun. Marigold was known for her curious mind and her love for solving riddles. She decided that she would unravel the mystery of the dew drawings. One crisp, starry night, Marigold stayed up late, wrapped in a cozy blanket and sipping on warm honey milk. She perched herself by the window, determined to catch a glimpse of the mysterious artist. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village. The only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of a wise owl. As the night wore on, Marigold's eyelids grew heavy, but she fought against sleep. Just as her head began to droop, a soft, melodic hum filled the air. Marigold's eyes snapped open, and she peered out into the moonlit night. To her astonishment, she saw tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about the village, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. They were the dew pixies, elusive beings of legend that were said to dance on the morning dew, sculpting it into patterns as they played. Marigold watched in wonder as the pixies twirled and leaped, their gossamer wings catching the moonlight. The patterns they left behind on the windows were their dances, frozen in time until the morning sun took them away. Marigold knew she had discovered something magical, and she felt a deep sense of joy and gratitude. She understood that the dew pixies meant no harm. They were simply expressing their joy through their art. The next morning, she gathered the villagers in the town square and shared her discovery. The villagers listened with wide eyes and warm hearts, enchanted by the tale of the dew pixies. They decided to leave small gifts for the pixies, a few drops of honey, a pinch of stardust, in gratitude for the beauty they brought to their village. The pixies, in turn, continued their nocturnal dances, knowing they were cherished and welcomed by the people of Lullaby Glen. And so, the mystery of the dew drawings was solved, not through cunning or confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. The villagers of Lullaby Glen learned to appreciate the magic in their midst and the gentle creatures who shared their world. As Marigold lay in bed that night, the sounds of the whispering woods lulling her to sleep, she felt a warm glow in her heart. She had discovered that sometimes the most wondrous mysteries are those that remind us of the beauty in the world and the magic that exists just beyond the edge of our dreams. And thus, in the cozy village of Lullaby Glen, where every night was filled with the soft glow of moon mice and the gentle hum of dew pixies, peace and wonder reigned, wrapping everyone in a comforting embrace until the morning light. Story 33. The Enchanted Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, lay the small village of Elderglen. The village was known far and wide for its beautiful lanterns that glowed like clusters of stars on festival nights. These lanterns were crafted with great care and skill by the townsfolk, using secrets passed down through generations. However, there was one lantern, unlike all the others, that held a magic of its own. A magic that would soon weave an unforgettable tale. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, traits that shone as brightly as the lanterns that hung around her home. Lyra loved nothing more than walking through the forest, where the air smelled of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced in patterns through the canopy above. She often imagined the forest had secrets, hidden worlds just beyond what the eye could see. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled in whispers of gold and crimson, Lyra set out on her usual path with a small basket in hand, hoping to collect some herbs and wildflowers for her grandmother's remedies. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and violet. As Lyra wandered deeper into the forest, she felt a strange pull, as though something was calling her towards the heart of the woods. Following the call, she stumbled upon a glade she had never seen before. It was a serene, circular clearing surrounded by towering oaks and carpeted with soft moss that glowed faintly under the dimming sky. In the center of the glade stood an old, gnarled tree with branches that reached out like the arms of a wise, ancient being. Hanging from one of its lower branches was a lantern that was enchanting in its simplicity and radiance. The lantern was made of delicate glass that shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. As Lyra approached it, she noticed an inscription on its base. The words were faint but readable. To light the path when all seems dark, and guide the heart to where it must embark. Curious and captivated, Lyra gently lifted the lantern from its perch. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a warm light enveloped her, filling the glade with a comforting luminescence. The forest around her seemed to hush, as if waiting for something miraculous to unfold. Just then, a soft voice drifted through the air, soothing and melodic. "Thank you for finding me, dear child," it said. "I am the Lantern of Whispers, keeper of the hidden paths and guardian of secret worlds." Startled yet intrigued, Lyra looked around, expecting to see someone step from the shadows. But there was no one. It seemed the lantern itself was speaking to her. Gathering her courage, she asked, "What do you mean, hidden paths and secret worlds?" The lantern's glow pulsed gently, as if chuckling. "This forest is filled with wonders unseen by ordinary eyes. Long ago, the magic of this land was sealed away, only to be revealed when kindness and courage come together. You, gentle Lyra, have awakened me with your pure heart." Lyra listened intently, her heart racing with excitement and a tinge of fear. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden in her beloved forest. The lantern's light flickered softly, casting playful shadows that danced around the glade. "There is a realm beyond this world, a realm of forgotten dreams and unspoken wishes. To enter, you must follow the path I illuminate and find the door that opens with a song of friendship." With those words, the lantern's glow intensified, and a path of shimmering light appeared, winding through the trees like a silver ribbon. Lyra's heart soared with anticipation as she stepped onto the path, clutching the lantern close. The journey was unlike any Lyra had ever experienced. The forest around her seemed to shift and change, revealing glimpses of creatures and landscapes that defied explanation. She saw deer with antlers made of crystal, rivers that sang as they flowed, and flowers that bloomed with laughter. The air was alive with magic, each breath a whisper of possibilities. As she walked, Lyra encountered a small, timid fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox followed her at a distance, its curiosity piqued by the girl's presence in the lantern's light. Lyra paused and held out her hand, speaking softly to the creature. "Hello, little one. Would you like to join me on this journey?" The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, sniffing her fingers before nuzzling her hand. A bond of trust formed between them, one built on kindness and understanding. Lyra smiled, feeling the warmth of companionship and the strength it brought. Together, they continued along the path, their footsteps echoing with the quietude of the forest. The lantern guided them through a tapestry of wonders, each step revealing more of the hidden world Lyra had always suspected was there. Eventually, they reached a large ancient oak with a door carved into its trunk. The door was adorned with intricate patterns, symbols of unity and harmony. Lyra knew instinctively that this was the entrance to the realm the lantern had spoken of. Taking a deep breath, she sang a melody that rose from her heart, a song of friendship and hope, woven with the essence of the bond she shared with the fox. The door responded with a soft, harmonious hum, slowly creaking open to reveal a world bathed in twilight. Inside, the realm was a wondrous place, filled with vibrant colors and gentle sounds. It was a land where dreams took shape and wishes whispered on the breeze. Lyra and the fox explored this magical world, meeting creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories to share and wisdom to impart. As they journeyed through this enchanted realm, Lyra learned many things. She discovered the importance of listening, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She understood the power of connection, how kindness could bridge even the widest of chasms. And she realized that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the courage to believe in the impossible. Time flowed differently in this realm, and after what felt like both moments and lifetimes, Lyra knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of the world around her, she retraced her steps, the fox by her side and the lantern lighting the way. When they reached the glade where it all began, the lantern's glow dimmed, its warmth settling into Lyra's heart. The fox, too, seemed to understand that their journey together was at an end, but their bond remained, a testament to the power of friendship. As she returned to Elderglen, the village welcomed her with open arms, curious about the changes they saw in her eyes, a depth of wisdom and a lightness of spirit. Lyra shared her tales, the wonders she had seen, and the lessons she had learned, bringing the magic of the hidden realm into her world. The enchanted lantern returned to its place on the old tree, ready to guide another when the time was right. And though Lyra's adventure had come to an end, her heart remained forever open to the possibilities of the unknown, a beacon of warmth and kindness in a world waiting to be discovered. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village of Elderglen thrived. Its lanterns continued to glow with the light of friendship and hope, forever illuminating the path for those with the courage to follow their hearts. As the villagers gathered around the flickering glow of their lanterns, they often spoke of Lyra's journey, a tale passed from one generation to the next. It became a cherished story, not just for its magic and wonder, but for the truth it held, that kindness and friendship could open doors to worlds unseen, and that within each heart lay the power to make a difference. Lyra, now older and wiser, often walked the familiar paths of the forest, the fox by her side. They were inseparable companions, bound by their shared adventure and the understanding that had grown between them. Together they listened to the forest's whispers, the gentle rustle of leaves and the songs of birds, each note a reminder of the hidden world they had once explored. The seasons passed, painting the forest in hues of green, gold, and white. The village blossomed, its people living in harmony with the land, guided by the lessons of the past. Elderglen became a place where dreams were nurtured, where children grew up believing in the magic of the world around them. One day, as Lyra strolled through the forest, she noticed a young girl sitting by the glade's edge, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the lantern hanging from the old tree. The girl had an air of curiosity and a spirit that reminded Lyra of herself at that age. She approached with a warm smile, the fox padding softly beside her. "Hello there," Lyra said gently, her voice as soothing as the wind through the leaves. "Are you exploring the forest?" The girl nodded, her eyes never leaving the lantern. "It's so beautiful," she whispered. "I feel like it's calling to me." Lyra chuckled, the sound like a gentle brook. "The forest has many secrets," she said, "and sometimes it chooses to share them with those who listen closely." The girl looked up at Lyra, her eyes bright with curiosity and a hint of adventure. "Have you ever found any of those secrets?" she asked. Lyra's heart swelled with fond memories. "I have," she replied, kneeling beside the girl, "and they changed my life in ways I never imagined." The girl listened intently as Lyra shared her story, speaking of the hidden realm and the journey that had brought her there. She spoke of friendship, courage, and the magic that lay in every heart willing to believe. The girl's eyes sparkled as she listened, her spirit alight with dreams of her own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a soft twilight glow, Lyra placed a gentle hand on the girl's shoulder. "Remember," she said, "the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. All it takes is a kind heart and the courage to follow where it leads." The girl nodded, inspired by Lyra's tale and eager to embark on her own adventures. As she stood to leave, Lyra watched her with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that the magic of the forest would continue to touch lives, just as it had touched hers. The fox nuzzled Lyra's hand, a silent promise of companionship and understanding. Together, they watched as the girl disappeared into the forest, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. As night fell and the stars emerged to twinkle in the sky, the village of Elderglen glowed with the light of its lanterns, a beacon of hope and friendship for all who sought its warmth. The enchanted lantern, a silent guardian of dreams, hung in its place, ready to guide another heart when the time was right. And so the story of Lyra and the enchanted lantern became a part of the village's tapestry, a timeless reminder that within each of us lies the power to uncover the hidden wonders of the world, and that through kindness and friendship, we can illuminate even the darkest of paths. In the heart of the forest, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village thrived, its people forever bound by the lessons of the past and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And as the years passed, the story lived on, a gentle whisper of magic and hope, echoing through the trees and into the hearts of those who listened. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Leora, a young woman with eyes the color of twilight, was known for her kind heart and gentle demeanor. However, she struggled with a deep-seated fear of change, finding comfort only in the familiar rhythms of her life. Leora's days were spent tending to her small garden, where the scent of lavender and rosemary lingered in the air, and the hum of bees provided a soothing melody. Despite the beauty around her, Leora felt a restlessness inside, a yearning for something more, though she couldn't quite grasp what it was. Her garden, though vibrant, mirrored her life, a place of safety and routine, where every sprout and bloom was predictable. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. Leora noticed a small, iridescent seed lying at the edge of her garden, glistening with hues of emerald and sapphire. She picked it up, feeling its warmth against her palm, and decided to plant it in the center of her garden, curious to see what would emerge. As days turned to weeks, the seed sprouted into a magnificent vine that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Its tendrils reached towards the sky, and delicate flowers unfurled, each petal a cascade of colors that seemed to dance in the light. The vine exuded a gentle hum, like a lullaby whispered by the stars. The villagers were drawn to Leora's garden, enchanted by the vine's beauty. Among them was a wise elder named Cedric, whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. With a voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, he said, "This vine, dear Leora, is a reflection of your own potential. It grows and changes, just as you must, to find the path that calls to your heart." Despite Cedric's gentle encouragement, Leora hesitated. The thought of change filled her with unease, her heart a fluttering bird in a cage. She found solace in the presence of her dearest friend, Maris, a spirited young woman with laughter like a bubbling brook. Maris, with her adventurous spirit, often spoke of the wonders that lay beyond the village, always encouraging Leora to embrace the unknown. One evening, as a soft mist settled over the village, Leora confided in Maris. "I fear stepping beyond what I know," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "What if I lose myself in the process?" Maris took her hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "Perhaps, my dear Leora, it is in losing ourselves that we truly find who we are meant to be." Inspired by Maris's words and Cedric's wisdom, Leora resolved to nurture the vine, tending to it with love and care. As she did, she noticed subtle changes within herself. Her dreams grew bolder, her thoughts untethered from the confines of her fears. The vine, in turn, flourished, its flowers transforming into brilliant orbs of light that floated into the sky, painting the night with a spectacle of stars. With each passing day, Leora felt a gentle shift within, like the first light of dawn chasing away the shadows. She began to venture beyond her garden, exploring the village and the edges of the whispering woods. She discovered hidden paths and secret glades, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and the songs of unseen creatures. One day, as she wandered deeper into the woods, she encountered a small creature trapped beneath a fallen branch. It was a tiny fox, its fur as white as snow, its eyes like liquid amber. Without hesitation, Leora freed the fox, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose and compassion. The fox, in gratitude, followed her back to the village, becoming her constant companion. It was as if the fox mirrored Leora's journey, an embodiment of her courage to embrace the unknown and the magic that lay within. As the seasons turned, Leora's life blossomed with new experiences and friendships. The villagers, inspired by her transformation, began to embrace change in their own lives, finding joy in the new and unexpected. Leora's garden, once a place of routine, became a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the vine continued to grow, a testament to the beauty of change and the power of embracing one's true self. And so Leora discovered that change, though daunting, was a gift, a journey of self-discovery that revealed the magic hidden within her heart. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, she realized that she was never truly alone, for she had the love of her friends, the wisdom of the elders, and the courage to follow her own path. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered, Leora sat by the vine, her heart aglow with contentment. The gentle hum of the flowers lulled her into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the knowledge that she had found her place in the world, a place where change was not to be feared, but embraced as the key to discovering the wonders of the heart. And so, beneath a sky adorned with the light of 1,000 stars, Leora's story became a timeless tale of growth and transformation, a reminder to all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to bloom, to change, and to find our own magic in the world. Story 35. In a corner of the universe where stars twinkled like the tiniest of fireflies, there existed a quaint little planet known as Glimmer. Unlike other planets which boasted towering cities or sprawling landscapes, Glimmer was a tapestry of luminescent meadows and whispering forests, perpetually bathed in the soft glow of its 3 gentle moons. The air was sweet with the scent of star-bloom flowers, and the gentle hum of the crystalline streams sang softly to any wanderer who might listen. On this serene planet lived a being named Lyra. Lyra was of the Glimmian race, gentle creatures with skin that shimmered like the surface of a moonlit lake. Her eyes, large and expressive, mirrored the night sky, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Lyra spent her days tending the star-bloom fields, a task she cherished for its calm and rhythm, believing that every flower she nurtured added to the planet's harmonious glow. One night, as the skies sang their celestial lullabies, a curious event unfolded. A streak of light danced across the heavens, growing larger and brighter until it finally descended with a gentle thud into the heart of the Starbloom meadow. Lyra, her heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and concern, approached the sight. There, nestled among the softly glowing flowers, was a small, peculiar spacecraft. From the craft emerged a creature unlike any Lyra had seen before. It was a creature of sturdy build, with skin a deep shade of emerald and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and curiosity. The newcomer was a Zorbian, a species known for their adventurous spirit and robust sense of humor. His name was Kor, and he had traveled from the distant planet of Zorbia, a place of rugged landscapes and vibrant, ever-changing skies. At first, Lyra and Kor found themselves struggling to communicate. The Glimmian language, a melodic cascade of tones, was foreign to Kor, whose own language was a series of rhythmic clicks and hums. Their initial attempts at conversation were a cacophony of mismatched sounds, leading to confusion and a few awkward silences. Despite the language barrier, Lyra's gentle nature and Kor's good humor prevailed. They began to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra showed Kor how to care for the star blooms, their delicate petals responding to gentle touch and soft whispers. In return, Kor shared stories of his travels, drawing constellations in the air with his fingers, each tale more wondrous than the last. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Kor faced their first shared challenge. A rare celestial event, known as the lunar veil, was approaching. It was a time when the three moons aligned, casting a shadow over Glimmer and dimming its light. During the lunar veil, the star blooms would close, and the meadows would lose their glow, leaving the planet in a temporary twilight. The Glimmians viewed this event with a mix of reverence and worry. Without the star bloom's light, the planet's delicate balance was disrupted. Lyra explained this to Kor with solemn gestures, and he understood the gravity of the situation. Together, they devised a plan to harness the remaining light of the moons to keep the star blooms alive. On the night of the lunar veil, Lyra and Kor worked side by side. They crafted reflective petals from Kor's spacecraft materials, placing them strategically among the fields to capture and amplify the faint moonlight. As they labored, their differences melted away, replaced by a shared determination and growing bond. The lunar veil descended, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. But then, slowly and surely, the star blooms began to pulse with a gentle light, the reflective petals working their magic. The meadows glowed once more, a soft, steady luminescence that defied the encroaching darkness. With the crisis averted, Lyra and Kor found themselves sitting under the twilight sky, surrounded by the soft glow they had worked so hard to preserve. In that peaceful moment, they exchanged a look of mutual respect and understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the friendship that had blossomed between them. As the lunar veil passed and Glimmer returned to its usual brilliance, Kor knew it was time to continue his journey. Yet, he felt a tug at his heart, a reluctance to leave the newfound world and friend he had come to cherish. Lyra, sensing his hesitation, placed a hand on his shoulder, her eyes conveying gratitude and warmth. With a promise to return, Kor boarded his spacecraft, his heart full of memories and lessons learned. As he soared into the stars, Lyra watched until he was a mere twinkle in the vast night sky, her heart light with the knowledge that true friendship transcended language and distance. And so, under the glow of the three moons, Lyra returned to her star blooms, her spirit forever enriched by the unexpected companionship of a traveler from the stars. In their brief time together, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that illuminated their hearts as brightly as the star blooms themselves. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the lush meadows, collecting wildflowers, and watching the silvery brook that wound its way through the village, sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars in the morning sun. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila wandered into the heart of the forest. Her bare feet made no sound on the soft, mossy ground, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. As she ambled along the winding path, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Nestled among the roots of this mighty tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth and worn, as if touched by countless hands over many lifetimes. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and gently lifted the lid, revealing a delicate silver key lying upon a bed of crimson velvet. It shimmered in the dim light, and as Lila picked it up, she felt a peculiar warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the key itself was alive. With the key cradled in her hand, Lila set off on a journey through the forest, guided by an inexplicable feeling that the key had a story to tell. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves whispered secrets in the breeze, and the brook sang a gentle lullaby that echoed through the trees. Lila soon met her first companion on this journey, a wise old turtle named Thistle. His shell was covered in moss and tiny blossoms, and his eyes twinkled with the light of countless sunsets. "Ah, young one," he said in a voice as smooth as the river stones. "You have found the key of whimsy, It holds the power to unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but its magic is not meant to be used lightly. Intrigued, Lila asked Thistle how she might discover the key's purpose. The turtle smiled knowingly. The key will guide you, but only if you listen with your heart. Remember, true magic lies not in what we see, but in the bonds we forge and the kindness we show. Lila thanked Thistle and continued on her way, the key glinting softly in her hand. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the path grew more winding, and the trees whispered tales of old. Soon she came across a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle deer named Selene grazed. Her coat glistened like silver under the celestial glow, and she greeted Lila with a nod. "I see you carry the key of whimsy," Selene said, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. "You must be seeking something special. Perhaps I can help you find your way." Lila shared her quest with Selene, who listened intently. "The key will reveal its magic when you need it most," Selene advised. "But first, you must understand that the true journey is not just about finding answers, but about discovering the strength within yourself." With Selene's words echoing in her heart, Lila pressed onward, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. Her path led her to a hidden glade, where a babbling brook danced over smooth stones, and fireflies twinkled like earthbound stars. Here she encountered a wise old owl named Bramble, perched upon a low-hanging branch. With a nod of his head, Bramble greeted Lila. "The key of whimsy is a rare gift," he hooted softly. "But remember, not all doors are meant to be opened. Sometimes the greatest magic lies in leaving things as they are." Lila thanked Bramble for his wisdom, and as she turned to leave, the owl gifted her a single soft feather. "This will remind you of the power of patience and the gift of understanding," he said, his eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. Feeling the weight of her newfound insights, Lila wandered back toward the village, her heart full of the whispers of the forest and the gentle guidance of her companions. As she neared the edge of the woods, a sudden rustling in the underbrush caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a small, timid rabbit with fur as soft as dandelion fluff. The rabbit, whose name was Pippin, seemed agitated. "Oh dear," he fretted, his whiskers twitching nervously. "I've lost my way, and the night is closing in." Lila knelt beside him and offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Pippin. I can help you find your way home." With the silver key still warm in her hand, Lila felt a gentle tug in her heart, guiding her to follow the path illuminated by the moonlight. Together, they ventured through the forest, Lila's presence calming Pippin's fears. As they walked, the key seemed to hum with a comforting melody, resonating with the world around them. In time, they reached a cozy burrow nestled beneath an old willow tree, its branches swaying like the gentle arms of a mother. Pippin's family emerged to greet him, their eyes shining with gratitude and relief. "My dear Lila," Pippin said, his voice filled with warmth, "you have shown me such kindness. The true magic lies not in the key you hold, but in the heart that guided you." As dawn painted the sky with shades of pink and gold, Lila returned to the village, her heart aglow with the lessons she had learned. She understood now that the key of whimsy was a reminder of the magic that dwells within each of us, waiting to be unlocked through acts of compassion and understanding. And so, with the silver key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle murmur of the forest and the soft glow of moonlight. She knew that wherever her journey might lead, the magic of friendship and kindness would always light her way. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Stones. In the heart of the lush, emerald forest, where the air seemed to hum with a melody only the trees could hear, there lay a small village named Verdant Hollow. It was a place cloaked in perpetual spring, where the sun filtered through the canopy in soft, golden beams, and the scent of blooming wildflowers mingled with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. The village was known for its tranquility, nestled as it was between the arms of the great forest and the silver-threaded river that wound its way through the landscape. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their homes built from the very wood of fallen trees, and their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Lyra, with hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like the forest's hidden streams. Lyra was known for her gentle heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's borders. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds, her heart yearning for something more, something unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the earth and the world was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dawn, Lyra set out on one of her many explorations. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a small, secluded glade she had never seen before. The glade was unlike any other part of the forest. It was filled with a soft, almost ethereal light, and at its center lay a peculiar circle of stones. These stones were unlike any Lyra had seen. They were smooth and cool to the touch, with faint, glowing runes carved into their surfaces. As she traced her fingers over them, she felt a curious tingling sensation, as if the stones were alive, humming with a silent energy. Intrigued, Lyra sat among them, closing her eyes to better feel their vibrations. As she sat, the world around her began to fade, and a gentle voice, soft and melodic, filled her mind. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," it whispered, as if carried on the breeze. "You have found the Whispering Stones, a gateway to the hidden realm." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. A hidden realm? Her curiosity blazed brighter than ever. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere breath in the stillness. "We are the guardians of the ancient paths," the voice replied, warm and comforting. "Through us, you may glimpse the world beyond the veil, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the lines between this world and the next blur." The stones pulsed gently beneath her palms, and Lyra knew she was standing on the threshold of something wondrous. Yet she hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. "What must I do?" she asked. "Merely open your heart and mind," the voice instructed. "Trust in the journey, for it will reveal what you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lyra allowed herself to relax, surrendering to the stone's gentle pull. As she did, the glade seemed to shimmer, the air around her growing thick with magic. The world swirled and shifted, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place both strange and familiar. The forest was there, yet transformed. The trees towered higher, their leaves shimmering in hues of silver and gold. The air was tinged with the scent of flowers Lyra had never encountered, sweet and intoxicating. The sky above was a canvas of swirling colors, like the auroras she had heard tales of but never seen. In this hidden realm, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. There were deer with coats like spun starlight, birds with feathers that glistened like precious gems, and tiny, delicate beings that flitted about on gossamer wings, leaving trails of light in their wake. Awestruck, Lyra wandered through this enchanted world, her heart soaring with wonder. As she explored, she encountered a young fox with fur as red as flame and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox, sensing her presence, approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice echoing in Lyra's mind. "I am Finn, a guide of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Lyra knelt to meet the fox's gaze, her heart brimming with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "I found the Whispering Stones," she explained. "They led me here. I seek to learn, to understand the mysteries of this place." Finn nodded, a knowing gleam in his eye. "Then you are welcome here, for you have the heart of a true seeker. But remember, knowledge is not always easy to grasp. The journey may be fraught with challenges, yet you will not face them alone." With Finn by her side, Lyra ventured deeper into the hidden realm. They traveled through forests where the trees sang in melodious harmonies, across meadows where flowers danced to an unheard tune, and over streams that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. Along the way, they encountered many wondrous beings, wise owls with feathers of moonlight, playful otters that wove patterns in the water, and ancient tortoises that moved with the wisdom of ages past. Each shared a piece of their world, their stories painting a tapestry of magic and wonder that left Lyra's heart full. Yet, as the days passed, Lyra began to notice a shadow creeping over the land. The colors of the realm dimmed, the songs grew fainter, and the creatures moved with a sense of unease. The hidden realm was changing, and not for the better. Concerned, Lyra turned to Finn. "What is happening?" she asked, worry etching her brow. Finn's eyes were somber, his voice a soft murmur. A great imbalance has befallen our world. The threads that bind it are unraveling, and the magic that sustains us is fading. Lyra's heart ached at the thought. This realm, so full of beauty and wonder, was in peril. "Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked, determination burning in her eyes. Finn regarded her with a mix of hope and caution. "There is a way, but it is not without risk. To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of the realm, where the source of magic lies. There, you must rekindle its flame, for only then will the harmony be restored." Though the task seemed daunting, Lyra knew she could not turn her back on the world that had welcomed her so warmly. "I will do it," she vowed, her voice steady and sure. With Finn as her guide, Lyra set out on her quest, traveling through landscapes both breathtaking and daunting. They climbed mountains that pierced the sky, crossed deserts where the sands whispered ancient secrets, and navigated labyrinthine forests where the paths seemed to shift and change. As they journeyed, Lyra learned to listen to the whispers of the land, to see beyond the surface and understand the deeper currents that flowed through this world. She discovered the strength within herself, the courage to face the unknown, and the wisdom to know when to ask for help. The challenges were many, but Lyra faced each with grace and determination. She learned to trust in her instincts, to rely on the friendships she had forged, and to believe in the power of hope and love to overcome even the greatest of obstacles. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, a place of breathtaking beauty where the air hummed with a potent energy. In the center lay the source of magic, a pulsating orb of light that seemed to contain the very essence of the realm. But the source was dimming, its glow fading with each passing moment. Lyra approached it with reverence, feeling the weight of her task settle upon her shoulders. She knew that to rekindle the flame, she must give of herself, to pour her heart and soul into the source and reignite its light. Closing her eyes, Lyra reached deep within, drawing upon the love and strength she had found on her journey. She thought of the friends she had made, the wonders she had witnessed, and the beauty of the world that had captured her heart. As she focused her thoughts, a warmth spread through her, a gentle glow that grew brighter and brighter. She opened her eyes to see the source responding, its light flaring to life, vibrant and strong. The realm around her shuddered, as if awakening from a long slumber. Colors bloomed anew, songs filled the air, and the creatures of the realm rejoiced as the magic flowed once more. Lyra felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart soaring with joy. She had done it. She had restored the balance, saved the hidden realm she had come to love. As the realm celebrated, Lyra knew it was time to return to her own world. She had learned much on her journey, grown in ways she had never imagined, and she carried those lessons with her like precious treasures. With Finn by her side, she made her way back to the Whispering Stones, the gateway that would lead her home. As she stepped into the circle, she felt the familiar tingling sensation, the stones humming softly beneath her touch. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." The stones pulsed in response, the voice she had first heard now a gentle echo. "Thank you, Seeker, for your courage and kindness. The realm is forever in your debt." With a final nod to Finn, her steadfast companion, Lyra closed her eyes and let the magic carry her back to Verdant Hollow. When she opened her eyes, she was once again in the familiar glade, the sun's rays warming her skin. The forest was just as she had left it, yet Lyra knew she was forever changed. As she made her way back to the village, her heart was light with joy and hope. She had discovered a hidden world, found friends in unexpected places, and learned that even the smallest of hearts could make a difference. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra returned to her home, her spirit aglow with the magic of the journey and the whispers of the stones echoing in her heart. A reminder that the boundaries between worlds were but illusions, and that wonder awaited those brave enough to seek it. Title: The Whispering Stones. In the heart of the lush, emerald forest, where the air seemed to hum with a melody only the trees could hear, there lay a small village named Verdant Hollow. It was a place cloaked in perpetual spring, where the sun filtered through the canopy in soft, golden beams, and the scent of blooming wildflowers mingled with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. The village was known for its tranquility. Nestled as it was between the arms of the great forest, and the silver-threaded river that wound its way through the landscape. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their homes built from the very wood of fallen trees, and their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Lyra, with hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like the forest's hidden streams. Lyra was known for her gentle heart and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's borders. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, listening to the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds, her heart yearning for something more, something unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the earth and the world was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dawn, Lyra set out on one of her many explorations. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a small, secluded glade she had never seen before. The glade was unlike any other part of the forest. It was filled with a soft, almost ethereal light, and at its center lay a peculiar circle of stones. These stones were unlike any Lyra had seen. They were smooth and cool to the touch, with faint, glowing runes carved into their surfaces. As she traced her fingers over them, she felt a curious tingling sensation, as if the stones were alive, humming with a silent energy. Intrigued, Lyra sat among them, closing her eyes to better feel their vibrations. As she sat, the world around her began to fade, and a gentle voice, soft and melodic, filled her mind. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," it whispered, as if carried on the breeze. "You have found the Whispering Stones, a gateway to the hidden realm." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. A hidden realm? Her curiosity blazed brighter than ever. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a mere breath in the stillness. "We are the guardians of the ancient paths," the voice replied, warm and comforting. "Through us you may glimpse the world beyond the veil, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the lines between this world and the next blur." The stones pulsed gently beneath her palms, and Lyra knew she was standing on the threshold of something wondrous. Yet she hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on her. "What must I do?" she asked. "Merely open your heart and mind," the voice instructed. "Trust in the journey, for it will reveal what you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lyra allowed herself to relax, surrendering to the stone's gentle pull. As she did, the glade seemed to shimmer, the air around her growing thick with magic. The world swirled and shifted, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place both strange and familiar. The forest was there, yet transformed. The trees towered higher, their leaves shimmering in hues of silver and gold. The air was tinged with the scent of flowers Lyra had never encountered, sweet and intoxicating. The sky above was a canvas of swirling colors, like the auroras she had heard tales of but never seen. In this hidden realm, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. There were deer with coats like spun starlight, birds with feathers that glistened like precious gems, and tiny, delicate beings that flitted about on gossamer wings, leaving trails of light in their wake. Awestruck, Lyra wandered through this enchanted world, her heart soaring with wonder. As she explored, she encountered a young fox with fur as red as flame and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. The fox, sensing her presence, approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice echoing in Lyra's mind. "I am Finn, a guide of this realm. What brings you to our world?" Lyra knelt to meet the fox's gaze, her heart brimming with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "I found the Whispering Stones," she explained. "They led me here. I seek to learn, to understand the mysteries of this place." Finn nodded, a knowing gleam in his eye. "Then you are welcome here, for you have the heart of a true seeker. But remember, knowledge is not always easy to grasp. The journey may be fraught with challenges, yet you will not face them alone." With Finn by her side, Lyra ventured deeper into the hidden realm. They traveled through forests where the trees sang in melodious harmonies, across meadows where flowers danced to an unheard tune, and over streams that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. Along the way, they encountered many wondrous beings, wise owls with feathers of moonlight, playful otters that wove patterns in the water, and ancient tortoises that moved with the wisdom of ages past. Each shared a piece of their world, their stories painting a tapestry of magic and wonder that left Lyra's heart full. Yet, as the days passed, Lyra began to notice a shadow creeping over the land. The colors of the realm dimmed, the songs grew fainter, and the creatures moved with a sense of unease. The hidden realm was changing, and not for the better. Concerned, Lyra turned to Finn. "What is happening?" she asked, worry etching her brow. Finn's eyes were somber, his voice a soft murmur. "A great imbalance has befallen our world. The threads that bind it are unraveling, and the magic that sustains us is fading." Lyra's heart ached at the thought. This realm, so full of beauty and wonder, was in peril. "Is there anything I can do to help?" she asked, determination burning in her eyes. Finn regarded her with a mix of hope and caution. "There is a way, but it is not without risk. To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of the realm, where the source of magic lies. There, you must rekindle its flame, for only then will the harmony be restored." Though the task seemed daunting, Lyra knew she could not turn her back on the world that had welcomed her so warmly. "I will do it," she vowed, her voice steady and sure. With Finn as her guide, Lyra set out on her quest, traveling through landscapes both breathtaking and daunting. They climbed mountains that pierced the sky, crossed deserts where the sands whispered ancient secrets, and navigated labyrinthine forests where the paths seemed to shift and change. As they journeyed, Lyra learned to listen to the whispers of the land, to see beyond the surface and understand the deeper currents that flowed through this world. She discovered the strength within herself, the courage to face the unknown, and the wisdom to know when to ask for help. The challenges were many, but Lyra faced each with grace and determination. She learned to trust in her instincts, to rely on the friendships she had forged, and to believe in the power of hope and love to overcome even the greatest of obstacles. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, a place of breathtaking beauty where the air hummed with a potent energy. In the center lay the source of magic, a pulsating orb of light that seemed to contain the very essence of the realm. But the source was dimming, its glow fading with each passing moment. Lyra approached it with reverence, feeling the weight of her task settle upon her shoulders. She knew that to rekindle the flame, she must give of herself, to pour her heart and soul into the source and reignite its light. Closing her eyes, Lyra reached deep within, drawing upon the love and strength she had found on her journey. She thought of the friends she had made, the wonders she had witnessed, and the beauty of the world that had captured her heart. As she focused her thoughts, a warmth spread through her, a gentle glow that grew brighter and brighter. She opened her eyes to see the source responding, its light flaring to life, vibrant and strong. The realm around her shuddered, as if awakening from a long slumber. Colors bloomed anew, songs filled the air, and the creatures of the realm rejoiced as the magic flowed once more. Lyra felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart soaring with joy. She had done it. She had restored the balance, saved the hidden realm she had come to love. As the realm celebrated, Lyra knew it was time to return to her own world. She had learned much on her journey, grown in ways she had never imagined, and she carried those lessons with her like precious treasures. With Finn by her side, she made her way back to the Whispering Stones, the gateway that would lead her home. As she stepped into the circle, she felt the familiar tingling sensation, the stones humming softly beneath her touch. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." The stones pulsed in response, the voice she had first heard now a gentle echo. "Thank you, Seeker, for your courage and kindness. The realm is forever in your debt." With a final nod to Finn, her steadfast companion, Lyra closed her eyes and let the magic carry her back to Verdant Hollow. When she opened her eyes, she was once again in the familiar glade, the sun's rays warming her skin. The forest was just as she had left it, yet Lyra knew she was forever changed. As she made her way back to the village, her heart was light with joy and hope. She had discovered a hidden world, found friends in unexpected places, and learned that even the smallest of hearts could make a difference. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra returned to her home, her spirit aglow with the magic of the journey and the whispers of the stones echoing in her heart. A reminder that the boundaries between worlds were but illusions, and that wonder awaited those brave enough to seek it. Story 38. In a cozy village nestled deep within the wildwood forest, strange things were afoot. The usually cheery cottages seemed to droop a little, their thatched roofs heavy with an enchanted gloom. Windows stayed firmly shuttered, with nary a candle flickering inside. Even the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the village ran sluggishly, as if weighed down by melancholy. Nara, a young girl with sparkling eyes and a boundless curiosity, couldn't help but notice the changes. As she skipped along the familiar lanes, she felt a tingle of magic in the air, but not the warm, tingling kind that usually accompanied her village's simple spells and charms. This was something else entirely, something unsettling. One crisp morning, Nara decided to investigate. Clutching her woven basket, she set off into the forest, following the meandering path that led deeper into the ancient trees. Sunbeams pierced the canopy in playful shafts, dappling the mossy ground. Somewhere nearby, a stream burbled its gentle song. As Nara wandered, she began to notice little oddities. Tufts of fur snagged on branches, strange markings on the trunks, a scattering of pine cones in an unusual pattern. Her brow furrowed in concentration. These were no ordinary forest signs. A rustle in the undergrowth made Nara freeze. Out hopped a tiny creature with velvety fur and a quizzical expression. It was Cedric, one of the forest's wise old hedgehogs. "Why, if it isn't young Nara," Cedric said, eyeing her basket. "Out gathering herbs on this fine day?" Nara shook her head. "Something strange is happening, Cedric. The village feels gloomy, and I've been seeing these odd signs all through the forest. What do you make of it?" The hedgehog's whiskers twitched thoughtfully. "You may be onto something, my dear. Let's have a look around together, shall we?" With Cedric's help, Nara began piecing the clues together. The tufts of fur, she realized, were from the forest's shyest denizens, rabbits, field mice, even a young fox. And the pine cones seemed to be laid out in patterns, almost like trails. A wonderful idea blossomed in Nara's mind. "Cedric, I think the forest creatures might be trying to tell us something, but what could it be?" Cedric pondered this for a moment, then said, "Why don't we follow one of those pine cone trails and see where it leads?" Hand in paw, the unlikely duo traced the tiny path deep into the forest's shadowy heart. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches drooping heavily. An eerie stillness hung in the air. Then, suddenly, they emerged into a sunlit clearing and stopped short in amazement. For there, in the center of the glade, stood the most wondrous tree Nara had ever seen. Ancient and gnarled, its bark glowed with a soft inner light. Draped across its massive branches were shimmering strands of spider silk, trembling ever so slightly in the breeze. "The elder tree," Cedric breathed reverently. "So that's what all the fuss is about." At the hedgehog's words, a rustling filled the air. Dozens of tiny creatures, birds, squirrels, even a young deer, peeked out from the foliage, watching Nara and Cedric intently. Nara felt a lump rise in her throat as understanding dawned. "The elder tree, it's sick, isn't it? That's why the village has felt so gloomy, and the forest animals have been trying to lead us here to help." Cedric nodded, his eyes shining. "It's an ancient magic, the life force that flows through this wondrous tree, a nexus point for the whole forest, nay, for our entire enchanted realm. If the elder tree falters, that magic begins to fail." As if on cue, a soft glow emanated from the tree's uppermost branches. A shower of golden dust rained down, coating the glade in a glittering veil. In that shimmering haze, shadowy shapes began to take form. Nara glimpsed wise old oak trees, fleet-footed deer, soaring falcons, all shimmering with life and vitality. These were the forest's guardians, the primordial spirits made manifest, here to bolster the elder tree's fading magic. Nara watched in wonder as the guardians swirled and danced, weaving their essence into the tree's ancient boughs. Slowly but surely, the bark brightened and the leaves regained their lush emerald hue. Even the spider's silk seemed to shine more brilliantly, refracting the dappled sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. At last, the forest's magic was restored. A contented hush fell over the glade as the last glimmering spirit faded away. Nara could almost feel the warm thrum of energy pulsing through the elder tree and into the earth below. Beside her, Cedric let out a relieved sigh. "Well, young Nara," the hedgehog murmured, "it seems your cleverness and keen eye have saved us all. Thanks to you, our home's ancient magic will continue to flourish for generations to come." Nara felt a blush creep into her cheeks, then giggled as the littlest squirrel scampered over to her, chittering cheerfully. One by one, the forest's grateful inhabitants emerged from their hiding spots, surrounding the girl in an outpouring of appreciation. As dusk painted the sky in rosy hues, Nara made her way back to the village, basket laden with fresh herbs and her heart overflowing with joy. Already the thatched roofs seemed to stand a little taller, their chimneys puffing cheerful plumes of smoke. She could hear the sounds of laughter and clinking dishes from the tavern up ahead. The village's enchanted gloom had finally lifted. Nara smiled as she opened the gate to her cottage garden, already looking forward to sharing tonight's wondrous tale beside the crackling hearth. There would be many a cozy bedtime story spun from this remarkable day. Story 39. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young girl named Amara. Her heart brimmed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. She loved nothing more than wandering through the meadows, feeling the gentle caress of the sun on her face and the whisper of the wind in her hair. One particularly radiant morning, as the world was bathed in golden light, Amara discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail woven through the tall grasses, leading towards the whispering woods at the edge of her village. The path seemed to beckon her, its gentle curves promising adventure and wonder. Gathering her courage, Amara decided to follow where it led. The woods were a tapestry of vibrant greens and soft browns, alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the sweet song of birds. As Amara ventured deeper, she marveled at the towering trees, their branches reaching out like arms embracing the sky. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the faint perfume of wildflowers. After a while, Amara came upon a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the stories of ages past. Around the tree danced a group of whimsical creatures, tiny, delicate beings with wings like gossamer and faces alight with joy. They twirled and laughed, their voices a melody that seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves. Amara watched in wonder, her heart swelling with delight. She stepped into the clearing, careful not to disturb the joyful gathering. The creatures paused in their dance, turning towards her with curious eyes. One of them, a little braver than the rest, fluttered over to Amara, its wings shimmering in the sunlight. "Welcome, dear traveler," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "We are the sylphs of the whispering woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Amara smiled, feeling warmth and kindness in the creature's gaze. "I followed the path of curiosity," she replied. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the meadow." The sylph nodded in understanding. "Curiosity is a wondrous guide, leading us to places we never knew existed," it said. "Would you like to join our dance?" With a joyful heart, Amara stepped into the circle. As she twirled with the sylphs, she felt a deep sense of belonging and joy. The dance was a celebration of life, of the beauty of the world and the magic that lay hidden in its folds. After a time, the dance slowed, and the sylphs gathered around the ancient tree. "Every journey begins with a step," the brave sylph said, looking at Amara with a gentle smile. "And courage is the light that guides us through the unknown." Amara nodded, understanding the wisdom in its words. She realized that her journey had taught her the value of stepping beyond the familiar, of embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Amara bid farewell to her new friends. The sylphs waved and fluttered around her, their laughter a sweet sound that lingered in the air. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Amara made her way back along the path, the memory of the sylphs' dance etched in her heart. When she emerged from the woods, the village lights twinkled softly against the evening sky, welcoming her home. That night, as Amara lay in her bed, she closed her eyes with a smile, knowing that the world was filled with endless possibilities, waiting to be discovered. And as she drifted into a gentle slumber, she dreamt of far-off places and whispered secrets, her dreams guided by the light of courage and the promise of adventure. Story 40. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together. Tullius nodded, his heart full. Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come. And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 41. Story 42. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 43? Story 44. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body to remind you of our shared adventure. With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 45. Story 46. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire, their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Mabel. She had a heart as gentle as the whispering wind, and a curiosity that twinkled in her eyes like stars in the night sky. Mabel's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of her surroundings, finding joy in the simplest of things, a bubbling brook, the rustle of leaves, or the way sunlight danced upon the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn morning, while the village still slumbered under a blanket of mist, Mabel wandered into the forest at the edge of the farthest field. The forest was a place of secrets and stories, where the trees held whispers of ages past. As she meandered along a path dappled with golden leaves, she stumbled upon something curious, a small weathered chest, partially buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. With delicate fingers, she brushed away the earth and carefully pried open the chest. To her astonishment, lying within was a beautifully carved wooden flute, its surface smooth and shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. Mabel's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. She lifted the flute to her lips, and as she played a soft, lilting melody, the air around her shimmered like a mirage on a summer's day. From the shimmering air stepped a kindly old tortoise, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of faraway lands. He introduced himself as Tolwyn, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. "Ah, young one," he said in a voice as soothing as the forest itself, "you have discovered the flute of echoing dreams. It has the power to awaken hidden truths and guide the heart to its deepest desires." Mabel's eyes widened with wonder as Tolwyn explained that the flute's magic was not in granting wishes, but in revealing the paths one must take to achieve them. Eager to learn more, Mabel joined Tolwyn on a journey through the forest, guided by the gentle music of the flute. As they walked, they met a variety of endearing creatures who offered their wisdom. There was Whimsy the squirrel, who taught Mabel the importance of patience by showing her the art of gathering acorns, one by one, to prepare for the winter. Then there was Leora the owl, whose keen eyes saw beyond the surface, teaching Mabel to look deeper into her own heart for answers. Their journey was not without its challenges. There came a time when Mabel and her companions reached a wide, rushing river with no bridge in sight. Mabel felt a pang of fear, uncertain of how to cross. But as she played a soft note on the flute, the river began to calm, and shimmering stepping stones emerged, forming a path. It was then that Mabel realized the flute's magic lay in harmonizing with the world around her, helping her to see solutions that had been there all along. With each step they took, Mabel's understanding of herself and the world deepened. She learned that true strength lay not in force, but in wisdom, patience, and the gentle guidance of friends. As their journey drew to a close, Mabel found herself back at the ancient oak, the flute resting in her hands, its glow now a part of her own heart. She thanked Talwyn, Whimsy, and Leora for their companionship and wisdom. With a promise to always cherish the lessons she'd learned, Mabel returned to the village, the flute safely nestled in the chest, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its secrets. And so, Mabel's days continued, filled with adventures and the gentle music of the flute that echoed through her spirit. The village, too, seemed to hum with a newfound harmony, as if the trees themselves whispered of the young girl who had learned to listen to the quiet magic of the world. In the warmth of her home, with the crackling fireplace casting a golden glow, Mabel would often share her tales with others, her voice a soothing balm that carried them to a place where dreams danced like fireflies in the night. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of wonder and the promise of new beginnings with each dawn. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it. A reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Story 66. Story 67. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 73. Story 74. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Misty Wood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, The villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 82. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The Whispering Woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the Whispering Woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 83. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 84. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. Do not be afraid, Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here. Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. I am honored to meet you, Eliana, she replied, her voice steady. What secrets do you speak of? Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years. Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. You have seen the wisdom of the forest, Eliana said softly. Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey. Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow. With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you. As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 85. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, Painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 86. Story 87. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a young girl named Anwen. The village was a place where time seemed to stand still, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of lavender and cottages that wore ivy like a cozy shawl. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees served as a constant lullaby. Anwen was a curious soul with eyes like pools of warm amber, always reflecting the wonder she found in the world around her. She lived with her grandmother, Ira, in a small cottage that stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began its symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. Ira was a storyteller, her tales as vibrant and colorful as the quilts she sewed during the quiet evenings. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwen sat by the flickering fireplace, listening to her grandmother recount stories of their ancestors. Era spoke of a time when the people of their lineage were known as the Keepers of the Light, protectors of an ancient legacy that had been passed down through generations. "Once," Era began, her voice soft as the firelight danced in her eyes, "our ancestors were entrusted with a sacred artifact, a luminous stone that held the power of unity and wisdom. It was said that the stone glowed when the people of the village were united in purpose and love." Anwen's heart swelled with a desire to learn more about this mysterious stone. "What happened to it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might chase the story away. Ira sighed, a sound like the wind through autumn leaves. "Many years ago, during a time of discord, the stone's light faded and it was lost. Some say it still lies hidden within the forest, waiting for someone with a pure heart to find it and restore its glow." That night, as Anwen lay in her bed, the story lingered in her mind like a sweet melody. She decided that she would venture into the forest to seek the lost stone, feeling a strange pull towards this piece of her heritage. The following morning, a gentle mist wrapped the village in a silvery embrace. Anwen set out at dawn, her grandmother's stories guiding her steps as she entered the forest. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crispness a soft rustle beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Anwen felt a sense of belonging she had never known. The trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the brook bubbled with laughter, as if welcoming her into their ancient fold. Her heart beat in time with the forest, and she knew she was not alone. After hours of searching, Anwen came upon a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, their gnarled branches forming a protective circle. In the center of the clearing lay a small mound of stones, covered in moss and wildflowers. Something shimmered faintly beneath the earth, catching the light as she approached. With gentle hands, she uncovered the stones, revealing a luminous rock that seemed to pulse with a gentle inner glow. The stone was warm to the touch, and as she held it, Anwen felt a wave of peace wash over her. It was as if the stone sang a song only her heart could hear, a song of unity, love, and the strength that comes from togetherness. Returning to the village, Anwen felt a newfound connection to her home and her people. The stone's glow brightened with each step, and by the time she reached her grandmother's cottage, it shone with a light that seemed to come from the stars themselves. Era met her at the door, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "You found it," she whispered, embracing Anwen tightly. "You've restored the light, my dear." Word spread quickly through the village, and soon everyone gathered around the stone, their hearts lightened by its gentle radiance. The people celebrated not just the return of the artifact, but the unity it represented. Under the starlit sky, they shared stories and laughter, their voices weaving a tapestry of love and kinship. As the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, Anwen lay in her bed once more, the stone resting on her bedside table, its glow a comforting beacon in the night. She realized that the true magic of the stone lay not just in its light, but in the way it had brought her closer to her roots, her community, and the legacy of wisdom and love that coursed through her veins. And so, in the heart of the village, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the stone continued to glow, a symbol of the enduring power of unity, the wisdom of the past illuminating the path to a brighter future. With a contented sigh, Anwen closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the story, the glow of the stone, and the love of her people lull her into a restful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 88. Story 89. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald valley cradled by misty mountains, there was a quaint village where time seemed to pause and embrace the gentle rhythm of nature. The village was woven from the threads of tradition and whispers of the past, and among its cobblestone paths and flower-laden meadows lived a young girl named Mara. Mara had always felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the breeze itself carried secrets meant only for her. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart open to the enchantments of the world around her. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mara's grandmother, the village elder, called her to the warmth of their cottage. Inside, the air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and chamomile, a calming embrace that seemed to hold stories of its own. The fireplace crackled softly, casting a golden glow upon the walls lined with old wooden shelves. There, among the countless volumes and relics of days long past, was a peculiar chest, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars. "Mara, my dear," her grandmother began with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "it is time you learn of our true heritage, a legacy that flows within your veins like the rivers that carve our beloved valley." Intrigued, Mara drew closer as her grandmother unlatched the chest, revealing an ancient tapestry folded with care. The fabric was rich and heavy, its deep indigo hues woven with threads of silver and gold that twinkled like starlight. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the tapestry of the ancients. It is a living map of our family's journey, a keeper of our stories, and a guide for those who seek to understand." Mara gently traced her fingers over the tapestry, feeling the warmth of its history seep into her skin. Her grandmother continued, "Long ago, our ancestors were known as the guardians of the veil, protectors of the harmony between our world and the realms unseen. They were entrusted with the Orb of Echoes, a magical artifact that resonates with the whispers of the past." With eyes wide, Mara listened as her grandmother spoke of the orb, a crystal sphere said to hold the wisdom of generations, its light a beacon for those lost in the shadows of uncertainty. "To find the orb and truly understand your heritage," her grandmother said, "you must follow the path woven into this tapestry. It will guide you through the heart of our land, where the mountains meet the sky." Filled with a sense of purpose and wonder, Mara set out the very next morning, the tapestry carefully folded in her satchel. The valley was alive with the dawn chorus of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony orchestrated by the hands of nature itself. As Mara ventured deeper into the valley, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. Streams danced over pebbles, their laughter a melody that harmonized with the rustling branches of ancient trees. Following the tapestry's map, Mara arrived at the foot of the great oak, a towering sentinel that had watched over the valley for centuries. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and nestled within its roots was an entrance to a hidden cavern, aglow with a soft, ethereal light. Inside the cavern, the air was cool and filled with the delicate fragrance of moss and earth. The walls shimmered with veins of quartz, casting rainbows that danced with each flicker of light. At the heart of the cavern, resting upon a pedestal of stone, was the Orb of Echoes. Mara approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the gentle hum that filled the air. As she reached out and cradled the orb in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and the cavern was filled with the soft murmur of voices, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. The voices spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the beauty of embracing one's roots. They whispered tales of Mara's ancestors, their triumphs and their wisdom, and as she listened, Mara felt the threads of her own story weaving into the tapestry of her lineage. With the orb in her possession, Mara returned to the village, where the warmth of home awaited her. The villagers gathered to hear of her journey, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fireplace, eyes sparkling with pride and joy. As Mara shared the lessons she had learned, a profound sense of belonging settled within her heart. She understood now that her heritage was not just a series of events from the past, but a living legacy of love, wisdom, and strength that would guide her and those who came after. And so, under the starlit sky, surrounded by the embrace of family and friends, Mara knew she had found her place in the world. The valley held its secrets, and she, like the guardians before her, would cherish and protect them for generations to come. With the orb of echoes resting safely by her side and the tapestry's stories forever etched in her heart, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the magic of her ancestors and the promise of a bright tomorrow. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. Greetings, young Lila, they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. What brings you to the Heartwood today? Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery. The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp, they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. Mr. Thistle, Lila began, have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately? The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing. Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began? Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished. Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the Curious Corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge: using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. but the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the Whispering Woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself." Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. "In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter," Orin said, "the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings." Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. "And then comes summer," Orin continued, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones." The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. "But as the days grow shorter," Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet." Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. "And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow," Orin said softly. "The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come." Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. "But remember, dear Finley, Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's. With each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. "Thank you, Orin," Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I will remember your words." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest. to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart. a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the Enchanted Wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the Enchanted Wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air. "What if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a Heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges. each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fey folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fey named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth, It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neem, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neem set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Neem, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Neem nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Neem, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. The whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge. connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwin's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. But how can we help? Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. Laughter, Clara exclaimed. We must bring laughter back to the tree. With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever-changing, ever-growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, for it may hold the key to our mystery. With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together, they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship.